All right. What is up, you guys? Shit. All right. I can hear myself talk, but I think that's okay. Guys, let me know if there is a. Is there an echo, Hitchhot?
No, you sound. I had no audio. I said to rejoin, but you sound fine now. I don't see a picture.
That is because I'm still in my Airbnb. I'm trying something new. So you guys are going to ride with me to the courtroom. So give me a second.
I was about to say if I had a dollar
Bye.
for every time I heard that, but I won't say that.
I don't want to dox my location. So I've never done quite what I'm doing right now.
So tell us what you're doing. Yeah, I hear audio fine. You're going to the courtroom. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm going to the Tyler Robinson courthouse, but I have my YouTube live stream going right now. So I had to get that going and get the space started so that I
Are
could
you
have
go?
both going.
Are you going to be showing pictures from inside the courtroom, or are you just going to be talking around?
No, you can't. There's a court order
Gotcha.
against it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, yeah. So I am now leaving my Airbnb uh, carefully and heading over to the courtroom. And then when they all go inside, I will come back over here to my Airbnb and live stream what's going on inside. So
Gotcha.
yeah, the
It's like
issues of
Mission
being a solo
Impossible.
rider.
It's like some Mission Impossible stuff.
It is, really is. How
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
you doing, brother?
I'm doing well. It's late in the evening here, so I'm preparing for bed in a little bit. But it's going to be an interesting trial, so I'll stay up and watch as much of it as I can.
Yeah. As soon as I get away from here, I can let you guys watch. I just don't want to dox my location.
Very good idea considering everything that's gone on and all the people that don't like you, etc. Probably best to keep it a
What
bit
do you
quiet. Exactly where
mean?
you
Everybody loves
are.
me.
I never forget the forgive me, a CIA or FBI, the former CIA dude. He's like, I used to work for the CIA, and you've been doxed, diligent, so watch out. I was like, whoa, again, threatened by CIA. What the fuck? So I got to worry about random idiots like Iron Mike and people like that doing 9 hour spaces calling me an idiot. You got to worry about CIA people warning you publicly. That was quite funny.
Yeah,
I
he
don't.
was a dick.
Was he like
Pardon my
retired?
language. Pardon my language.
He was retired CIA, right, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, former. He was a career CIA 25 years or something like that in the CIA, and then um he he worked for Palantir, which is pretty much the CIA's private arm that has its tentacles in everything. The ultimate surveillance company.
I'm out
So
here complaining about Luke 427 with 9 followers. Sub posting me, sub posting with you guys. Palantir, CIA, former people after you.
yeah, he's supposed to me sometimes. People will send me stuff, but it's not as bad as it was since I have him blocked. I've had him blocked for a long time. He's got me blocked too. But
How many messages do you receive a week? Whereas, well, probably it's died down now, but there was a point where I imagine you were getting like 10 messages a day. Hey, they're talking about you in this space, or hey, this post is a day.
Oh, dude, yeah. I get to the point where I tell people to stop sending me that. That's how bad it gets.
If anyone's listening, don't stop sending me stuff. I love hate listening to people talking about me. So if you ever hear anyone talking about me, send me a link. I want to go and hate listen.
you do be hate listening. You do
I
be hate
do be
listening.
loving. I do be loving the hate listening. Can confirm.
Do you smile when you hate listen, or do you enjoy? Do you just sit there and get angry? Remember, I accused you of enjoying the. I
Yeah,
accused you of
you
enjoying it one time.
you accused me of enjoying drama, which I understand. And what I said is, um, I enjoy other people's drama that doesn't involve me, or I involve drama that doesn't involve two mutuals. If it's just one mutual, I don't want the drama. I won't bring it on. But if it's just one mutual fighting with someone I don't know, then I'm like, okay, let's go. This is good. This is funny. What I really hate, which is where there was a confusion, which seems to happen, at least once a month, if not more often. I don't like it when two of my good mutuals fight because we won't mention names, Diligent, but you will remember. I won't go into any details. You will remember I call this early very, very often when my mutuals, start having issues. I say, I can see what's going to happen. Both people are going to end up blocking me because I'm going to choose to stay out of it. And this has happened 9 or 10 times at least over the past 4 or 5 years. So it's been a long time. So yeah, I don't like when two of my mutuals fight. And when people sub post me or whatever, I don't mind as long as they don't lie. I don't care. Like where I get a smile is if people are talking about my space and they're like, "Hitchlop talks about IQ. Hitchlop, he never shuts up about stakes." Like that stuff makes me laugh. I do enjoy it. I don't like when people lie. Like if people lie and Hitchlop did this thing that I did not do, or say something I did not say. So I take public slander very seriously, but public attacks which are justified. Hitchlop, doesn't shut up about genetics. Okay, fine, guilty. That stuff makes me laugh. But yeah, I don't like when mutuals fight. I don't like when people lie about me.
Have you been following, or is Australia following this case at all? Like, is it over in your guys' news at all?
I have to be honest and say not really. Some of my Australian mutuals are following it on X, and I see some of it on the timeline. The people that are political. When it first happened, I felt like it was everywhere. It was all over the news. But I have not been seeing that much in the Australian media about this case. There might be one or two minor things. The left wing, the media in Australia is very left wing, and not that this is strictly a right wing case, but given all the details, I don't think the Australian leftist media are going to be very heavily reporting into it.
Can you guys see now?
Yes, now we can see. Yep.
So I am on my way to the courthouse in Provo, um, which is probably likely a lot of traffic. I meant to get over there earlier, but I stayed up late hosting a pre-game space, and I had to get my studio set up. But I think I'm fine. I have a live feed going. If you guys are watching on YouTube, you can see they're just standing around out there waiting for everybody to show up. So I went and checked everything out last night. Yeah, so it should be easy to get to.
So part of my low IQ, you're going to go to the courthouse. What's the purpose of going there if you can't film in there?
I'm gonna try to get so supposedly Charlie Kirk's parents are showing up, which they have never really kind of made a uh, close up public appearance, so nobody's seen them really. They showed up to his like memorial service in Arizona, the big like show one, but nobody really got a good look at him. And then Erica Kirk is supposed to be here, and then also Tyler's parents. So I can, if I can, I'm going to try to ask some questions before they go inside. I don't know if they're going to be taking any questions from the press. I have all of my gear with me. I have a really cool small tripod for traveling. I'm going to set the space up on, and then I have a portable I have a wireless microphones, not Rode microphone, that will I'll be using. I can plug it into the phone with the space on it, and you guys can all listen as I ask questions if I get the chance. I don't think they're going to take any questions, to be honest with you. But now ask me why the significance of the brand of microphone is important.
George, and I've got a question. Why is the microphone brand of significance?
Well, I'm so glad that you asked. Charlie happened to be wearing a Rode microphone that people think was used as an explosive device to possibly assassinate him, given a certain little country's affluency for creating small improvised devices that assassinate people. So, yeah, just for the record, I am not using a Rode microphone. That would be poor taste.
Gotcha. Some people remember there were some pager devices that had some improvisation.
There were one or two pager devices, one or two, all happened to go off at the same time, killing like 40 people.
Very famous.
Oh, there's a crash. There's a crash. Okay. Oh, shit. Ooh. Okay. Don't mind my driving. Just ignore it. Just ignore my driving.
That's the only problem with filming. You make sure you don't break any road laws.
I stretched them. It's morning time. We stretch here.
Yeah, listen, if the Australian police get me, I don't know what to say. But there's some traffic lights near my house that are always red. And I will get there at like 2:30 in the morning sometimes, coming home from the city, whatever, meeting a few friends. And always red. And I can see in both directions for like 200 meters. I can see ages and ages and ages.
There's absolutely nobody. There's nobody around.
Nobody. And they make me wait like 2 minutes. I'm like, bro, you really got to make me wait 2 minutes at 2 in the morning when there's literally no. Why are you doing this to me? So, I won't comment whether I do or do not run that red light every time I go through it at 2 in the morning, because in case anyone's listening. But I generally obey road laws, except sometimes at 2 in the morning.
The thought passes your mind. You're like, could I if I wanted to, right? That's
I may or may not treat them as a suggestive guide at 2 in the morning when there's no one around.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I don't know what the press pool here looks like. If they're if I have to show my press pass to get in or what. I'm standing outside, so I don't understand why it would be super strict. But they were setting up for a big crowd. They were setting up for a big crowd yesterday. And no, I'm not gonna park there. You can park in the street here, so I'm gonna park like a block away in the street. That way I can leave when I want to.
Just out of curiosity, if it's relevant, how does one get a press pass? Do you have to apply or something?
It depends. If you're trying to get one for like Washington, D.C., they have their own process. If you are trying to get one for like for just to have companies, usually what it is, I mean, technically a press pass is illegal. The whole press pass system is anti-constitutional. The First Amendment says that every citizen has the freedom of the press. So technically, if you wanted to be old school about it, which is what I like to do, we all have a press pass. But if you want established, quote unquote, established credentials, you have to get an outlet that's has been established in the media for a long time to issue them for you. I got mine from doing a favor for a large scale media outlet when I was covering the Trump election in 2024. They didn't have internet access, and they needed to imagine that legacy establishment media
not having internet on one of the biggest days of the year. Had to borrow mine. Had to borrow my Starlink. And so they said, "How much do we got to pay you?" And I said, "I prefer favors." And then when I needed a press pass, guess what my favor was? Oh
Give me a
shit! What's that?
When you need a favor, you ask for a press pass. Let's go.
That's right. I said, "Give me a press pass." And so the owner of this particular establishment, he issued me a press pass. So I have legacy media credentials.
Reminds me of The Godfather too, where he's like, "I will take care of it for you, but one day I will call upon a favor from you, and you will do me a
It was
favor."
much. I said it just like that. I sounded just like that. My cadence was just like that. We're here. Let me see. See, I knew that this was going to be jam packed, and it is. There's a lot of cars here. Let's see. I can't block any driveways. Ah, and we are good. So we will get parked. I was really smart and didn't charge my phone before I went to sleep. See how good of a journalist I am? I have a charger with me, thank God.
You get one of those portable power packs or something, right?
Yeah. Always come prepared. I overbring. I mean, I literally have, we could go into nuclear war and I would have the shit that I need on the ground. And I'm not joking.
I'm picturing you with this like Tony Stark Iron Man suit, but like the camera reporter version.
No. All right. I think I can just go. Oh. Can't take firearm to a courthouse, can you? No, you cannot. Okay. Can you guys see? Are you still good?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. There's that stupid little military plane.
Is that a? I don't know if I should. Is that a rental?
Yeah.
Okay, very
Wait,
nice.
Yeah.
what's the military plane? What's the
Oh,
military plane?
you can't hear it, but it's up in the. I can't see it right now. Can you see it? Oh, that was not military, is it? Nah, that's not military. That's like a
I
crop
can't see
duster.
anything, but or Troop of Age and myself did a deep dive on the Hades program, those Global Hawks. Just wondering if those were around.
I saw one. I think I saw a weird one last night. So this will be interesting. Once I get set up, I'll get the tripod set up and the phone on it, and then I can kind of walk around and ask questions. You guys can listen. Can you see okay?
Yeah, everything's cool. Yeah, we can see.
This is what's go. This is what spaces are supposed to be, right? This is citizen journalism. Oh, here's Tyler Robinson. Oh, sorry. Damn, that was good timing. There's Tyler Robinson. He's in one of these vehicles. Not that one. Oh, there he is.
This is pretty wild. You're right there, Diligent. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
didn't know.
This is
I didn't time
crazy.
that. I didn't time that. There's Tyler Robinson.
Fed. Hey, so those are Denali's. Are those Denali's? Can you tell?
Yeah. Yeah, they were, I think.
That's the same rig that Charlie got thrown into.
Can I go through now? Thank you. Wow. We caught Tyler Robinson. That's crazy. Hope somebody clipped that. Let's go. If Elon would fix and promote video spaces, every citizen could be doing what I'm doing everywhere, all the time. Right? Bye bye, legacy media. We just saw, I was the only journalist over there when Tyler Robinson came in. Only one.
Diligent, does it save the video and the recordings when you have it or no?
Yeah. Yep.
That's amazing. It really is wild you happen to be there.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I think you can go to my YouTube channel and to the live stream and scroll back and probably clip that.
On it.
So, yeah. Let's see. Looks like we'll see if Erica Kirk's already been here. If the press is all outside, they're still waiting. Everybody already go inside? I think Erica went in. Erica went in? I just saw Tyler coming in over there. Huh? The parents went in the back? I just happened to catch Tyler's caravan bringing him in. Yep. All right. Well, okay. It sounds like Erica Kirk and the parents are already in the courtroom. And I'm not going to be able to get in there. So I'm not going to try. I mean, I can get in there probably, but I don't want to. So we're going to go back and start streaming the court hearing. And I will switch gears. I guess the parents went in the back. What's up, Auntie Kami?
Nothing. I'm pissed off because as soon as you taped him, I had my phone down. So I'm pissed I missed it. I missed the Tyler entrance.
If I post that, it'll be that'll be good. So I need to hurry up and get back so I can do that
Yeah. Is
because
this recorded then?
it is.
Oh, that's so awesome. Okay. That's
Yeah,
awesome that you got that. You better hurry up and post that. That's
yeah.
amazing. Good work.
The trial starts and well, we missed Erica, but I mean, who? I don't know. I think she'll probably be here all week. I was gonna stay at a hotel, and someone told me that they might be staying there, and that's Erica and their staff. And so I got an Airbnb instead because I don't want to be anywhere around those people.
Is Sally
Those
coming out
eyes.
there?
I heard her say something yesterday. That looks like FBI.
Wow, this is so cool.
Secret Service. I got the street blocked off right here.
Hey, Diligent, just a heads up on YouTube, the side that's showing what you're doing, the part that's your camera, it's just really dark. Just wanted to let you know.
Okay.
And it flickers.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it right now.
I just wanted to let you know. Thanks. You're
Thank you.
doing awesome.
So I'm gonna have to hide my or put my phone down for this drive because I don't want to dox my location. But so what we're going to do now, that was cool. We saw Tyler Robinson. What we're going to do now is go back to my studio I have set up at my Airbnb, and you'll switch gears to watching the trial on the inside. And then if they like switch to like redundant crap at the end, I'll drive back over here and watch everybody come out. So it'd be a good way to finish things off. The hell is this? Yeah. Interesting that Secret Service was here. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. I mean, we must have just missed. We must have just missed Eric Kirk. Let's see. So the YouTube stream is just flickering, huh? There's nothing over there. This town is so weird. Utah is very strange, man. Very, very strange place. Yeah. Can you guys still hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your
Okay.
cam's on though. Is it
Is it on my
supposed to be?
face?
No, it's on the road though. I'm just
No,
showing
I'm
you.
gonna turn it off when I
Oh, okay.
get to a place where I can be
Okay.
found. Yeah. And then I don't know what I'm gonna do to stream the trial. Um, I think I have an idea, actually.
Can we stop by Starbucks?
Bro, I want to stop by Starbucks. Yes, we can. We can start by Starbucks.
Okay, you
Are
have
you-
to
are you
stop
gonna
I,
by.
are you gonna dox your order, Diligent?
You have to stop by Starbucks.
will they be able to reverse engineer my Starbucks order and be able to find me? Do you think? I'm just curious.
You can
You
stop by
think that
Starbucks, but you have to use a British accent when you order.
it is pretty here? Can you see the mountains in the background?
Mm-hmm.
It is pretty here. I'll give them that. Really weird though.
Yeah, creepy.
It is creepy. This state has a creepy vibe. That ain't no joke.
All
It's
of this
worse.
makes me not want to ever go to Utah.
It's super. And you know, uh, she's a friend of ours says it the best. He says it's because it's full of feds and CIA, right? And I think that is why I don't like it, is because they can tell. Is it Brigham Young University,
Yeah,
BYU,
Brigham Young. Yeah,
Brigham Young? It is like the CIA recruitment headquarters for universities in the states. So
It also sounds like the slogan of Epstein Island if you say it kind of
it
quickly.
yeah,
does. It does.
yeah.
Don't ever tell Sam that because he went there. So don't say that to Sam. He'll get
Brigham
upset.
Young.
But it does sound like that, 100%. I'm not seeing. Oh, there's a Chick-fil-A though. Oh, I love Chick-fil-A. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. We're gonna ignore Chick-fil-A. We're on a mission. We have 30 minutes before the We have 30 minutes before the trial starts. It starts at 9. So they're all just sitting in there waiting. What's up, Katie? Hi, Katie. Or not.
Katie's definitely have audio issues because we like to hear Katie on Spaces, so she can't respond. There must be audio
We
issues.
know Katie loves to talk. She
That's
loves
what
to
I
be
was trying
heard.
to. I was
Her
trying to say
sweet,
gently. Yep.
her sweet British voice. We love the sound. We love the sound.
Mellifluous dulcet tones.
So that was cool. Okay, so we saw Tyler Robinson coming in. That's like journalism is too. Like a lot of the time, you spend a lot of time waiting, preparing, or rushing, and just for like a little window of seeing something or somebody, and then back to the draw, like back to the grind. Famous, you don't have to raise your hand. I can't really run the space like this.
Okay, cool. How long do you think today's event might, well, whatever it is, how long do you think it might last, Diligent?
It's gonna be all day. It'll be 9 to 5 here. Maybe. I mean, the judge might get burnt out and can call it a little bit early. But he scheduled 4 full days
Oh, man.
for this preliminary hearing. So that's today, tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday.
Ready.
So
I think I
wait,
heard you.
say Monday or Tuesday? Monday, Thursday,
Monday.
all the way through Thursday. Yep.
Cool. I think I heard you say only the prosecution will be presenting their case and the defense has to shut up and listen.
So I guess we asked Grok, I guess they can cross-examine witnesses. Okay, but as far as like challenging the evidence or whatever, that doesn't happen until trial. So yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's going to sound very one-sided because the prosecution is just they're proving to the judge that they have a reason to hold and charge Tyler Robinson. So they pretty much get free reign to offer up as much evidence to compel the judge as possible. So yeah, it's gonna be very one-sided, and I don't trust this defense either. Gonna be very one-sided.
So that'll give a lot of people grist for the mill, and they'll be so even more noise about how ahead of time incredibly guilty he is, and people will be running with that, right?
Yes, that's what you need to prepare for. Is that all of the Fed sloppers, as I call them, right? As we call them, the people who are wanting to convince you that Tyler Robinson is guilty, they are going to take everything that the prosecution brings up as if it is scriptured. So yeah, they're going to be really. I've already noticed they're starting to ramp up. Like yesterday, Cat Turd, which is like I guess he's a Zionist. I didn't know that. He started like quote posting me and putting pictures of Candace Owens on it, right? Which means that their teams are activated. Somewhere they have group chats or they have group channels and like Telegram or whatever, where they share opposition posts and then they pile on them. So, because he does not follow me, right? He doesn't follow me. So some Zionist watching my account is sending my content in there. Anytime that I move the needle or they think I'm going to move the needle on perception, they send your content to group chats and then they pile on. They quote post you, they comment, they try to ratio you, which I ratioed him when he tried it last time. So it's like, whatever. You know.
Well, and Diligent, isn't it interesting? It's almost always done without reliance on fact or data. It's just ad hominems and attempts to shame
Yeah.
you from
Hmm.
doing it and others from listening or paying
Yeah, it
attention to
is.
you.
It is a deflection from the point, right? They don't want to talk about the actual issue, right? They don't want to talk about the facts of the matter. They use all of the logical fallacy tactics that you can imagine are on display.
But just think about how odd that is. Let's step back and remember that when Jackie Kennedy, when her husband was killed, she said, "I don't believe that one dirty little commie did this." Whether she was right about that or not, the fact that it didn't matter to her, she wasn't wedded to the idea, and it would have been odd if she was, that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. So the fact that all of these people, it's so important for them that Tyler Robinson guilty. Now ask yourself, why would that be the case? There's not really any organic, natural, logical reason, if there's not something else going on, that even Erica Kirk or anybody would really need Tyler Robinson to be singularly guilty and guilty alone. So this is all so odd that they are so desperate for this to be true.
Super, super odd, and it's super odd that this is what makes Erica Kirk look the most suspect to me is that she is not. Listen, if my wife were killed, even if it was an accident, I would flip over every stone until I knew every little bit of why. Why? Why is my wife dead? Right? Like, I would not stop. You would not. I would probably go to jail, right? I would be harassing people. I would be demanding answers. I would be harassing the law enforcement. Like, I would not stop until I knew who all was involved, how many people, how, why. I want to know everything. And she has zero curiosity, zero interest. She has expressed zero interest into asking more questions, finding out why. Why is that? Why is that? Very abnormal behavior.
A perfect
Very
example
abnormal.
of that is also Robert F. Kennedy Jr. His dad was assassinated. Obviously, look, Sirhan had something to do with that. But he was so desperate to know the truth that he talked to Sirhan. Like he was really like everything else he put aside to get at the truth as best he could. So it's really, that's the normal way someone would behave, just as you expressed it.
Yeah, very, very strange behavior. I don't know what.
Did,
Go ahead, Katie.
is this the closest we're going to get to going on a road trip together because we're both driving the car at the same time and I can see your video?
Well, right now I have my phone resting in my crotch, so
I
yes.
can see that. That's why I wanted to come off the
So
mic
now it's
because I
really like you
noticed.
guys are riding together.
I'm really no. All joking aside, I'm really, really proud of you, Diligent. Like, I'm so proud. I don't know if you've heard me speak on.
Did I lose her?
I just root for you all the way. I am so proud of you. Just be safe and just know that we're all here supporting you on your journey of getting the truth for us all for real life. And one day we'll take that road trip, baby. One day.
Maybe one day. Thank you, Katie. Thank you. Appreciate you. And be safe on your trip. Um, yeah, Erica Kirk's behavior, it's just the lack of curiosity. The fact that she had her husband's phone, that's not normal. any person with a brain, if she's college educated, she has a quote unquote doctorate, right? She, this woman knows that the FBI is supposed to examine her husband's phone. Why are you taking his phone? Why didn't you demand that they examine the phone? If you really care, if you're really interested, if you really want to know, okay, why are you not digging? Very, very sus to me. It's very, very sus. And then, what I found out, like finding those pictures of Kabat, right? Kabat, literally, that's his name, Kabat, right? Sound familiar? Rhymes with something, doesn't it? Kabat. Interesting. Really interesting. And he's, they schedule this guy, TPUSA schedules her ex-boyfriend to work in Arizona 45 minutes from her house 3 weeks after Charlie's assassinated at a speaking event Charlie was supposed to be at. Why is that? Is that not weird? Your husband dies and you schedule your ex-boyfriend to work where he was? I think he even used, God, the title of that show. And they had printed flyers, the full production, 3 weeks. 3 weeks, man. No, it's all too sus to me. If I had to give my honest opinion, I think that she was, given her history and her family's history and what we know, it's entirely plausible that she is an asset. And I'm not saying she is. I'm saying it's plausible. And it's also very plausible, right? She was at that Fort Huachuca meeting the day before. Plausible. None of them, not one of them, not one of them have given primary evidence as to their whereabouts for that meeting. If you guys don't know what that is, that was where Mitch Snow said he saw he saw her and another guy who looked like Kabat. We don't know if it was Kabat at the hotel the night before in Fort Huachuca, right? Because there's a hotel on the scene. Let me just say this: he took a selfie video and sent it to his girlfriend. It's not out there yet. It has not been surfaced yet. But there's evidence that has not been seen about that place and that day, and it will be seen. I promise you. So they can try this whole facade that, oh, everything's on the up and up and we're all just so innocent and you guys are just mean, bad people, you hate everybody, you're just full of hate and that's why you want to get to the truth, gaslighting us, all of the name calling and vitriol and cancel attempts. I can't wait for the truth to come out because I would be lying if I didn't say I wasn't going to enjoy it. I am going to enjoy it, right? My human, I am going to derive a little bit of a pleasure in seeing all of these fake actors get egg on their face. The paid shills, the FEDslop people, the ideologues. I'm ready for their comeuppance, man. I really am. And it's gonna unmask a really nasty cancer that's in the United States. It really is. In our government, in our culture, right? There is this is the this case is a facet of a cancer in the United States, a very dark one that's been here for a long time. And I would even say that it has metastasized, right? It has metastasized because it is in different domains of of influence here, right? It's not just the arm or the leg or the brain or the lungs. This cancer is everywhere, and we're not going to be able to. You have to be able to diagnose the problem before you can attempt to cure it, and we have to. We have to diagnose it. I think
So
that's what I've been doing for the
don't
last
you
month.
don't you believe that if one of these dominoes fall, that lots of others are going to fall behind it?
I think that we will experience some kind of collapse.
I mean, I think that if this domino fell, then so it would really sort of take us back to Epstein, and
It,
then there would be a connection between these things.
there already has been some tangential connection made, um, here and there, not like a direct connection, but the overlap in the network is definitely there. Um, and I think that, yeah, I mean, I think that one of them is the first domino, right? Or maybe the first domino has already fallen. But one of them is going to be the last domino. And I don't know which one of those two it is. I think it'll probably be this one, to be honest with you, because it's so fresh. Epstein is like, um, it's such a long running saga, right? It's like, is this truck following me? It is such a long running saga that, sorry, you guys, I have a truck acting really weird behind me. Um, I
Can
think
you?
like, you know how things happen where it is of such a scale that if you're too close to it, you won't notice that it happened. But if you step back, you can see that something major happened. That's what's going to happen with Epstein. I think this is a part of that.
What do you think
If that
about
makes
Charlie's?
sense.
What do you think about Charlie Kirk's sister? Isn't that odd that she's so reticent?
I think that fucking weirdo. I think that so I haven't told anybody this, but I know who she is and I know where she is. But I was told that she desperately wants to not want to be involved with any of it, because she's a leftist and she's afraid. And so I left her alone. I didn't tell anybody where she was at to like not to talk to her, to try to interview her or whatever, not anything nefarious. And I think if somebody goes and changes their name legally to avoid this issue, it's a good indicator they want to be left alone. So I think she's afraid, and I understand why. For the month afterwards, they were talking about killing people on the left the way they killed Charlie Kirk, right? So I can understand her fear, and she's a young woman in her 20s.
But just
So
remember that if she's afraid, then that means that she doesn't deep in her soul think it's Tyler Robinson because he's in custody. You don't have to be afraid of him. The only fear that you would have is if you thought there was something conspiratorial going on.
I think she's just afraid of the backlash. She was already a private person, and I think she's just afraid of the backlash. And I don't. To be honest, I don't know. I mean, it's pure speculation. I have no idea what. I would love to know what his family thinks. I think I am going to rush over there and try to. Um, that journalist said that it was Erica, though. I don't think his parents are here. I don't think his parents are here. Are you guys there?
Hmm.
I just get to my Airbnb. I don't know if it's going to cut out or what.
Are you going to be watching it? Are you going to be on location watching it, Diligent?
No, I'm gonna do it from my Airbnb where I can stream. I have a studio set up. I should be able to walk in and just go right to it. We'll see. I had set it up before I left. That's why I was a little late. Let's see. I guess I could show you the studio setup. Whenever I travel, I have a portable. I bought a camping table. It's aluminum that folds out like that, and I can use it as a desk. And I have my mic and all my setup right here, and cameras, studio lights. Shout out to Ian Carroll for telling me what camera to get, and the microphone. So yeah. Anyways, let me see if I can get this set up. Get this going. They have it started apparently because I see the feed is stuck on. Oh, it's ended. Okay. Maybe not. Let's see. This camera guy should have went inside. Let me see if I can get it. Oh, they're in a press pool outside. Okay. Cool. All right. Let me get set up here. I think what I can do is swap out. Let's see. Sorry, you guys. I should have. I so need somebody to help me do this shit. I am gonna find a helper. I promise. Walking in with Stacy Sheridan. Okay, so the YouTube says that the parents walked in with Stacy Sheridan. Oof. Jeez. I saw that.
Who is
So the parents
Stacey
are
Sheridan?
there.
Who's Stacy Sheridan?
It's she's a who is she? Ian, you know, don't you? Don't you guys know? I don't want to say it. I believe she's connected to the Jewish donors. If I had to remember.
I'm just over here like, nah.
I honestly believe that she is connected to the Jewish donors. Let me see. I don't
What was
think
her
this
formal
is.
role? She was one of the like one of the head administrators, right?
She we can ask Rock in a second. Let me see.
Please retweet the space while he's doing that. Repost
Yeah,
it.
please.
It
There we
says
go.
that she was the senior director for advancement for all of TPUSA. Just casual search.
There was a rumor that she was I don't know why Grok's not working. There was a rumor they were living together. Grok, who is Stacy Sheridan as it pertains to Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk?
Stacy Sheridan, or Stacy, spellings vary, was a senior advancement director and chief fundraiser at Turning Point USA. She worked closely with Charlie Kirk for years, spoke emotionally at his memorial after he was assassinated in September 2025, and described him as a close friend who helped her family extensively when her husband was battling cancer. She's tight with Erica Kirk, too, Charlie's widow, now running TPUSA. Some online chatter and conspiracy circles pushed rumors tying her romantically to Charlie or the family, including claims about living arrangements or filming private moments, but those appear to be unsubstantiated gossip fueled by post-assassination drama, especially from folks clashing with Erica like Candace Owens supporters. No solid primary evidence backs any living together rumor with Charlie or an Eric E. Erica Kirk connection. It's mostly speculation and anomaly hunting in the fallout. Erica
Well,
Kirk is the one who took over.
I know somebody who lives in their neighborhood and sees them
Got
walking
it. You're holding
together.
something. Walking together isn't unusual. Stacy Sheridan and Charlie Kirk worked side by side for years at Turning Point USA, traveling to events, fundraisers, and campuses together. Colleagues in a high-pressure nonprofit often walk, talk, and move as a unit. That's
Do
standard
they live
operational
together?
reality.
Do they often live together too? Okay, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. I was
Diligent, I'm
just
reminded of Happy Gilmore. Friends hold hands while listening to Endless Love in the Dark all the time.
yeah, right. Grok, what is
Never.
what is Stacy's connections to the Zionists or Israel?
What is what? Hit me with the full question. I'm right here.
She can't. What does Stacy have any connections to Zionists or
Does
Israel?
what?
She cannot hear me.
Charlie Kirk was a strong supporter of Israel. He visited multiple times, called it life-changing for his faith, and TPUSA under him was solidly pro-Israel, evangelical Christian Zionist style, seeing it as biblical prophecy stuff. He got honored by Israel posthumously at an anti-Semitism conference. Stacy Sheridan, she's a fundraiser who worked closely with him, spoke emotionally at his memorial, and her husband, Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan, has visited Israel and spoken positively about Jewish communities. No public record shows her pushing any specific ideology herself. She's not known as a Zionist figure. The conspiracy chatter tying her to Israel and Mossad plots around Kirk's death is just that, unverified online speculation, no primaries backing it.
I think I can make this work. Let's see. Can you guys see the screen? Is it straight, sideways? I have to adjust it, but let me see here.
No worries, you're good.
Katie,
It looks straight from.
Katie, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna ask you if you think that Erica Kirk is not speaking on it because she's also just as afraid as the sister is, or if you have any speculation that it might be for a different reason.
Erica Kirk has spoken on it length. She's
I
spoken
mean,
on about.
because you said it sounded suspicious that she wasn't going harder on it and
Oh, but she's not
asking
digging.
more questions. Yeah.
Yeah. Did she, you think that she's scared? She's scared to ask questions. She's not. She's at the trial. What do you mean?
Oh,
Right?
okay. No, I just thought, I just was wondering if there was a reason why you thought it was suspicious that she wasn't
Well, I
digging.
mean, if it was your husband, wouldn't you want to know?
Do you think that there's been like warnings given to her or something that, or threats or something like that, that has led her to
It's
not
it's
not being
it's
public
po-
in certain ways?
it's possible. It's definitely
But
possible.
she's
I'm
extremely
open.
public. She's acting very, very
Yeah.
angry towards anybody that deviates from the Tyler Robinson narrative. That's very different than the way Charlie Kirk's sister is acting. She's going to war against anyone. And also, she's openly advocating for a foreign country all the time. So this is no shrinking violet here.
Okay. I was genuinely curious. Thank you.
No problem. No, it's a legitimate question. I've had people say, right, that they thought maybe she was threatened. I think her behavior is more akin to somebody um, who is married to an idea, right? Like it seems her defense, her attacking of anybody who questions that narrative, as David said. I mean, he's not wrong, and she has gone hard at It's not lined up right. Let me know when you guys can see the screen good. Can you guys see it?
Hmm.
Okay. I have to get this on Wi-Fi, and it's, like, the signal's bad. But I listen. She has. I have a lot of criticisms about her, right? Her behavior or whatever. Um, but I don't like. I don't want to. I'm not trying to attack her, but there's questions that need to be answered to resolve why her husband was assassinated that she could answer. You know, why does she have his phone? That should be in FBI. That should be in police custody. That's murder evidence. That's crime scene evidence. The very first thing that they ask of a suspect and a victim are their phones. It's the very first thing in any homicide in today's age, right? It doesn't make any sense. It's weird. It's absolutely weird. I'm not going to act like it's not weird. It's 100% weird. Um, yeah, I don't know, man.
Diligent. I thought I read a report. Maybe I'm wrong about this. That they took they took the data from the phone. Is that incorrect?
I haven't. There's that's not in the. I haven't seen that in the evidence presented so far.
Well, there's a lot we haven't
You
seen. Right?
posited that as an explanation as to why.
I'll have to check. I remember reading something somewhere at some point that they took a I don't know what it's called, where you copy all the data of a phone. There's a term for
Yeah,
it.
they cloned the phone.
Thank you. Clone the phone. Yeah.
Yeah, but I haven't seen. That hasn't been in the record that I've seen. Have you seen that somewhere?
I'm going to double check. It's a thought that I have in my memory, but I don't have something in front of me that can focus it. We see your nose very closely at the moment in the screen. Something. I don't know if that's your finger or that's your finger.
That was my hand.
Okay, good. Just making sure it's not something inappropriate.
Definitely is
About
not.
about 20 minutes ago, Candace Owens posted out, "Today, the Tyler Robinson show trial begins. Evidence like text message confessions will be allowed in the courtroom, despite the fact that Tyler's defense has not been allowed to vet those messages to determine if they were doctored or who actually sent them. Remember, the FBI and ATF was not forced to turn over key evidence despite multiple discovery requests because the judge has ruled it not necessary at this stage."
That's true.
I'll raise the thing that I said the other day. If she believes what she believes, that he's not getting good representation, or the trial, she's worth $200 million, she could put up the money with ease or raise the money to provide a representation that she thinks would be valuable. And I think it says something about the fact that she doesn't believe what she's saying if she's not willing to even do that. She's so hard on the internet claiming all this stuff. Well, if you think Tyler was not the killer, you would be putting up or shutting up by putting
Okay,
up the money
okay.
for the
I don't think
defense.
you listened to what she said though, because the defense would have nothing to say about that judge's ruling. I mean, this has
She
already
thinks that he's
occurred.
not getting proper representation
Wait,
and
but
that
this
he's not
has,
guilty. Then you
but
would go balls to the wall of
no,
ensuring
no,
that he
no.
got the truth
Her
comes out
attorney, her
by having the
the
best
attorneys as they
representation
exist
possible.
now. Hold on, the attorneys as they exist now, obviously, by that statement, wanted to be able to view that evidence. It is the judge who ruled. He wouldn't be ruling that if they didn't request otherwise. This is a
I
simple
know, but there's
request.
other things she
He
said that
doesn't
she
take.
thinks
Hold
he's
on.
not getting
He
proper
doesn't take any.
representation, right?
But that's a different subject. Let's not change the subject. He
Okay.
doesn't take legal legerdemain to make a request. They've obviously made that request, or the judge wouldn't have ruled that way. So yeah, that's a very odd thing in and of itself, irrespective
David,
of everything
I
else.
have a fraction of the wealth of Candace Owens, and I could easily put up the
Okay,
$100,000
totally different
retainer.
point.
I could
Totally
put up,
different
and if
point.
I believe something, I
Okay,
would put
now
up
you're
that
just
hundred
being
thousand
daft.
dollars.
Okay, totally
And
different
I
point.
think it says something that she won't even put a penny towards his
Mitch,
defense
you
if
need
she
to
thinks
try to
he's innocent.
follow along the line of a conversation. You need to
I
think
am.
about what she
You're just not
said.
hearing my point and not
No, yes,
addressing it.
well then, make another point. If you want to
Yeah,
talk about
it's
any
early,
other
you
subject.
guys. Can we not have the bickering this early?
Yeah, but anyway, so
Okay.
that was an interesting point that she made. Interesting that the judge would rule that way. We'll have to see what comes of it.
The judge did rule that it was about challenging. Well, for example, the judge isn't going to allow um, Tyler Robbins or Lance Twiggs' testimony to be challenged.
Cross-examined,
Yeah,
which is odd.
that's really odd, and it's hearsay, and they're going to allow hearsay, which is again pretty strange. Let me see if I can get this set up
They're not
real quick.
allowing. So say that again. Can we just clarify that again? They're not allowing cross examination
Of
of
Lance
who?
Twiggs.
Yep.
I think that has to do with the fact, and this needs to be checked, that he's given partial. Like, there's a concept that when you're a spouse, you had limited, not immunity, but
No, it's not a spouse.
I know that. But I read something that they're treating him as partially a spouse, and therefore,
No,
you didn't
No,
read that.
it's
partial
because
immunity.
you're in a probable cause hearing, so
Oh,
the standard is lower than beyond a reasonable doubt, right? So the defense wanted, if they were going to introduce the testimony of Twiggs, they wanted Twiggs to have to come in and testify on the stand and they cross-examining. The judge is saying, no, the bar is lower here. We're in probable cause. So he's allowing what they're saying is hearsay, right? That's where we're at.
But Diligent, why is Erica Kirk there?
She is, as the victim, a family member. She has a right to face the guy.
Yeah, but
She has a
that
right.
but
Victims,
don't you
crime
find that odd?
victims'
Like,
rights.
if she just cared about justice, she wouldn't be there trying to pin it on. She would just let it unfold, right? This is what I said about Jackie Kennedy. Like, she never did this. She said, "I don't believe one dirty little commie did this alone." Whereas Erica Kirk is there in person. I mean, that should kind of tell everybody everything. It's so important for her that this one guy, and by the way, who very well could be guilty of it, but a rational person that was the victim, meaning the victim second removed from Charlie Kirk, would be like, well, let's see how this unfolds. Glad we're having a trial, so we'll know who's guilty, and if it's not this person, we'll find some
Remember
less.
when she
I,
said
I,
she forgave him?
Yeah, but she
well,
doesn't
that's a
forgive
Christian thing, right?
Candace.
That's a
But
Christian
she,
thing,
but she,
but
but she doesn't forgive Candace, right? She doesn't forgive people who are saying, "Oh, maybe
Is
Israel
she
did this."
Christian? I could have swore I heard her say Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah,
Is that a
well,
Christian saying?
no,
I've
it's
never heard
not
any
at
Christians
all.
say that.
No, no, no.
Charlie
It's.
Kirk said the same thing.
I think it's.
He is
I think
saying
it's
that
hard to
he wants to
be.
keep the Sabbath as a respect to God.
Yeah. Well,
But
I also think it's hard to be
David,
a Christian
David,
and a demon at the same time.
she's a demon. Isn't it
Shabbat
normal that
Shalom is
someone
Jewish.
would? Isn't it normal that a family member, a wife, a child, a father, a mother would attend the trial of
Mm-mm.
their loved one? No, that's not normal to you.
No, their loved
That's
one isn't on
strange.
trial. Their loved one isn't on trial.
No, I know that. I've
No.
never heard of a victim's family not
Yeah,
attending a
if
trial.
you're asking, is it normal for? I'll grant you that if you attend the trial agnostically because you really adamantly want to know who's guilty or innocent, but if you win the trial, if you want to get up there and put on tears that that person over there did it,
Is she
like if you,
testifying in
yeah, hold
the
on,
hearing?
hold on, I'm just saying
Is
this.
that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
hold on. If you're saying if you're there to make sure that it's that person, because that's what she's done. She's telling everybody, don't look anywhere else. So those are two different motives, right? A
I
normal
don't think she said
person,
a thing. I think she's just
oh
attending
no,
the trial.
she's definitely asserted that it's just him and that
No,
no
no, I
one should
mean
look anywhere
today.
else.
Today, she's attending the trial
Okay,
of
well
her
we already know her
husband's
motive if she's
killer,
done these other things, right?
and
She's
that's
not
like
there
what
agnostically.
victims' families do, man. Like that's called normal.
Again, okay, so the biggest word here is if. If she's there just to watch, fine. But from what we know in her past and what she said, she wants to make sure it's just this guy. Now that's a very odd thing.
Can you guys see
I don't
the
know.
screen? Okay. Can you guys
Yeah,
see?
it's
How is
black
it
though.
lined up? I can't see.
Your screen is
I
black
need
at the moment.
everybody to mute their mics. I need
You
everybody
asked
to
if
mute their
we can see your
mics.
screen. I'm trying to tell you it's
I
black at the
need you to
moment.
mute your mic so I can see if it pops up whenever the mics. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So I just need to see. Can you guys see the screen, listeners? Can you see the video screen up there. Can you see? Is it lined up good? I need to know. I can't see. So I'll try to maybe add another alt. But let's see. Anyways, continue. Now you can talk. Sorry.
Your screen is lined up like it shows, but it's just black at the moment, just to be clear.
Yeah, I don't know. The video is not working correctly. They say no. They say no. Let me see if I turn it off and on.
Well, you must have done something. There it is. Now you can see it perfectly. It says state of Utah. See the list of speakers.
So you guys can see it?
Now we see it. Now we see it.
Amazing. Amazing. Is it lined up good?
I would say it looks
a little
good.
bright.
Anybody else have
right?
an opinion? Looks good to me.
Looks a little bright. Let me see. It's not lined up good. There we go. It's so rigged the way I have to do this. It's crap. Elon, fix your shit, bro. Fix your shit.
Didn't they make a big comment on how they were going to do a lot of work with spaces, Diligent, or am I misremembering something like a month ago?
It wasn't a big comment. They've been working on it in the background. They don't allocate a lot of resources to it. The head of product's too busy thought policing.
I checked my previous claim
other endeavors.
about cloning the phone. That was a no. No, there is no record of them cloning his phone.
That's correct. There's no record of them ever even investigating his phone. Perfectly normal in a homicide investigation, Mitch. Perfectly normal. Nothing to see here.
If you think there's evidence of what? Like you clone it if there's evidence of something.
It's evidence. It's evidence of a limited scope investigation. That's what it's evidence of.
Mitch, have you ever seen the scene of a major international crime just completely destroyed, rebuilt, and reconcreted in the week that followed? Have you ever seen something like that? If you're honest with
The
yourself,
prosecution is taking evidence that they think substantiates their case. Their case is that Tyler
No
Robinson
answer.
no.
is the
Can
killer.
you just
Notice
answer
that.
the question that I
No,
asked?
he can't.
I didn't understand your question. I'm just making
Have
my
you
own
ever
point.
seen a
I
crime
didn't
scene that
understand the
was
question, Your
completely
Honor. I
destroyed
didn't
and rebuilt?
understand.
You're a gaslighting question.
Court is
I'm
now in
just
session.
making my
It's
point.
not.
What?
What?
Calling case
In any case,
251.
How is
I
it
don't think
No,
gaslighting?
that
Do you,
not
it's
in any
first of
case.
all, do you know
Can
what
you ever
gaslighting
remember
means?
this taking place where
yes,
the
I do.
scene
More
of a
than you do.
crime is
Hold on, you guys.
destroyed?
Hold on.
Enter your appearances, please.
Oh, here we go. No sound.
Man, I don't know if I can get you sound.
Good morning.
Oh shit.
Can I just a suggestion? If you have a alt, you could have that put the sound in, and we just remain silent.
Good morning, Mr. Robinson. Good
Bring
morning.
up an alt, or someone
But
else could just
but
play the
no,
sound.
Ian. Of course, I've never seen
I
them
can't do
do
that.
that.
That's actually what I usually do. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, but no, Ian. I've never seen them destroy a crime scene, and certainly for the second biggest assassination in American
Oh, a
history.
crime scene. That's true.
All right, judge is
I don't hold
talking.
that they did that. I hear that.
Judge is talking.
Yeah, let's be quiet.
Until the recess. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid the inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. In addition, the microphones at your tables have been turned off. Again, in an attempt to try to minimize the possibility of any of the communications being captured. I ask that if you are speaking, that you come to the lectern, and that microphone will be live. And so that's the best way that we can hear you, and it is captured on the record. All right. Second, the court will address the camera operator, and the court knows there is no still photographer for today's proceedings pursuant to the court's ruling from last week. To our camera operator, would you please approach the lectern? My microphone, there we go. Now it's back on. Could you state your name for the record?
John Wilson, KSL News.
Mr. Wilson, what duties will you perform today?
shooting the proceeding according to the quorum order.
All right. And have you had a chance to fully review the court's standing decorum order?
I have, sir.
All right. And you understand all the requirements set forth in that order as it applies to your activities today?
Yes, sir.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust the equipment to ensure compliance?
No, sir.
Do you anticipate any difficulty
The,
complying with
the
today's
sound isn't me. It's them.
order
It's
or
the
with any of the
actual.
court's instructions?
We can
Sound is
try
perfect.
All right.
Sound is perfect, Diligent.
Well, thank you,
I
Mr.
hear
Wilson.
perfectly.
Appreciate you being here. Next, turning to the amended motion to allow the use of portable electronic devices filed by the news media and their counsel. The court appreciates the arguments presented in the motion and recognizes the importance of the press in the criminal justice system. Having considered the motions before the court, the request to permit representatives of the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is respectfully denied. The request to permit counsel for the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is granted. As officers of the court, counsel shall be held to the same standards applicable to the counsel for the parties and comply with the court's standing decorum order. I wish to turn to the matter before us today, the upcoming preliminary hearing, and the court is mindful of the safety and well-being of all parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public who are present. The court is also mindful of the duty to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. To serve those important interests, the court reminds all persons who will be in attendance that the portable electronic devices will not be permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. In addition, each person who is in attendance will be afforded the dignity and respect due to them, and pursuant to the standing decorum order, all spectators shall be quiet, civil, and orderly. Spectators shall not engage in any distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening behavior of any kind. Spectators shall not make any audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, shall not otherwise make any gestures during the hearing. And the court recognizes that this hearing may invoke a motion from everyone, and the court understands the human nature of that, but also it's important that this courtroom is orderly. Spectators shall not wear or display any pins, buttons, signs, clothing, or photographs expressing support for or against any person related to this case, or the status of this case as a capital offense. Turning to counsel. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that over these past 10 months, I've had a chance to observe each of you, and I find that you are all competent, prepared, and that you care deeply about this case. I ask you to continue to conduct yourselves in accordance with the rules governing professional conduct, civility, and ethics. I also ask that you remain mindful of the constitutional rights of all parties, and in every engagement that you treat each person you engage with the dignity and respect they are inherently due, as they are human beings. I want to turn also to objections, the format that I wish to follow if objections are made. When an objection is made, all parties shall pause so that the objection may be heard. Speaking objections are not permitted. If any party believes that an extended argument is necessary, particularly on sensitive matters, that party may request to approach the bench, and all parties will approach the bench. Both sides will be afforded an opportunity to be heard for or against the objection, after which I will issue a ruling either sustaining or overruling the objection. Once the ruling has been made, direct or cross-examination may resume. I anticipate that we will begin each morning at 9 a.m. with the exception of Wednesday. We will begin at 1 p.m. We will take a 15-minute morning break and a 15-minute afternoon break. If there is a situation that necessitates a break, please approach the bench and we can address that. We will recess for lunch at noon for 1 hour each day, with the exception of Wednesday, and court will resume at 1 p.m. and continue until 5 p.m. each day. Does either party need the benefit of the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor.
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Do either party wish to invoke the exclusionary rule?
The defense invokes, Your Honor.
All right. The defense has invoked the exclusionary rule. I ask that all witnesses, if present, be excused from the courtroom, and ask that each party monitor the courtroom to ensure your witnesses aren't present, as I'm not familiar with who they are. Of course, victim representative is excluded from that rule, as is the case manager pursuant to the rules. Okay, and I anticipate that from here on out that they're just going to come to the lectrum. So, okay, so just for the benefit of the record, to the questions, the yes or no questions. Well, the parties have entered their appearances, and they're all present, and neither party wanted the benefit of the record. Ms. Nestor invoked the exclusionary rule. And Mr. Grunander, if you'd like to approach the lectrum as the microphones at the tables are not activated.
Thank you, Judge. We anticipated that the defense would invoke the exclusionary rule. We consulted with defense for just a couple of minutes prior to the start of this hearing. We essentially have two case agents, Your Honor, David Hull and Brian Davis, both from the state of Utah. The defense has consented that both of them can be present. So one is seated at my table, the front table. This is Brian Davis, Agent Davis, and Agent Hull is seated on the bench just on the other side of the bar. He will be present for this hearing as well. Both of these agents will be testifying as part of the hearing.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor, your microphone's dead. If you want to come forward, and it sounds like you've stipulated, but just for the benefit of the record.
We have stipulated, Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing only.
Thank you. All right, so Agents Davis and Hull are permitted to remain in the courtroom during the duration of the preliminary hearing. Any other business that we need to address before we turn to the business of witnesses? Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Richard Novak for Mr. Robinson. Your Honor, the court had issued an order, maybe it was early last week, asking the parties to meet and confer about the question of whether exhibits will be published. And we did, and we can either deal with this as a general matter, or we can deal with it on an exhibit by exhibit basis. But I just wanted to make sure that we didn't lose track of that issue. The court had earlier entered an order granting in part the defense motion to exclude, I'm just going to say technology in the courtroom because it's a shorthand for video cameras and photography and microphones, because the parties had earlier stipulated that none of the exhibits would be available from the preliminary hearing, would be available for inspection or copying. I understand that publishing the exhibits in the courtroom may technically be different than that, but whenever the court is ready to deal with that issue, we just want to make sure that we do so
Thank you, Mr.
before it's too late.
That's always the right time to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Turning to the state in defense, do we anticipate this being a long argument, or is it something that we can handle, that there are some stipulations that we can address right now, and then the remainder we can address on an exhibit by exhibit basis? Mr. Grunander.
Judge, I don't know that we have any stipulations, but with that said, it is correct, Mr. Novak's correct, we did meet and consult on this issue. I wanted to give the court just a brief roadmap, but part of that was exhibits 7, 8, and 9 that we propose introducing will be graphic in nature. And those were the exhibits I was referring to at the last hearing, where we would like to take a short break before they were published, if they are published, whether it be by way of video and or audio. Judge, I don't see any TVs or monitors here in the courtroom today with respect to publishing something that would go beyond counsel table and Your Honor's bench. So I don't know how much this is of an issue this is going to be anyway, at least with respect to pictures or video.
Thank you. And that's a great point. And the court's thought about this issue in regards to publication of exhibits. Obviously, the court will entertain all motions before any, but after considering it, here's the 2 points that I wish to address. In regards to the exhibits, there is benefit to publication of certain exhibits, but I also do not, and this is going to the camera operator, do not want them to be displayed on TV. I believe it is important that the parties know that the exhibits are being viewed by the judge in real time and in open court. However, what I will do is have the monitor placed against that wall to reduce the possibility of it being broadcast. And so on the exhibits that the court grants to be published in court, and not going to Mr. Novak's point, not to be given copies to, and the court is trying to be mindful that if it's shown on TV, that's essentially giving a copy to. And so the court is taking Mr. Novak's point in consideration. And so the anticipation is, and I know I'm catching staff a little bit off guard, is placing that television right behind Jeff, our bailiff, to minimize the accidental capture by the camera and in allowing it to be displayed. I recognize that that is not the ideal spot for viewing, but I am also trying to balance the rights and important considerations that defense has made. And again, this will be on an exhibit by exhibit basis on what is published or what is not. But for the exhibits that the court rules can be published in open court, that is going to be the location of the monitor. And again, the court spent a bit of time weighing what should be done, where the monitor should be placed to accomplish the purposes of publication, at the same time protecting, especially as it may relate to sensitive material if the court deems that to be publishable in the courtroom. Any questions that I can address from either side or clarification needed or thoughts that you wish to share?
No, I think I understand completely.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Grunander, as it relates to that, are we anticipating the possibility of that coming up very soon in regards to publishing potentially exhibits?
Not real soon, but today certainly I would anticipate, Judge. For the course information, we anticipate presenting 4 witnesses. They're all law enforcement witnesses. Officer Chris Bagley, he's now with Spanish Fork Police Department. He was with Utah Valley University Police Department. He'll be the first witness. The second witness will be Agent David Hull, and those exhibits 7, 8, 9, we anticipate coming in through him. The third witness will be Agent Brian Davis, again with the state of Utah, a case agent who's here presently.
I'm going to try to try a different stream, see if it can be a louder one. The stream is very quiet, so just a moment.
And we do anticipate admitting between.
Let's do this. I want our preliminary hearing
That's
to
better.
move smoothly and with the least amount of delays as possible. So let's take a brief break to allow the placement of that monitor, a brief test to make sure it's working, and then we can be seamless in moving forward.
One quick question, Judge, for counsel's benefit. Are the monitors at the tables going to be turned on?
The monitors are, and
Okay.
that's why I wanted to give that instruction early on for each party to monitor their monitor. Because if the camera is doing a wide sweep picture of the courtroom. I can't prevent the accidental capture. Obviously, the decorum order anticipates not focusing in to the point that is focused on your monitors, but I ask all the parties to be mindful, especially as it relates to the sensitive material that may be published or may not. But please just take a look at that and be mindful of that. But I will leave it to you. So I believe it's important that all parties see what is before the court. So if you have objections, it's right there. You can say, okay, I see what the court's saying. I have objection or not, or just to confer with your client. I just want to make sure that there is no misunderstanding of what's being presented, to allow all parties the benefit of the record, and it is clear what is being presented to the court.
Please repost the space, everybody. Bottom right corner. This takes a lot of effort. Please, thank you.
We do have one exhibit that will be in physical form, and so we will be using the easel, I think, that's just over by the jury box.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gernander. Before we break, I do wish to remind the parties that this is a preliminary hearing. It is a probable cause standard. And if you could keep that in mind as you're presenting your evidence, this is not intended to chill what you present, but keep in mind that the standard is probable cause, and that is what the court as a magistrate will be looking to. All right, with that, let's, how much time do we need for the placement of the monitor? All right, well, let's break for 6 minutes. Let's make it easy on ourselves. Let's just come back at 9:35, and we'll resume court at that time. Thank you.
All right. 9-minute break. We might be able to see. So they are under strict protocol. They cannot show you Erica Kirk. They cannot show you the parents. You can't see anybody in there because of the quorum order for the cameras. After the press took a video of Tyler Robinson and said that they could read his lips and that he confessed and all this shit, the judge made a standing order they tried to get rid of the cameras. I'm surprised they're in there still. They almost got rid of them. It was a Supreme Court decision. It went all the way to the Utah Supreme Court. But he had ruled, and then the defense appealed, and the Supreme Court sided with the judge. So we still have cameras, but they're not allowed to move away from the bench, period. They can shift a little bit for the monitor. I can't believe they didn't have a monitor ready. This is day one, Judge. I'm not joking. This guy has never presided over a trial. He's had cases. He's never presided over a trial. This is the first time ever. They should have known that you would need a video monitor in the courtroom. Like, this is 2026. Crazy. That's crazy. So if you're having trouble following along, if you're on Android or if you are having sound issues, the YouTube link is in the comments. It's also up in the Jumbotron and on my profile, as well as repost to space. This is going to be long, kind of drawn out. I will do what I can to provide filler in the meantime while we wait for these breaks or whatever. The judge, am I allowed to say that he seems very feminine? Am I the only one that thinks this? Very feminine.
I thought the judge said that there was going to be no monitors. It was going to be at the bench and the counsel tables only. So, did I misunderstand that?
Yeah, but what he's saying is that the evidence might get published if they like do a wide pan of the space of the courtroom.
I thought that he was talking about how to position a monitor so that, exactly like you said, it doesn't get captured by it, but they'll may need a monitor for the court, for the jury. And
there's no monitor in there at all.
Right. And I think that he was saying that there will be a monitor, but we have to ensure that it doesn't get captured by the camera for the reasons that he has in his standing order.
No, I'm saying that there's not going to be a monitor in the court. The only monitors are going to be counsel table and judge. That was my understanding. Maybe I misunderstood the judge. I don't know.
There usually will be for jury once they start publishing. But honestly, Diligent, I'm not shocked that he doesn't know. This is the courts are so antiquated when it comes to these things. Even though it's our right to have it, people would be shocked at how poorly they're set up. Just like with the sound, you'll probably through the duration of the trial have to be checking different channels, whoever's streaming in the pool. Even though there's one pool source, the sound quality will vary greatly between whoever's streaming
Court
it.
TV's got it on lock.
Oh, that's
YouTube
good.
is saying, yep.
You said that this is his first trial. When I did a search, it said that he has done trials of other criminal matters, but this is his first capital murder trial.
No,
So
he's
his
had
first trial.
cases. It's his first trial, I believe.
When I'll read you the response I got. He has handled standard criminal and civil matters since joining the bench, but this is his first time he has operated under an intense national
Yeah,
spotlight.
that doesn't. Where does it
And
say
the first
trial in there?
and his this is not his first case, but the
That didn't
first
say first
high
case. It
profile.
said first trial. First trial. Grok is the Tyler Robinson trial the Judge Graff's first trial?
No, this isn't Judge Tony Graff's first trial. He's a brand new judge, appointed to the 4th District Court in May 2025 and sworn in around August 2025. The current Tyler Robinson proceedings are a preliminary hearing, not a full trial. The judge's job here is
Okay,
just to
has the
decide.
judge tried any case before this? Trial. Not had a case, but actually sat over a trial.
No, there's no public record of Judge Tony Graff presiding over a full trial before this case. He was appointed to the 4th District Court in May 2025, about 14 months ago, after a long career as a prosecutor handling sex abuse and special victims cases. This Tyler Robinson matter is a preliminary hearing.
Yeah, we know it's not a trial yet. So there you go. He has never presided over a trial ever.
Right,
Okay.
but it's
When I Googled it, it said that he had presided over trials, but this is his first capital
No,
murder
it
one.
said he had
So if it's wrong, it's wrong.
tried them. He's been an attorney for a long time, so that's
I'm
why
just telling
Diligent
you what
corrected the wording.
the search I
This
did said.
judge
I'm happy
this
to be
is his
wrong
first trial ever. First trial ever.
as a judge.
Perfectly
That
normal.
he sat on.
Perfectly
Yes.
normal. Perfectly normal for the largest assassination case of this millennium to be presided over a brand new judge. Brand new. Absolutely brand new. Perfectly
but
normal.
it's a moot point, Diligent, because he was chosen by a lottery system. I mean,
Oh,
it's
he
not like
was
there's a
chosen,
rule
all right. He was
by a
chosen.
lottery system. Now, you don't have to believe in the lottery system or think it's all corrupt, but I'm just saying that's what we know as fact.
No, there's still a selection process that goes there. There is a we looked into this. Oh, I think they're back. Maybe not. Oh, we got a glimpse. We got a glimpse in the courtroom. They weren't supposed to do that. They might get in trouble for that. If they mess up, we might lose cameras in here. Grok, tell us how the judge selection process works in this case, and is there an individual who makes the overall decision which judge takes what case?
In Utah's 4th District Court, cases are supposed to be assigned randomly through an automated computer system. The goal is to prevent anyone from predicting or handpicking which judge gets which case. According to the official rule, newly filed cases go to judges randomly, and there's no special carve-out mentioned for high-profile murder cases. The court's own spokesperson confirmed the Charlie Kirk case was assigned through that same computerized random system. Is there one person who decides? Not really. No single judge or official is supposed to pick who gets a case like this. It's designed to be hands-off and random. That said, a brand new judge with zero trial experience landing one of the most politically charged cases in recent memory still strikes a lot of people as odd, even if the system says it was random. That's the tension here.
Grok, we
Oh,
looked into it before. Grok, we looked into it before, and there was a person who can adjust the draw or the selection. There is an individual within the bureaucracy of the courts that can change if it's not suited.
Yes, there is a person who can adjust or override the random draw. The official rule says cases are assigned randomly through an automated system, but the system also looks at a judge's current caseload and schedule. A court administrator or the presiding judge of the 4th District, currently Judge Sean M. Peterson, has the practical authority to reassign cases for efficient administration of justice or workload balancing. So while it starts random, it's not purely hands-off. Someone in the court bureaucracy can step in and change the assignment if they decide a particular judge's calendar is better suited for the case. That's why people are skeptical when a brand new judge with no trial experience gets handed the biggest case in the state. The system allows human intervention at the top.
And
I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you, Judge.
Grok. Is there any judge currently at Utah's fourth district who has less experience than him?
No, there isn't. Judge Tony Graff is currently the least experienced judge on the 4th District Court. He was appointed in May 2025 and sworn in around August 2025, so he's only been on the bench about 10 to 11 months. The court hasn't appointed anyone newer than him in that time. He literally has the shortest time on the bench out of all the current judges there. That's why this assignment stands out to so many people.
Is there any indication that Utah's fourth district has such a caseload that a brand spanking new judge would need to preside over the largest, most significant case in Utah's history?
No, there's no indication of that. Utah's courts are definitely overloaded. The 4th District has been running at around 116% of a standard caseload, with judges juggling over 1,000 cases each. But that overload is across the board. It doesn't explain why a brand new judge who had literally never presided over a trial before would get the highest profile assassination case in Utah in decades. The system had plenty of far more experienced judges available. The heavy caseload is real, but it actually makes handing this case to the greenest judge even more unusual, not less.
This is very strange. I agree with you, Diligent, in the sense that they could have made the pool of judges that would have been randomly selected be those who had a certain level of experience handling full trial. So that is an oddity that I have to agree you're right about.
Yeah. And while we're talking about oddities, Grok, how long has the defense attorney, um, Tyler's defense attorney, how long has she been in the federal court system? Nestor.
No, she's not new to the system at all. Tyler Robinson's lead defense attorney is Catherine Nestor. She's a veteran trial lawyer with over 30 years of courtroom experience, including capital murder cases. She previously ran the Federal Public Defender's Office in Utah, headed the one in San Diego, and has handled high-profile cases in both federal and state courts for decades. She's one of the more experienced death penalty qualified attorneys in the region, not a rookie by any stretch. The judge and the case might be brand new, but his main defense counsel is very seasoned.
And is Catherine Nestor a federal salaried employee?
No, Catherine Nestor is not a federal salaried employee. She used to be. She was the federal public defender for the District of Utah from 2011 to 2017, and later ran the federal defender's office in San Diego. But she left government service in 2022 and became a partner in her own
How
private
long?
firm.
How long was Catherine Nestor paid for by the federal government?
About 12 to 13 years. She served as an assistant federal public defender in Mississippi starting around 2005, then became the federal public defender for Utah from 2011 until late 2018. After that, she ran the federal defender office in San Diego from 2018 to 2021, though some sources vary slightly on the exact end dates. She was a full-time salaried federal employee in those roles for roughly 12 to 13 years before going into private practice in 2022.
So she's a federal employee. Grok, how was this judge? Is he also a part of the federal system in any capacity? If so, when?
No, Judge Tony Graff is not currently part of the federal system.
Not
He's a
currently.
state
He
judge.
was a special prosecutor out of DC.
Correct. He served as a special assistant United States attorney in Washington, D.C. earlier in his career, before becoming a prosecutor in Utah and then a state judge. It was a temporary or limited federal prosecutor role, not a full-time career position like Catherine Nestor had. Most of his prosecutorial experience was at the county and state level in Utah, handling sex abuse and special victims cases. He's been a state court judge since May 2025.
Court is back in session.
So, just for the
Noting
record,
the presence
Catherine
of counsel and
Nestor,
the parties
the
to
defendant,
the state
Tyler
are ready to
Robinson's
proceed.
lead attorney, was a federal
Yes, we are,
employee,
Judge, but
a
prior to calling our first witness, I would like Mr.
federal
McBride to make a
employee
brief report on
for
updates,
2 decades.
and then just inform the
Okay,
court that the state
the
has
judge was a
provided copies of
federal
all exhibits for
employee
today's proceedings
before he
to the
became a
defense,
judge.
in advance
Grok,
of
is
this
there
hearing.
anybody on the prosecution? Oh,
Mr. McBride.
we're back. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Yes, let me give you the clean picture.
My
Defense
report from
lead
last
attorney,
hearing,
Catherine
is
Nestor.
the latest report. As of June 18th, we had provided approximately 100% of the material in our possession. Over the last week, we have received additional materials from SBI due to preparation for this hearing. Those materials have not yet been provided, but they will be as soon as this hearing is complete.
Thank you. Defense require the benefit of the record.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And in case the mic didn't pick that up, she declined. All right, turning to the state, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Chris Bagley.
Officer Bagley, if you'd like to come forward. It looks like he's being brought into the courtroom. All right, Officer Bagley, if you wouldn't mind coming forward past the lectern and being sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, Officer Bagley, if you wouldn't mind having a seat at the witness table. And after you're situated, to your left is a bottle of water. And if you wouldn't mind bringing the microphone toward you to ensure that it picks up your voice.
Can you hear that?
I can, thank you. Mr. Grunander, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Christopher Bagley, last name spelling B-A-G-L-E-Y.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Spanish Fork Police Department as a police officer.
As a police officer.
Yes.
What is your position or your rank there?
Just a senior officer.
Senior officer, okay. How long have you been with the Spanish Fork Police Department?
About 5 months.
5 months. How long have you been a police officer?
26 years.
Okay. Will you briefly describe, for the court's benefit, your training, what you did to become a police officer?
I did the Utah Post Academy, which is about 600 hours of training for basic things to become a police officer, report writing, arrest control, stuff to that effect.
When you say Post Academy, is Post an acronym?
It is.
What does that stand for?
Police Officer Standard Training.
Okay. Were you certified through Post?
I was.
Okay. And what did that certification require?
Going through that post and graduating, all the academy, all the credits that you get with hours, and then physical fitness, stuff to that effect, and then graduating from that to earn the certificate.
Was there also testing involved?
There was.
At the academy?
Yes.
Okay. Were you employed in September of 2025?
I was.
And where were you employed then?
Utah Valley Police Department.
And how long did you work for the Utah Valley University Police Department?
5 years.
5 years, okay. And do you recall what your position or your rank was there?
A senior officer there.
Senior officer, okay. Describe, if you would, just your general duties as a police officer at Utah Valley University.
There at Utah Valley University, we'd patrol the campus, we'd walk around, we'd patrol, we would do investigations if there was crimes to that effect. We'd make sure that students or staff, if they needed something, we'd be there for them. So basic police, kind of like a school resource officer, community-oriented policing.
Okay. Was this a full-time position?
It was.
Okay. Did you work in law enforcement prior to UVU?
I did.
And where did you work?
I worked at Utah County Sheriff's Office for 13 years. Before that, I worked with Springville City Police Department for 6 years, and also with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office for a year.
What were your positions with those departments?
Varies. I did K-9, I did SWAT, I did motors, senior officer, FTO officer, detectives.
Okay. While you were at Utah Valley University, did you have access to the video surveillance system on campus?
Yes, I did.
And how so?
It was at our desktop where our police station is. We have desks, and on our desktops we'd have access to it there. Or we'd go into dispatch and they'd have a wall full of camera systems that we could look at.
How familiar did you become with that system?
Very familiar.
Can you describe how you became very familiar?
Like I said, it was one of our daily routines that we'd go in there. If we were looking for somebody or tracking something back, we'd go in. We'd go back to that time frame. We could trace somebody or track somebody through campus. I'd also turn around and make some maps, so it was easier for dispatch or somebody to click on an area in the campuses where the buildings were and be able to click a little bit easier and get a faster response. So made some maps and stuff like that.
And how often did you use this system?
Every day.
Okay. Did you become familiar with the campus at Utah Valley University when you were working there?
Yes.
And explain how you became familiar with it.
Like I said, we'd walk around. I would train other officers. We'd make sure that we knew all the ins and outs, the back doors. We'd make sure we knew where every classroom was, where every entrance and exit was. We'd secure the building. We patrol the neighborhoods. We patrol around campus. And then we also have off-site campuses that we drive to and make sure that they're secure also.
Okay. You mentioned that you patrol the neighborhoods?
Yes.
Surrounding campus?
Yes.
What about the neighborhood to the north and east of campus?
Yes.
Okay. What was your purpose for patrolling those neighborhoods as an officer for UVU?
One, it was right next to UVU, so we patrolled it. Sometimes people would run up in that area or be walking up that way. We'd have stolen bikes, stuff like that. So we'd go into the areas, look for stuff. Also, with Orem Police Department, we'd go back up them quite a bit for other calls, and a lot of it would be in the area.
Okay, so back up just a little bit. So Utah Valley University is located in what city?
Orem, Utah.
Orem, Utah. Okay. How familiar did you become with the buildings on campus?
Very familiar.
And the walkways?
Very familiar.
You mentioned the entrances and exits to the buildings?
Yes.
What about parking structures?
Yes.
Same answer for that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the courtyard or the outdoor amphitheater on campus?
I am.
And generally speaking, where is that located on campus?
It's more of the central, it's an outdoor area centered by a bunch of buildings on around it. So it's in the center of the campus pretty much.
Okay, can you describe what it looks like, this courtyard, this amphitheater?
It's kind of like an amphitheater look. So you got some grass and a couple of steps that go up. You've got some cement on top with some bushes and flowers. You've got places where people can sit and eat. They come out and study and relax on the grass. And there's a waterfall with a little pond that comes down into a stream. So.
Okay. Are you familiar with the surroundings, the buildings around the amphitheater?
Yes, I am.
Okay. In relationship to this amphitheater, this courtyard, where is the Hall of Flags located?
It would be directly west of the courtyard.
Okay. Is it part of the courtyard, or is it just off of the courtyard?
It's kind of the courtyard. It like butts up right against the courtyard, so it would be the west side of the courtyard.
Okay, so to the west of the courtyard. Is there a walkway across the Hall of Flags?
There is.
Okay,
There's an inside one and an outside one.
Okay, so what is the Hall of Flags then?
The Hall of Flags is a kind of like a bridge between two buildings that all the flags throughout the world are represented in there, with some chairs where people sit down and relax, with windows so you can see through all the way to the Utah Lake.
Okay. What are those two buildings that are connected by this Hall of Flags?
The Fugal Building over to like the Science Building area.
Okay, so you mentioned the Fugal Building.
Yes.
Where is the Fugal Building located in relationship to this courtyard?
It's to the south of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it run up against the courtyard?
It does.
The building, okay. What about the Woodbury Business Building? Where is that in relationship to the courtyard?
It's kind of southeast, and it runs up right against the courtyard also.
Okay, and in relationship to the Fugal Building, where's that Sorensen? Or excuse me, that business building, the Woodbury Business
Woodbury
Building?
Business is right directly east of the Fugal.
Okay. What about the Sorensen Center? Where is that located with respect to this courtyard?
The Sorensen Center is going to be kind of like a northeast of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it, again, run up against this courtyard?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And where is it in relationship to the business building?
The Woodbury Business Building is just directly south of the Sorensen.
Directly south. Okay. The Losi Center, are you familiar with that building?
I am.
And where is it located on campus?
Directly east of the courtyard amphitheater area.
Okay. Does it run up to the courtyard, the Losi Center?
No, not really.
Okay,
it doesn't
so-
run right up against it. So the Sorensen Building is kind of like right between those two.
Okay. In relationship to the Sorensen building, what direction is the Losi building?
East.
East, okay. Are you familiar with the LDS Institute building on campus?
Yes, I am.
And where is that located?
That is going to be located north of the Losi Building, and just kind of like northeast of the courtyard.
Okay. And is there a parking structure next to this Institute building?
Yeah, there is.
And where is that?
That is going to be, so you mentioned the Institute Building is going to be north of the Losi Center.
Trump
There's a
Jr.
parking
is with
structure
Erica
that
Kirk
has several levels of
at the
parking.
courthouse.
It's going to be directly west of the Institute Building. And then they also have a parking lot to the north of that across the road.
Okay. With respect to the parking structure,
Okay.
can you describe for the court how one would enter this parking structure, driving and even walking? How do you enter and exit that structure?
So on the north end of the parking structure is Campus Drive. You can drive in and exit on the level 1, so that's the ground level. That's where you'd enter if you're driving in or exiting back out on campus. Then it goes up to level 2, and on level 2, exit is what's called Heat Plant Road. In between the Institute Building and the garage is a little road, and there's an exit right there that you can drive out. You can also, if you were to park in there, you could walk out right there at that exit only where I was talking about on that southeast side. You can walk out there, or on the north end of that garage, there are some stairs that go up all the levels, and it goes down to the bottom level and across the street through a tunnel to the LDS Institute Building. And then when you pop up on level 2, you can walk over to the Institute Building.
Okay. Can you describe how long of a walk it would take from that parking structure?
The sound is because he's away from the microphones, not us.
A couple of minutes, because when you go to that far southeast exit, you can walk directly almost to the courtyard. You can also walk along the south end of the LDS Institute Building up towards the Losi Building.
Okay. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 1. It should come up on your monitor there. Let me know when you can see that.
I can see it.
And just for staff, let's go ahead and not publish it until it's admitted into evidence, so we're going to take it off the monitors. But for the witness, he should be able to see the exhibit. That's fine. So table monitors, witness, but not the main monitor. Thank you. All right, Mr. Grunander, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Do you see that's Plaintiff's Exhibit number 1, Officer?
I do.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an area of the buildings plus the courtyard in the middle, is all the grassy area. So this is an area of the campus at Utah Valley University.
Is it a photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar then with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Does it fairly and accurately portray this area of campus?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you tell the court what direction the camera is facing when this photograph was taken?
It's kind of facing north and a little to the east.
Okay. Does it depict a number of the buildings that we've talked about today?
Yes, it does.
For example, the Hall of Flags, does it show the Hall of Flags?
Yes, it does.
The walkway of the Hall of Flags? What about the Sorensen Center? Does it show that?
Yes, it does.
The Woodbury Business Building?
Yes, it does.
The Fugel Building?
Yes.
What about the Losi Center? Can you see that from this photograph?
Yes.
Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of this area of UVU campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 1.
Your Honor, we would object to failure to lay a foundation for, oh, I'm sorry.
It is a little bit tricky because that microphone.
Sorry about that.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we would object to inability to authenticate. There's not been a foundation laid that this officer took this photo, can verify when it was taken, or by whom it was taken, so we would object.
Mr. Grunander.
Would you like us to argue now or approach the bench?
Well, as it relates to this, I'll hear argument.
Okay. Judge, first of all, it's very clear, well-established law that the person who took the photograph is not required to be present to lay the foundation for it. What's required for foundation is that the witness has knowledge of what's depicted in the photograph and can testify to its accuracy. And that's exactly what this officer has done. We laid an ample amount of foundation about this area of campus. He's confirmed that it depicts this area of campus that was previously described. He confirmed the buildings that he can see there. He also confirmed that it was an accurate depiction of this on September 10th, 2025.
Thank you. Any further argument, Ms. Nestor?
Repost the space, everybody. Bottom right corner, please. Thank you.
We did file a standing objection at the very beginning of the hearing. I would just refer to our standing objection as well. I know this is not there's no written testimony in this, but just out of an abundance of caution, I want to also refer to our standing objection.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. All right, having considered the arguments, I find I'm going to overrule the objection and admit Exhibit 1. This witness has firsthand knowledge of the location as well as the building locations. That foundation has been laid. He also stated it was a fair and accurate representation of what's being depicted here, and for those reasons, the defense objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence and may be published to the courtroom.
Okay. So the state would move to publish that to the courtroom.
It is so granted.
Officer Bagley, are you able to see the monitor that's here in the court that's pointed towards the gallery?
Yes.
From where you're seated, are you comfortable in describing where the courtyard is on that photograph, on that exhibit?
Yes.
And for the record, where is that located?
So all the grass that looks like a triangle, the amphitheater look, that is going to be the courtyard amphitheater area. It's got the tent in it, the white tent that's at the bottom on the far left of the picture. That would be the courtyard area. It's surrounded by buildings, more of the grass area.
I'm going to approach the photo. Well, I'm just going to When you look at this exhibit to the left of the photograph, there's a walkway there. What is that walkway?
So the red brick walkway that's going north to the top of the picture on the far left is going to be the Hall of Flags, the outside top of it.
Okay. On the bottom of this photograph, there's a white roofed building. It's the largest building, at least as far as what's depicted on this exhibit.
Yes.
What building is that?
That would be the Fugal building.
Okay, and just to the right of that, so that would be to the east of the Fugal building. What building is that?
The other red brick pathway area, that is the Woodbury business building.
Okay. And if I were to walk north, so left on this photograph with respect to that red brick walkway area, there's another building, sort of triangular in shape, the rooftop. What building is that?
With that white rooftop, that would be the Sorensen building.
That's the Sorensen building. What about the Losi building? You've described that. Where's that located on this photograph?
If you go to that triangle white roof, if you go directly to the right, so the right side of the picture, that is going to be the Losi building. It's got several levels.
Is it to the right and up a little bit as well? Okay, and that would be east on this photograph, is that
And
correct?
it's got the gravel rooftop.
Gravel rooftop, okay. I referred you to the LDS Institute building. Are you able to see that in this photograph?
Yes, you are.
And where is that located?
That's going to just be directly north of the Losi building. It's going to be that other white roofed building on the far top of the picture.
Okay. Thank you, officer. We can take that down, Your Honor, as far as the publication. Officer Bagley, I'm going to take you back to the date of September 10th, 2025. Do you recall that day generally?
I do.
Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
At UVU?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time your shift started approximately?
Yes, it approximately started about 11 o'clock in the morning.
11 o'clock in the morning? Okay. Did you receive a specific assignment shortly after coming on to duty?
Yes, I did.
And what was that assignment?
It was to secure the top of the Hall of Flags on the south end. So we had people that were gathering on top of that were looking down on top of the tent. So we wanted to secure that area. So I was put up on top of the Hall of Flags on the south end.
Okay. My apologies, Your Honor. Could we have Exhibit 1 published again?
Go ahead and republish State's Exhibit 1. Thank you.
You mentioned that you were securing the south end of the walkway on top of the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
And so where do we find that in this exhibit, officer?
So if you can see the tent, the white tent, there's that rooftop where the red brick is. I was on top of that, and there's some, actually looks like yellow crime scene tape. That was some of our barrier that we put up so people wouldn't go above that and walk. So I was sitting right by those flower plants that were by the Fugal on the south end.
You can pinch
So
zoom
the
if you
south
make
end
it full
on the bottom
screen.
of this photograph?
Yes.
Where that walkway kind of begins from the bottom?
Yes.
And you've referred to a tent. Is that the white object we see inside the courtyard?
Yeah, that square white object with the tent.
Okay, thank you. So you were securing that area?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity that morning, you mentioned you checked on about 11 o'clock
Yes.
that morning and later to walk around campus that day?
Yes.
Did you walk along the Hall of Flags that day,
I did.
that walkway?
Yes.
Did you visit the courtyard that day as well?
Down below, yes, on the south end. I was down there.
Okay. Let's see. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 2. And that should come up on your monitor there. Let me know when you see that, if you would.
Your Honor, if we could maybe not have it on the lectern screen, we're getting reports that the documents shown on the lectern screen are being live streamed. So maybe if we could just not show that one until it's admitted.
Mr. Grunander?
I'll submit it to the court, Judge. I've got copies of these for myself.
Okay.
That I can refer to as I'm asking questions.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and grant the request by Ms. Nestor. We'll go ahead and for Just, there should be a power button to turn it off.
Not sure where that's at.
Thank you, Jeff.
You're good.
And if at any point, Mr. Gernander, you do need to use the monitor, let's revisit that. And obviously, Ms. Nestor, you can renew your objection if needs be. But for now, the monitor's turned off. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. Officer, do you see State's Exhibit number 2 on your monitor?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a picture of from the east side looking west of the campus.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And does it show, for example, the Losi Center that we've talked about?
Yes, it does.
Does it depict the Woodbury Business Building that we've talked about?
Yes.
What about the Fugal Building? Does it show the Sorensen Center?
Yes.
And also the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
In this particular exhibit, can you also see the courtyard?
I can. A partial of it.
A partial of it, okay. Does it fairly and accurately depict this area of campus of UVU on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit number 2.
Your Honor, we renew our standing objection. We also argue that a foundation hasn't been laid in terms of the time this was taken or who took it, and at what point in time this was created and how. So I don't think he has any personal knowledge of that, and we'd object.
Mr. Gernander.
Same arguments, Judge. He has testified that he's familiar with it. He has personal familiarity with it. He's testified that it's fair and accurate as of the day of September 10th, 2025. And that's what was asked of him.
All right. I will go ahead and overrule the objection by defense, noting that the witness has laid, he has expressed that this is a fair and accurate representation of what it purports to be, and he's familiar with it. He was there on the day, on September 10th, and because that foundation has been laid, State's Exhibit 2 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. State moves to publish Exhibit 2.
All right.
Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to this exhibit on the monitor facing the gallery of the court today. Can you describe, there's a large building in the middle of that photograph, slightly above the middle, but what building are we looking at there?
You're looking at the top of the rooftop of the Losi building. It's got two different grays, like a lighter gray and a darker gray, kind of.
Are you familiar with that rooftop then?
Yes, I am.
And what's it made of?
It's made of gravel.
Gravel, okay. You mentioned two different grades, or did you say grays?
Grays.
Grays, okay,
Yeah, grays.
all right. Now you described that you could see the courtyard, but it wasn't easily visible in this photograph. Where is the courtyard located on the State's Exhibit number 2?
So you got the white roof that's going to be in the middle, just to the top of the building where the Losi is. I described there's a white roof there. That's the Sorensen building, and it's just below that. You can see some grass, and that's where the courtyard is. It's just to the left of that white roof.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if the witness could actually come down from the stand and point out where the courtyard is located in this exhibit for the court's benefit.
All right. Do we have a second microphone so it picks up his voice? Okay, Ms. Nestor, thank you for allowing us. Officer, you may step down, approach the monitor, and I would ask that you speak into the microphone when responding to a question.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
So, officer, for our benefit, would you describe again where the Losi Center is in this photograph?
The Losi Center is going to be this one with the gray roofs. It's got two different colors of gray.
Two different colors of gray, okay. I'm blind, I can't see those two different colors from here, but can you describe where the court, looks like we went blank.
There we go.
Can you point to where the courtyard is located on that exhibit?
Courtyard is going to be here where this grass is in this area right here.
Okay. And what about the Fugal building?
Fugal building is going to be this building right here.
And the Woodbury Business Building then?
Woodbury is going to be this one right here with this red brick path.
And the Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be this white roofed one that's right here.
Okay. Now on this exhibit, can you see the LDS Institute building and the parking structure that we've talked about?
No, not really. You got the back side of the Institute building, which is right here, and the parking structure's over there. So you can't see it in this.
Mr. Gernander, let me stop you just for the benefit of the record, because the record is picking up the audio. When you're pointing it to, and I know it may be a little bit laborious to do this, but as you're identifying, indicate the general location on it, the left side, right side, middle, upper, lower, just so the record knows to some degree where you're pointing, and that way, because the video isn't being captured, so if you would do that, it just creates a more complete record. Yes. Thank you.
Understood. That's fair. Thank you, Judge. So again, let's point to the courtyard, and if you'll describe as best you can where that is located on the photograph.
On this photograph, the courtyard is going to be this grass area that's going to be towards the top of the picture. The baseball field's behind it. It's closer to the surrounding buildings. There's some grass in there. That would be the courtyard area.
Okay, we've talked about the Hall of Flags and the walkway above that hall. Where is that located on this photograph?
The Hall of Flags is going to be right by the courtyard, just to the west of it. There's a red brick towards the top of the picture. There's a red brick pathway that goes from the Fugal building, which is on the left of the picture, towards the right of the picture, which is the science building area.
Okay, and then the Sorensen Center, is that the building in the middle with the large white roof?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of towards the upper part of the picture, middle of it. It's going to be a white roof. That will be the Sorensen Center.
And just to the north and east of the courtyard?
Yes, north and east.
Okay, and then finally, if you would describe the Losi building, the location of that on this exhibit.
The Losi building is going to be pretty much in the middle on the right side, so middle to the right. It's going to have two different colors of gray, a darker gray and a lighter gray. There's a red pathway, and that will be the Losi Center.
Okay. You mentioned, officer, that there were different stories on the Losi building. How many stories does the Losi building have?
There's 4.
4 stories? Okay. You mentioned that you were familiar with the rooftop. Do you know how to gain access to the rooftop of the Losi building?
Yes, there's actually an outside stairway right here that comes up. It's going to be just to the south of Losi building. There's a red pathway right directly in the middle of the picture. Off to the south of that, on the left side of the picture, is an outdoor stairway.
Is that open to the public?
It is.
And how would someone access the roof from that stairway?
If they came up, they would put them right here on this pathway that goes between the Losi Center and down towards the computer science building. There's a red pathway. There's actually a little handrail, like a little guardrail, probably about a couple feet high, that somebody could jump over.
Is that area restricted? Is it off limits?
Yes, it is. There's kind of like a natural barrier with the guardrail, and from there on, there's no path. It's gravel roof, so it's not paved like everything else.
But someone could hop over that railway?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can take your seat again.
Thank you.
Officer Bagley, I'm now going to refer you to your attention to State's Exhibit number 3. That's going to come up on your monitor as well. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I do see it.
Okay. And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a drone picture of the campus, more of the courtyard, looking eastward.
Okay. I've asked you about several buildings on campus. I'm going to ask you about those same buildings, whether they're depicted in this exhibit, okay? Do you see where the Hall of Flags is located?
Yes, I do. It's down towards the bottom. It's a red brick pathway. It would be the Hall of Flags.
Okay. What about the Fugal building?
Fugal building is going to be to the right of the picture. It's going to be a white roof building off to the right, directly south of the courtyard.
And the Woodbury business building? Where's that at?
Woodbury is going to be another red path. That's going to be just to the east of the Fugal building. It's got a gray roof and some red path.
The Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be on the left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof, different levels, and that would be the Sorensen Center.
Okay. The Losi Center, where's that located in relationship to the Sorensen Center that you've described?
of the Sorensen Center. It's going to be just directly east of the Sorensen Center, towards the top of the picture. You can see the two different colors of the gravel that's on the roof.
Okay. And can you see the courtyard in this photograph?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is this picture a fair and accurate depiction of this area of Utah Valley University's campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we renew the standing objection. We also object again that this individual can't identify when the picture was made or how it was made or by whom.
Mr. Gernander.
Same response, Judge. And just for the record, I was also point the court to State v. Purcell, which is a Supreme Court case here in the state of Utah, 1985, which essentially stands for the proposition that if a competent witness with personal knowledge of the facts represented in a photograph can testify that that photograph accurately represents those facts, the exhibit's admissible. He's also spoke about the date being September 10th, 2025. The showing that's required here is essentially a prima facie showing. We're not required to show proof beyond a reasonable doubt, for example, that it was accurate that day or even a preponderance of the evidence. But we'll submit it on that, Judge.
All right. I'm just taking a brief glance at the case you cited.
I can give the citation if Your Honor would like.
If you have that, I'd appreciate that.
It's 711 Pacific 2nd, 243. And I'm looking at page number 245.
All right. The court finds that the witness is familiar with the scene. He testified that it is a fair and accurate representation of what State's Exhibit 3 purports to be, and the court finds that necessary foundation has been laid and overrules the objection. State's Exhibit 3 may be admitted, is admitted, and may be published.
State would move to publish State's Exhibit 3.
All right.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer, if you would come down into the well of the court, I'm going to ask you a few questions about this Exhibit 3 as well.
Okay.
Can you point out where the Hall of Flags is located and describe that for the record?
The Hall of Flags is going to be down here on the bottom of the picture. It's going to have a red brick pathway with some flowers along the top of it.
You mentioned that you were securing an area of that.
Yes.
That hall, that walkway. Where were you stationed?
I was down here by the end of the flower pots, which is down here on the south side towards the Fugal building on the far right of the picture.
Okay. In relationship to where you were stationed, where is the Fugal building then?
The Fugal building is just to the right of me, so it would be on the south end of me.
Okay. And so it's on the right side of the photograph there?
Far right side of the photograph, yes.
What about the business building?
The business building is just going to be in the middle of the picture on the far right. It's going to have some red brick pathways. It's going to be multi-level, and that would be the Woodbury building.
Okay. The Sorensen Center, where is that located on the photograph?
Sorensen Center is going to be middle to far left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof on top of it, multi-level.
Okay. And the Losi Center, where is that located?
Losi Center is going to be towards the top of the picture, kind of off-centered a little bit, but it's going to have the 4 or 5 floors that are, the 4 floors that are sitting right there.
Okay. Can you describe those stories, what we're looking at? Where do you find 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly 5?
So this is ground level where the courtyard is. So this, as you go over in towards the Losi building inside, there's an elevator that would be ground 1, level 1. Level 2 would be the second one where these red ATVs are sitting on the grass right there in the middle of the picture. If you go up from that, that would be the 3rd level, and your 4th level, which is the actual top level of the building, is that very top one with the windows that you can see.
Okay. Is there an atrium on the top of that?
There is an atrium. It's got a little sphere on the top of it. It looks like a little square right on top of the LOSI building. That would be an atrium.
Now, you mentioned 2 shades of gray on the rooftop of the LOSI building.
Yes.
Can you see that on this exhibit?
I can. So where the atrium is a lighter gray gravel. And on the west side, because I'm looking east, on the west side, there's 2 ventilations for the LOSI building, 2 vents on top, and that is in the darker gray gravel.
You mentioned you're familiar with the rooftop of the LOSI Center, correct?
Yes.
When someone is standing on the LOSI Center, can they see down into the courtyard?
Yes, they can.
And where is the courtyard located from
It's
the
going to
rooftop?
be in the center of the picture with the grass and the atrium-style steps.
Would that be west of the LOSI Center then?
Yes, it would be directly west of the LOSI Center.
Okay. Now, in a couple of the other exhibits, we saw a tent that was down, set up in the courtyard. Can you see that tent set up in the courtyard in this photograph?
You cannot in this picture. You can't. It would be where I explained where the hall flags is. It's directly underneath the hall flags, like just on the grass right there.
Okay. Is there a clear line of sight between the tent and the top of the LOSI Center, the rooftop?
Yes, there is. Okay.
Is some of it obstructed?
Yes.
Obstructed by what?
The Sorensen building that's right here, this white roof that's going to be, this kind of obstructs a little bit of the view of the courtyard.
So where would you have to be standing or perhaps lying down on the LOSI Center to see into the courtyard where that tent was?
On the far south side of the LOSI building, you could have a line of sight towards the courtyard.
And that's the top roof?
The top roof, yes.
With the darker shade of gray that
yes.
you see? Okay. Thank you, officer. I am going to refer the witness now to State's Exhibit number 35. And Officer Bagley, when you see that, go ahead and let me know. Do you recognize what that is, officer?
I don't have it yet.
Oh, okay. So we don't have this in electronic form? We do, okay. Well, I'll refer you to the exhibit that's to your left and behind you. Do you see that?
I do.
And it's marked as State's Exhibit 35 with a yellow sticker, is that correct?
Yes, I can see that on top left of the photo.
Well, for the record, if we can publish that on the witness's screen.
Thank you, Mr. Gernando. I was just going to mention that we shouldn't display it until it's been admitted in. So,
do you see State's Exhibit 35 in your monitor?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an aerial view of the campus and the northeast area, just north of the campus neighborhoods of Utah Valley University in Orem.
Okay. And how can you personally tell that this is a photograph of the campus and the neighborhood to the northeast of campus?
I can tell because I recognize all the buildings, the roads that are around it, the streets, the roundabouts, the neighborhood to the north or towards the top of the building or picture also.
Now, I've asked you about several buildings and landmarks on campus. Are you able to see the courtyard on this exhibit?
Yes, you are.
And just for the record, can you describe where this is located on the exhibit?
So right in the center towards the bottom, there's a white triangle roof. That's white. That would be the Sorensen building. It's the patch of grass that's just directly south of towards the bottom of that on the picture. So it's kind of centered, but more towards the bottom, right in the middle.
On this exhibit, are you able to see the Fugal building?
Yes, I am.
And in relationship to this courtyard, where is that located?
That's going to be south of the courtyard with the white roof.
What about the Woodbury Business Building?
Woodward Business Building is going to be to the east, and it's going to have a red brick path top.
Okay. Can you see the Hall of Flags on this?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the courtyard again?
It's directly west of the courtyard.
And the Losi Center. Can you see the Losi Center?
Yes, you can see the Losi
Where's
Center.
that at?
It's going to be kind of northeast of the courtyard. The two patches of gray that's almost in the center of the picture, just to the slight right of the center.
Okay. I've asked you previously about the LDS Institute building. Can you see that on this exhibit?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the Losi Center?
It's directly north of the Losi Center. It's got a white roof, and it's almost directly in the center of the photo.
Okay. And as we've talked about a parking structure that's nearby the Institute building, do you see that?
Yes, it's just to the west or left side of the picture of the Institute building.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of Utah Valley University's campus and the surrounding neighborhood to the north and east on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 35.
Your Honor, renew the standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no indication on this photograph of when it was taken in terms of relation to the actual incident at issue here.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Granado.
Same response, Judge, but I would just add one more case for the court's benefit. This is State.
It's the witness and the prosecutor microphones in the courtroom. It's not anything that we can fix.
The citation is 372 Pacific 3rd 91. And the significance of this case, Your Honor, at issue there was a photograph of the defendant there who was smoking methamphetamine allegedly in his bathroom. The witness that was testifying, that laying the foundation at trial, was not present when the photograph was taken, could not tell the date on which it was taken, but he had been in the bathroom before, was familiar with the defendant's bathroom and familiar with the defendant. He testified to that personal knowledge, and the court found that was sufficient foundation. So that case, in addition to the other case, the Purcell case, and my previous arguments, and I'll submit it to the court.
Ms. Nestor, anything else you wish to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Given the testimony of the witness who's testified he's familiar with this location, he went in detail describing the various neighborhoods and location. He mentioned the roundabout and identified the buildings in State's Exhibit 35. And it was noted that it is a fair and accurate representation of this campus as of September 10th, 2025. The court is going to overrule the objection, and State's Exhibit 35 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. The state moves to publish it, and if granted, may I approach the exhibit?
You may.
Repost the space, everybody. Bottom right corner. Thank you so much.
Officer, I've asked you about a number of the buildings located on campus. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about those and to help orient the court to what the judge is looking at, and then ask you about some of the streets in the neighborhood, okay?
Okay.
For the court's benefit, can you point out where the LDS Institute building is?
Yes, I can.
And I'm going to approach the witness again if you could describe where it's at on that Exhibit 35.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So you want the LDS Institute building? Is what you're
Yes,
asking?
please.
That is this white roof right here is the Institute building.
Is that in basically the center of the exhibit?
It's almost exactly in the center of the exhibit.
Okay, and where is the Losi Center located on that?
If you were to go down towards the bottom of the photo, there's two different grades of gravel on this roof. This would be the Losi building right here.
So below the Institute building and to the right slightly?
Slightly to the right.
Can you point out for the court's benefit where the courtyard is?
The courtyard is going to be to the west or left side of the picture. There's some grass in between two buildings that have a white roofs. There would be a grass area right there with some steps. That is going to be the courtyard area, and that's going to be down towards the center bottom of the photo.
So that's to the left and down?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the parking structure. Where's the parking structure next to the Institute building?
There's two Institute buildings right here in the center with the white roof. The parking structure is going to be just to the left of the Institute or west side. There's a road in between it called the Heat Plant Road, which is the road that goes between those two.
And can you point out, for the court's benefit, how one would enter that or exit that parking structure by way of vehicle or walking?
By entering, you can enter and exit right here on the north side of the parking structure. There's an entrance and exit right here. That's
for
into
a
level
vehicle?
1.
For a vehicle?
For vehicles.
And I guess someone could walk in there as well.
Yes, if they were to park into this LDS Institute parking lot over here on the north side of that, there's a tunnel that goes underneath the road that still comes out into the parking structure itself. And then they can exit out here on the second level onto Heat Plant Road, which is that road between the LDS Institute building and the parking structure is the heat plant. They can exit there and go back towards Campus Drive. So you could walk out either up here on the northeast side of the parking structure and cross over to the LDS Institute, or you can come out here to the southeast side and you can exit there and walk down to the courtyard or behind the LDS Institute building towards the LOSI Center.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned Campus Drive. Where's Campus Drive located on that?
Campus Drive starts right up here towards the top left of the picture. It's almost like a T. And it's the curved road that comes all the way down in front of the Institute building and the parking structure. And it goes all the way around campus, comes back down to the bottom of the picture where the roundabout is, and that would be Campus Drive.
Okay. Are you familiar with where 800 South is in Orem?
Yes.
Is that depicted on this exhibit?
It is.
Where's that at?
It's at the top of this photo. It's going to be the long straight road. That's right here at the top of the photo.
Okay. What about 850 South? Are you familiar with that street?
I am. 850 South is going to be towards the right of the photo, top right of it. There's going to be a street that goes east to west. It looks like a horseshoe, kind of. It's going to be the road that goes east to west. In the middle of that horseshoe would be 850.
Okay, so 850 is parallel to 800 South.
Yes.
And just below on this photograph.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with 600 West?
I am.
And where's that street in relationship to 850 South?
That would be on the far right side of the horseshoe, so towards the right side of the picture, and it's going to be the right side of that horseshoe.
And that runs north and south?
North and south.
Okay. What about 720 West? Are you familiar with that street?
Yes, I am.
And where's that at?
That's going to be to the left side of the horseshoe. That runs north and south, and it comes down towards the bottom.
Okay. And finally, 925 South.
925
Is that
south
depicted?
is going to be on the bottom of the horseshoe that connects those other two wests.
Okay, so just in summary, will you describe the horseshoe and what streets make up that horseshoe?
So the horseshoe comes up off of 800 South, and directly south of that, you'll have 850 South, which is going to be running east to west. On the left side is 725 West of the horseshoe, and it comes down into 925 South, which wraps back around to 600 West on the far right side of the horseshoe, on the right side of the picture.
Okay, thank you, officer. You can be seated. Okay, I'm going to take you back to September 10th, 2025. You mentioned you were on campus. You had a particular assignment.
Mr. Granander, I'm sorry. We're just going to pull down the exhibits.
Okay.
Thank you. You may continue.
Would you like me to take this exhibit down, Judge?
Are you referring to it in your line of questioning right now?
Not right now, I'm not.
Okay, let's go ahead and take it down.
So you were securing the Hall of Flags walkway, correct?
Yes.
On the south end.
Yes.
What was happening that morning, that day at campus at UVU?
I came in to do a shift for a special event where we had a guest speaker come in and was going to talk to the students and people around the neighborhood.
Do you know who the guest speaker was?
I do.
And who was that?
It was Charlie Kirk.
Did you see Mr. Kirk that day?
I did.
When did you first see him?
When he arrived on campus, just behind the west side of the Hall of Flags, I saw him pull up.
And can someone access the courtyard through that area?
Yes, they can.
How so?
Where he pulled up underneath the Hall of Flags is a opening to where you could drive a car underneath. So there's access right there. You could walk or drive underneath the Hall of Flags.
And you saw him arrive?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe what you were seeing? What did you observe?
On that day, I observed Charlie going back, doing some meet and greet with some people, getting some photos taken. He then came underneath the Hall of Flags and went to his tent, and he was there answering questions and talking to individuals that would ask him questions.
The tent you're referring to, is that the tent that we see when it was set up in the courtyard?
Yeah, that white square tent.
The white top?
Yes, he was
Okay.
under that.
Fast forward to about 12:20 or so a little bit after noon, the noon hour. What happened? What did you see and what did you hear?
I heard an individual talking to Charlie, and I happened to kind of glance over the edge of the railing about that time. I could see the right side of Charlie's shoulder, so not his whole body, because he was underneath the tent, so I could only see probably the right side of his body. He was answering a question, kid asked him a question, and then I heard a shot fired.
Do you know what time that was?
Yes.
What time was that?
12:23.
What did you see?
At that moment, I saw him lean to the left, so
When you say him, you see
Charlie.
Charlie?
So I saw him go to the left because I could no longer see the right side of his body. So he went further underneath the tent to the north side of the tent, so left.
Okay. Can you describe the reaction of others that were there?
Yeah, so then everybody started getting up and starting to run in more of a chaos kind of situation.
Before you continue, can you describe a little bit? So you mentioned Mr. Kirk was answering questions, talking to individuals.
Yes.
Were there others present?
Yes.
Any idea about approximately how many? How would you describe it in your terms?
In my terms, I'd say when I was up there looking down, I'd say there's several thousand people because you had it on the grass that was jam-packed, in the amphitheater sitting on the grass. You had people standing on the back up along the cement. You had people that were on the second level, the Sorensen, and over by the Woodbury building. There's another level there where a lot of people were standing and watching. So it was pretty packed, several thousand people.
You mentioned you heard something. What did you hear again?
I heard a gunshot.
Okay. And can you describe you described Mr. Kirk's reaction? Was that simultaneous to hearing the gunshot?
Yes, it was.
When he fell to the left?
Yes.
Did you see the reaction from the crowd?
Yes.
What was that?
Everybody kind of got up. They all said, a lot of people were screaming, standing up, and starting to run in all different directions away from the center of the tent.
Okay. You're a police officer helping to secure the area, correct?
Yes.
What did you do?
At that moment, I recognized it as gunfire. I left my post, which was right there on the south end of the Hall of Flags. I proceeded to right where the Fugle and the Hall of Flags meet. There's some outside stairs that I was starting to run down. As I was trying to get down to the bottom of the stairs, people were running up, people were laying down on the steps. I'm trying to jump over people to get to the bottom of the stairs so I can help stop an individual that's probably shooting.
What happened next?
By the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, I was informed on the radio that we had a shooter in custody. So I thought at that moment, I was like, well, that was kind of fast. Obviously, it was closer range probably because we had an individual in custody. Another officer came on and said we had an individual in custody. So I decided to, since the threat is gone, now I can assess for anybody that's injured and start looking for any medical needs that's needed at that moment. I started canvassing the area. As I canvassed the area, I was looking for anybody that was injured. I saw a kid on the ground that was on about the second or third tier in the grass next to a wheelchair, and he was almost convulsing. I thought he'd maybe been shot. Talked to the dad as I was running over there. He said that he was just having a seizure, that he was fine, he was not injured. So then at that moment, I observed that there was no other injuries that I could see at that moment.
Okay. Was your attention drawn to anything else at that time?
Yeah, so after we got some people kind of cleared away a little bit, I thought I needed to start preserving the scene because we had a crime scene. And with some of my experience and training and to that effect I decided now we need to contain the scene and help preserve as much evidence as we can. So I started pushing people off the grass, out of the courtyard area because I knew that's where the crime scene was. So as we started pushing those guys out, my chief, Chief Long, that was right next to me, I looked down and saw an empty pistol holder that was sitting just on top of the grass. And at that moment, things had died down just a split second. I realized that the shot I heard was more of a rifle shot and not a pistol shot.
And what causes you to say that?
Just from being around firearms through all my trainings, the difference is, a handgun is more of a short bang pop sound. With a rifle, you have more of a longer, violent bang or crackle sound. It's more of a violent kind of sound. It's longer, so that's why I recognized it.
Okay. Is a rifle sound louder typically?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to when you heard this gunshot, could you tell where it came from? As far as direction?
Yes, I knew it came from the east of me.
From the east of you. Okay. So you see this realization comes to your mind. What did you do next?
At that moment when I saw the holster, the empty holster, I turned to my chief and I said, that was a rifle shot. And he said, I agree. And I looked up at that moment, right in the line of sight, I could see the Losi building had a direct line of sight. So I proceeded to go look at that and see what was going on up there.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe your route to the Losi Center?
So from the courtyard, you can go into the Sorensen Center, and like I said earlier, there was on level 1, there's some elevators or there's stairs. I ran up 4 flights of stairs, got to the 4th level of the Losi building, and proceeded to the south of the Losi building. There's some stairs, which is at breezeway between the computer science building and the Losi building. There's some stairs that go up to the top of that, and so I went to the top of that.
Is that the stairway that you previously described?
Yes, on the outside of the Losi building.
Okay. And it's a public stairway?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you make it to the rooftop?
I did.
Do you know about what time you got there?
I got it there at 12:44.
Okay. What did you do when you got on top?
When I got on top, I hopped over the guardrail. I noticed that there was an object which was sitting right about 10 or 15 feet in from the other side of the guardrail in the gravel. That looked out of place to me.
And in relationship to where you hopped over the guardrail, what direction was that object?
To the west of the guardrail.
Okay. And did you recognize the object?
I did.
And what was it?
It was a red and black screwdriver.
Okay. Did you touch that object?
I did not.
Okay. I am going to refer the witness on your screen, Officer Bagley, to State's Exhibit 3.1. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I see it.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a picture of the screwdriver that I saw that day on top of the rooftop of the Losi building.
Okay. And that's how it appeared on the roof that day?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the screwdriver you observed and found that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 3.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we renew, we renew our standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no foundation laid as to when the photo was taken or by whom. Thank you.
A fair and accurate representation as of September 10th, 2025.
I had said that day. I'll ask it again.
All right.
To the officer. Officer Bagley, you saw this screwdriver you're describing on September 10th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 3.1 a fair and accurate depiction of that screwdriver that day, September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
All right.
State moves to admit.
I will go ahead and admit State's Exhibit 3.1 is admitted based off of the first-hand knowledge of this, what this image purports to be, and it is a fair and accurate representation as this item on that date of September 10th, 2025, and this exhibit may be published.
Your Honor, before we continue to publish it and ask a few more questions, right now might be a good time to take a break.
All right.
If that's okay with the court.
All right, let's come back at, it's 10:43, let's go ahead and come back, well, 10:44. Let's come back at 11 o'clock, and then we'll resume direct examination. Court is in a brief recess.
All right, we have a little break here. Let me get the... There we go. Little break. So the objections you heard are fairly routine, right? She is, even though she knows it's going to get overruled, for appeal later on, right? They try to create as much of a record of objection as they can. That way, when the case is re-examined later on, if should they need to appeal, they might be able to get a retrial or something based on a technicality, right? So a lot of what she's doing is just like walking the dog, really. It's there's nothing groundbreaking. This so they're showing the screwdriver, right? But they got to tie it to Tyler Robinson. So obviously they're going to use the DNA. So the angle they're going to say is this the screwdriver you found on the roof? Yes. Well, we found his DNA on the screwdriver. That's the angle they're going to go there. It's going to be crazy. If they don't have a good picture or video of Tyler at UVU that whole day, and let me just say, as someone who has been there, right? The stairway that he took up, the tunnel that he took to get there, the parking lot stairway he walked up, there's a camera right in your face at least 3 times. I mean, right in your face, eye level, right? I just don't find that. AJ, are you eating popcorn? You loving this?
Yes, but I'm also so I'm going through all the documents that have been filed. I find it very interesting that 2 of Tyler's attorneys are Pro Hoc Vice from California.
Yep.
And I know it's because they have to be death penalty qualified, but in the entire state of Utah, they didn't have. It's odd to me.
Well, I mean, they are the Menendez brothers lawyers. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. That's interesting.
Yep.
I'm looking at one of the backgrounds is really interesting with all of the forensics. I mean, on paper, he looks very qualified. I'd be confident if I were Tyler, just again, off the resume. He definitely looks good. It's all, there's so many little things that just look odd to me. I'm going to try not to be super conspiratorial. But it's hard in these situations.
I mean, go ahead, give your opinion.
Well, I just find it odd that there's no local death penalty qualified attorneys that were. I mean, again, these are appointed. It's not like he's hired them. I could see if he strategically went out and hired people and had them brought in pro hoc, for that reason. But he's considered indigent, and this is what the state has found. It's weird.
Go ahead, Mitch. You don't have to raise your hands. It's really hard
Sorry.
when I'm streaming. It's really hard for me to run the space. If no one's talking,
That's
jump
cool. I just wanted to make sure I didn't go by protocol. In terms of this screwdriver, I don't think we've talked about that screwdriver very much. I don't remember at least hearing much about it. But, I've heard a lot of people claiming there's no evidence that he was on that roof. And if there is DNA evidence or fingerprint evidence, that does substantiate his presence that day. You know, even if there is not the clear video that you hope to see. But I agree with you that, you know, given the number of cameras, it would be quite surprising if we don't end up having in the trial a clear picture from the numerous video cameras throughout the campus. And I'm only suggesting that they only released the minimum that they needed to find the suspect without providing things that would be, you know, prejudicial in an eventual trial. So that's why I'm assuming we haven't seen clear video pictures from the tremendous amount of surveillance that exists on the campus that was actually testified to by the officer that's testifying now.
Yeah, but it's weird. I mean, they didn't use the clear video footage to try to ID him when they were doing the manhunt. If that's the best they have is Bigfoot quality pictures, they're in trouble.
Yeah, that would be pretty pathetic. But I'm only assuming, this is just an assumption, that at the time they released the minimum that they could or would. I'm also shocked. I have to believe that there must be some video of him actually shooting, but we'll see if that comes out. I am curious
of a dark cloaked figure from 100 yards away.
Yeah, if you have a picture of a figure taking a shot, because the claim is that no one was taking a shot, and then that follows through 10 seconds later.
No one made that claim. Who made the claim?
What do you mean? There are many.
The microphone people make the claim, right?
Well, there's plenty of people who claim that there's an exploding microphone.
I believe what we're looking at is a state level assassination, and I don't think that they would trust failing. I think there's redundancies. If I had to guess, if we were looking at a state level assassination, and again, I'm only positing a hypothesis. I am not married to any theory. Okay, so if I had to guess, they would have both a shooter and a device, and he could have gotten a cocktail on the way to the hospital just for good measure.
Oh my God! Look, there are people who have posited that there was no shooter on the roof, that he was not the shooter. There is no gun. They have posited that there's a palm gun in one of the security, exploding microphones. I'm just saying that if we have DNA evidence or fingerprint evidence on the screwdriver, we have a video of a figure on the roof shooting or being on the roof, and then we have positive ID of him going down a stairwell or a hallway that connects to that building. That is substantial evidence of that. And we still have testimony that's coming from Lance Twiggs and others. So I think we're going to learn a lot today. Obviously, it still has to be tested by the cross-examination of the defense. You know, I saw Owens put out a claim, this is a show trial because the defense isn't cross-examining. But that's sort of like, you know, making a tweet about the fact that water's wet. This is how preliminary hearings work.
Agreed. It's weird. It's weird to try to spin that already. It's a little early, but it shows how few
she
people
could spin
understand
anything.
the process.
She could spin to the Eskimos that they live in a hot place. I mean, she could spin anything this week.
If they did have images, hi guys, by the way, but if they did have images of Charlie, given what Diligent had not Charlie, Tyler Robinson, given what the statement that Diligent just said, there's no telling whether or not they recorded it beforehand or after, or, you know, staged it either. Just throwing that out there.
Can I put out a theory of why they wouldn't put out a clear picture right away? Could it be possible, and this is just a spitting, if his actual face was shown, would there not be fear that he would be attacked and subject to vigilante justice, given how high profile Charlie Kirk was? So they were trying to put out something that would be enough for a family member or a friend to identify versus, you know, a full face, and then people exact, crowd justice.
Well, I've actually spoken on that a handful of times. It's not exactly designated to Charlie Kirk, but I'm thinking of the situation that happened in Australia when they had that big shooting going on the beach. they showed that man's face. They zoomed into that man's face right away. And yeah, maybe it wasn't Charlie Kirk, but he still murdered, and shot at people, tons of people. And they provided a very clear description of that man and was, I guess, able to catch him the same day. Uh, I would just think, in my opinion, that they would want to give Charlie Kirk justice and try to find him. Why else were they giving a description and trying to find him for a couple of days, anyways?
I'm just suggesting a possible reason because
Right,
Diligent's
right, right. Of
question
course.
of if they have clear photography of him, why was it not that got released versus a guy in a stairwell with a black hat and sunglasses and dark shoes, blah blah blah. If they have a clear picture, why did they not? So I'm trying to guess as to why they would not release that. Maybe there's some legal reason to preserve evidence for trial. I don't know. I'm asking.
Yeah, we're definitely all trying to understand that because that is one of the things that really doesn't make any sense.
I am curious, like the defense keeps raising this objection over and over, and obviously was subject to emotion. In trial, the actual photographer is going to be called to substantiate the veracity of the photograph. No, like this isn't some unknown person. Am I missing something on this one? Like, it seems such a superfluous objection.
Did you guys see that? And I posted this on my timeline. Did you guys see that Charlie Kirk's parents came in separately from Erica Kirk?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I thought that was very interesting.
You know what? Didn't Candace Owens make a comment of his parents finally? I think when she was reading comments, the very last, it might have been at the very last video or one of the recent ones. She had said that she didn't say very much, but she said that they're very concerned or something that they don't really agree with what's going on right now. I'm pretty sure I could remember her talking about that.
Well, they're definitely not going where Erica is going. Erica is basically defending Israel, and they're not doing that. They say that, of course, the trial itself brings up sad memories,
I
but
mean, man, you see
and
Israel
something
in
else
your
too is
breakfast
I
cereal.
know. Listen, I know you have to talk forever, but
You
something I just
see it
posted
in
out.
everywhere,
Hold
in the
on,
milk, in the
calm
Mitch,
down,
let
calm
him,
down.
the
Mitch. Let's not
cows.
And
censor
I
him. He
just
didn't. He
and
didn't
I just
interrupt you. He didn't interrupt you,
right
Mitch.
and I just posted out to everyone. I asked Grok if it turned out to be true that Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk, what would their motivation have been? Just to entertain the hypothetical. And Grok responded, in this hypothetical scenario, Israel's motivation would center on self-preservation and damage control regarding U.S. political support. And it's a long thing, but it ends with, in short, the motivation boils down to neutralizing a prominent voice whose changing stance risked undermining Israel's strategic lifeline in American politics. This cannot be ignored. This is just simply logic. It's obvious that their motivation would be very, very strong. And by the way, subsequently, they have really benefited from the assassination of Charlie Kirk because of what happened with TPUSA. So I will be interested to see as this trial progresses whether they will bring that up because the fact that there's a motivation is incontrovertible.
You know what's funny? I just did the similar Grok. I asked Grok, based upon motivation, who had a greater benefit
No,
in the
no,
eventual
I didn't
result.
ask that. No, you didn't do the
No,
same
no.
thing.
Let me explain. And I said,
That's
who had
not
a
what I
greater
just did.
motivation to kill Charlie Kirk, the pro-Palestinians or the
No,
Israelis?
that's not what I
And
just
the
did.
answer was
No.
that given the demonization of Jews in Israel, clearly the pro-Palestinian cause had the greater motivation. So it's interesting. Your
Well, I
Grok
mean, you're
contradicts my
representing
Grok, and
Israel, so I
clearly the
understand why
Arabs
you
and the
would deflect.
Palestinians
Right.
had a greater motivation because Charlie Kirk did not like Islam, did not
Well,
like the
at
Palestinians.
least
So
you're
clearly they had the greater motivation and the
at
greater
least
benefit.
you're
So
admitting
wow,
that
interesting.
Israel did have a
Interesting.
motivation.
Clearly
That's
the
the
Okay,
pro-Palestinian
ladies and
cause
gentlemen, get your
killed
popcorn, get your
Charlie Kirk.
beverages, get
Thank
your
you
right.
very much.
popcorn,
We don't need a
So
grab
trial
your
wait,
anymore.
refreshments.
diligent.
Mohammed bin Mohammed
So
obviously
after
killed
Okay,
Charlie Kirk with a pop gun
okay. So we're not going
and exploding
to.
Mike in the sidewalk.
You're not going to derail my space, either one of you. Okay.
He did it first, man. Give me a break.
I
I
literally
said
just
I
What?
said either
How
one
did
of
I do?
you,
How
bro.
did I
How is
do
that
that?
not fair? How is that not fair?
I literally just.
What were you
What?
saying, Ian?
Oh, I was just going to ask. I mean, obviously, Mitch's point has such clear veracity given the fact that Turning Point USA became so heavily pro Palestinian after the death of Charlie Kirk, right? I mean, it should seem obvious that that was the motivation, right, Mitch?
Well, I just think the online social media Pallywood
It's
stuff has gone
funny.
crazy.
It's
So there
funny
you
that
go.
you brought up the CIA guy today. Oh no, that was HitchSlap. He's now quote posting me saying that I need to quit investigating Charlie Kirk.
Hitch slips at that?
Stop asking questions, Diligent. You're very anti-Semitic right
Yeah,
now.
Brian
Wait.
Cunningham,
Oh, yeah.
formerly of the CIA, two-decade veteran.
You
Yeah.
should look into
Exactly
his
right.
ties in 9/11,
Diligent
Diligent.
Denizens needs a new crusade when it became clear the Epstein cover-up investigation would lead directly to Trump.
Yeah, and we never.
God,
By the way, the
another
Epstein thing was never about
genius.
Trump. Never. When you were doing the Epstein investigation, did I infer that you were making it about Trump? You were just making it about the fact that it's being covered up.
Yeah, no, I'm willing to go wherever it goes.
Yeah, I mean, who cares about Trump? It's
No, but I'm
like,
talking about this guy. He
yeah,
mentioned Trump. I didn't do it. He
yeah,
did.
yeah,
Listen,
but 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 back to the but
just
back
like
to the.
David
Hold
sees
on,
the
one
Jews as a
second.
cereal, David
Hold on,
Cunningham,
one second,
Brian
one second.
Mitch,
Cunningham
let people
sees
Yeah,
finish.
Trump.
Mitch. Yeah, my
Okay,
God,
I'm
man.
just making a point. Calm
Yeah,
down.
I know, but you don't own the space,
Cunningham
buddy.
sees
You have to
Trump and
let other people talk.
Trump sees
Diligent. I mean, like
Cunningham in the
it's
Clearly
clouds,
just
in
Gen X.
insufferable.
Ontario, in
Mitch,
everything.
bro,
It's
let him
just
finish.
insufferable.
Man,
Yeah.
literally, they need to
Yeah,
overtalk
hold
me
on.
just because I breathe.
But
It's
don't you
stupid.
understand, Diligent? This is what.
I
Okay.
can make a joke
Yeah,
and
but you
literally
could
get
let
censored
But
other
can you
people
do it when
talk.
somebody's not talking? Come on,
I
Yeah.
bro.
literally was
You're
talking
Right. You
first,
could
Diligent,
just
like
let
because he
other
can't
people
control
I
talk.
himself.
don't want to have to drop you down. You're
Yeah.
disrupting the space. Let
Right.
the conversation flow.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but the point about it's obvious that no country in the world benefits more from the assassination. And I posted it like for everyone to look at. This is just Grok talking, not me. And it's a long explanation of all the ways that Israel benefits and all the ways that, of course, Charlie Kirk walking away from Israel was deleterious to that relationship in a very, very critical way. Like you could really, like if you were pro-Israel, you could really understand, you could really feel threatened by this because there was no other group but the young, I would say specifically male conservative. If those people walk away, it is over. Now you have no military support, no economic support. And what does that mean? Israel doesn't survive without the US. So this is really obvious. The motivation, you cannot argue with the motivation.
But
You
Mike
cannot
Rock
argue with
disagrees
that.
with you, man. And
No, I
clearly the
just posted
motivation
it.
by the
I
pro-Palestinian
literally
cause.
just posted it.
I literally just grokked
No.
it, and the
Hold.
pro-Palestinian cause has a
Let's
greater
let's
motivation,
let's consider the
and
question
yours
though.
is predicated on him
Let,
walking away.
l-
When
no.
Diligence Grok said yesterday, that's just plainly false. So
Hold
just
on now. When we say walking away, we're talking about not supporting Israel. If you let, for instance, Tucker Carlson talk, if you interview Dave Smith, right? If he's presenting counter narratives to the interest, that means that the people that he is leading, the under 40, are hearing that. And that means they walk away. You understand? Just allowing the argument to happen means that you're going to erode support for Israel. It wouldn't
I
really
understand
matter.
that,
It
but
wouldn't even
your
matter
idea
if
is
he said
predicated on him
it would.
walking
It
away,
wouldn't
and
even
he's not
matter if he
walking. He never
said.
walked away.
And I really think that he would have kept saying, from all we know, he would have kept saying Israel, and I'll italicize this, has a right to exist. I don't think he would have stopped saying that. The point is, Israel can't afford for the people that he's leading to hear this counter narrative, and they were indeed hearing that counter narrative. And of course, we know that Israel was remonstrating against that very strongly. They were like, "Don't talk to Tucker Carlson anymore. Don't talk to Dave Smith," and he refused to do that. That is a big, big thing. Because if you hear both sides of the argument, then that means a significant portion.
Yeah,
So
but your idea is predicated on a false premise that he was walking away, and that's
no,
clearly
no,
not true.
my
So
God,
that's an
We
interesting
don't
I feel
know
like
idea.
you
that.
just didn't
But if
understand
you
what I just
use pure
said.
motivation of who would
No,
have a greater motivation to
It's
get rid
not
of
that
an
he didn't
enemy,
understand you.
it
It's
would
that
be
he
the
doesn't want to
pro-Palestinian cause,
acknowledge
David,
it.
it's that
based
he
upon the
doesn't
Grok I
listen
did.
to you at all.
So it's
He just
interesting.
no,
focuses
it's
on
like
his
you didn't.
objective, which is to
No,
derail the
that's
conversation.
true.
I'm
That's
not
true.
derailing. I'm just responding to David. That's all.
You
And
understand, but you
Let's
You just don't
bring
understand
it
like
that.
being
back.
responded
Let's
to.
bring it back to the
Okay,
trial. Let's bring it
okay.
back to the trial. Let's tell the reason why he's talking about Israel, right? Even though people are biased against Israel, okay, particularly some more than others, right? But despite that fact, Israel had a motive to take out Charlie Kirk. This is a fact, okay? 2 days
No, they
before he
didn't. They
was,
had a motivation to not do that.
don't interrupt me. 2 days before he was assassinated, okay, he said he was leaving the pro-Israel cause. Okay, I won't even say that he was leaving the pro-Israel cause. He just declared to a group of his inner circle, his TPUSA main people, plus some of the representatives of Jewish donors in a group chat, that he was leaving the pro-Israel cause. And 2 days later, he was dead. That's motive.
But what did he do the next day?
Objectively is motive.
But what did
We
he do
don't
the
need to
next day?
relitigate last night, Mitch. You restated that stuff
But
a
Diligent
thousand
is really
times.
litigating
And
it.
the thing is that the thing is, it's
I'm
even
explaining to
aside
our
from
listeners why Israel is being mentioned.
But then we can
aside
also
from that,
include that he then
our
had a meeting with
government, Mitch,
Weliki that he
Mitch.
organized to support Israel.
Don't talk. Stop the misogyny, miss. My co-host is talking.
Oh,
Thank you,
that's not
Diligent.
misogyny.
Yeah, God, how dare you, Mitch? It's not like aside from
You're so
Israel.
stunning and brave, AJ. Thank you for standing up to him like that.
Thank you. I'm a soldier. Our government alone has the history of monitoring these type of people. Like we look at the civil rights movements of groups and individuals that are influential being heavily monitored. Imagine that compounded with the technology that they have now and what insight they might have been able to have as to where his motivations actually were. Now, do we have open, overt proof of that? No, it's still a little bit of conjecture at this point. We can't fully know where his brain was, but his trend was going towards something that they didn't like, which was not supporting Israel anymore. I mean, you can't, Mitch.
So I disagree with
can't
that,
ignore
and
that.
I'm saying my reason why is because the following day he held a WhatsApp meeting that he organized with a bunch of people that are pro-Israel to sharpen his support of Israel. So if you want to
And
take
is
the
he gonna go? Is he gonna go amongst a bunch of rabbis and pro-Israel people and being like, "I'm done. I'm done. Done with you."
No, but he would just not bother to improve his
He wasn't
messaging for
stupid though. You
Israel.
have to
He
make
would
those
just
moves
simply remain
strategically.
silent at
So I
best.
had already established, right, and I remember posting about this, and I'm gonna go find it today. Okay, he had organized the coaching before he bitched. It was before the 8th. They had planned that organization. Josh Hammer, I believe, is the one, or the rabbi, one of the two, released a detail that they had already planned on doing that training session. Okay, we're back in order now.
Sure, let's say whatever date he
Silence,
organized it.
Mitch, silence.
Oh, I think we're back
Court
in
is
order
in
now.
session.
I didn't understand what you meant. Sorry.
Court is back in session. Before we get started, I want to clarify on the record that pursuant to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, where victims and victims' representatives are entitled to be treated with dignity and respect, that if they choose to leave the courtroom, they can come back whenever they wish. They're not prohibited to coming back solely at the break. So I just wanted to clarify that in case there was any question about that. In addition, I want to talk about the exhibits as it relates to their admission and publication of the exhibit. So whenever there is an objection to an exhibit, I would ask that the attorneys are clear specifically what they're objecting to. There's basically three levels of objections that could be objected to. First, the admittance of the exhibit itself. Second is the publication of the exhibit to the gallery. And third is the publication which is electronically captured by the media. So, counsel, I'll leave it to you in regards to what you object to or what you wish to respond to. If no objection to the publication media capture of the exhibit is specifically raised, the court will presume there's no objection. So Being that the monitor was introduced today by the court, I wanted to offer that guidance to the parties in regards to your objections. With that, let's go ahead and return to the witnesses. I do note for the record that the council is present and all the parties are present, and let's go ahead and proceed. Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Your Honor. We left off Officer Bagley with just having admitted State's Exhibit 3.1. I believe the court also granted our motion to publish 3.1. So we would ask the court to publish that to the gallery, 3.1.
Ms. Nestor, any thoughts?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go ahead and publish Exhibit 3.1. Looks like it's just taking a second to come up on the screen. Let's go ahead and unplug and replug in the monitor to see if that brings it back to life, to display. All right, looks like it's noticing a flicker on my screen here.
Thumbs up.
All right.
Day one, brand new judge, day one.
Yes.
Maybe they should hire TPSA to do the audiovisual.
Maybe they should hire diligent denizen.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Bagley, so you testified that this is the screwdriver as you saw it on September 10th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to, and this was on top of which roof?
The Losi building.
And in relationship to the entrance, the stairway, and when you hopped over the rail to get there, where was it located?
About 10 or 15 feet in.
Okay. If I could, Your Honor, bring up State's Exhibit number 2 that was previously admitted.
All right.
I would like to have Officer Bagley come down from the witness stand and point on that exhibit approximately where this screwdriver was located and describe it for the record.
All right, you may step down. And if you have a microphone for him as well.
I think there was one up there. Oh, here we go. So if you can describe where you saw that screwdriver, point to that.
Yeah, so this is the Losi building right here with the light gray. Here's the guardrail in the center of the picture with the red brick. Just over that, about 10, 15 feet in, about right there.
About right there, okay. Now on this exhibit, Exhibit 3.1, there's an evidence tag, yellow number 5. Was that present when you found the screwdriver?
No.
Okay, so that was left there by an evidence tech?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can take your seat again. Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to your monitor again and have you look at State's Exhibit 3.2. And if you'll let me know when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. And can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that's a picture of the top of the Losi building looking west.
Okay. And how do you know that that is, in fact, the top of Losi Center, looking west?
I can see the landmarks of several buildings, that the Fugal buildings on the top left of it. You've got on the right is a white roof, which is the Sorensen building on the right side of the picture. This is also the gravel area on top of the Losi building.
Okay. Can you see the courtyard from this exhibit?
Yes, a little bit.
What about the tent that was set up that Mr. Kirk was underneath?
Yes.
Okay. What about the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
Did you mention that this was facing west? What direction are we looking?
We're looking west towards Utah Lake.
Okay. Officer, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on September 10th, 2025 on top of the Losi building?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 3.2, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, I think that we renew our standing objection. There is an evidence tag here, which begs the question that it's not a fair and accurate representation of how he saw it. And we also don't have any indication about when this picture was taken or by whom. So we object to its admission.
I see. Thank you. Mr. Grunander.
Officer, one more question, Judge. Officer Bagley, apart from the evidence tag, do you see an evidence tag on that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Was that present when you were on top of the Losi Center and observed this?
That was not.
Okay, otherwise, is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
State moves to admit.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Given that follow-up question, noting that the evidence tag, it appears to be number 2 on State's Exhibit 3.2 was not present, but otherwise it is a fair and accurate representation as stated by the witness to State's Exhibit 3.2. The court will admit it into evidence, and it may be published at the discretion of or the request of counsel.
Your Honor, the State would move to publish it.
All right.
Officer Bagley, will you describe what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, on the top of the photo, you got the mountain range on the back. That's going to be looking west. You also have Utah Lake, which is towards the top of it. As you come down towards the center, on the top, you've got a pond, which is the ponds over at Utah Valley University. If you come down from that, from where the water meets that red bricked part, more towards the center is the Hall of Flags. And just below that, where you can see the grass and the white tent, is where Charlie Kirk was sitting looking west, and we're on top of the Losi building.
And is this depicting a particular corner of the Losi rooftop?
Yes, it is.
And this is the top rooftop?
Yes.
Is it the same level where we observed the atrium that's to the north?
The atrium's up just a little bit higher, so this is the top level of 4.
Level 4, okay. And what area of the rooftop are we looking at here?
You're looking
as far as the gravel?
Southwest side of the Losi building.
Southwest side, okay. Is there a line of sight down into the courtyard?
Yes, there is.
In that area? Okay. What else do you observe on this exhibit that's significant to you, officer?
There was some disturbance in the gravel right where, and around the area where in the area where the yellow marker is there was some disturbance that caught my eye there.
Okay. And does this photograph do it justice?
No.
And how so?
You can't really see the impression I saw the time of when I was up there on that day. I saw a distinct impression in the gravel, and this does not show that.
Okay, so you could see more with the naked eye?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to refer the witness to State's Exhibit 4 on your monitor there. And let me know when you can see that.
Okay, I can see it.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a nighttime view of that same photo. That was just last same view, looking west, and I can see the disturbance in the gravel.
And what tells you that this is the same photograph as the last one, as Exhibit 3.2?
You can see the hall flags. That's direct, almost the top of the photo. In the middle, you got the hall flags. You can see the tent in the grass area, the direct line of sight with the Sorensen building, and I'm on top of the gravel of the Losi building, southwest side.
Is there also an LDS temple that's depicted in that photograph?
There is. It's going to be on the top left of the photo. It's lit up.
Okay. Do you know who took this photo?
I do.
And who took this photo?
Melissa Richards.
And who is Melissa Richards?
She's the lead senior forensic for the state of Utah.
Okay.
Examiner.
And how do you know that she took this photograph?
I spoke to her.
Okay.
Let's renew the objection to hearsay that's in our standing objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grunander, do you want to respond to the objection about hearsay?
Yes, Judge. Under Rule 1102, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation or the authenticity of any exhibit. That's found in 1102 sub B sub 3. I would also point out for the court that under Rule 1101, which is the applicability of the rules, in subsection C1, the determination of questions of fact preliminary to admissibility of evidence when it's determined under Rule 104, which are preliminary questions, the rules of evidence do not apply. 104 speaks directly to laying foundation for an exhibit, so even at trial, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit. I would also just point the court to State v. Griffin. This is a 2016 Utah Supreme Court case. The citation is 384 Pacific 3rd 186, which stands for hearsay evidence is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit even at trial. And we're at a preliminary hearing today, Judge.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, before I issue a ruling?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection to hearsay. I note the standing objection by defense. I also note Rule 1102, and I also look to Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay evidence as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. For those reasons, I'm going to overrule the objection, and as it relates to reliable hearsay, in this instance, you may proceed.
Officer Bagley, did you ask Ms. Richards if this was a fair and accurate depiction of this scene on the Losi building on the night of September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She said it was.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 4.
Ms. Nestor?
Just object to relying on what Ms. Richards told him in terms of creating the foundation and refer back to our standing objection.
The state will submit it.
All right. Well, as I look at State's Exhibit 4, and again, I'm just looking at it before me, it said it was a fair and accurate representation. There's a notation, I mean, in the previous exhibits, there's a marker, exhibit marker, and I see 2, but it also appears to be other artifacts on this image that I haven't heard any testimony about, and so.
I will follow up, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, do you see an evidence tag in that exhibit?
Yes, I do, a number 2.
A number 2, and that's yellow and black?
Yes.
Do you see other evidence markers that are red in color?
Yes, they are, to me, they're orange, but they're triangular shaped.
Okay. Were those markers, the evidence tag 2, as well as the orange or red markers, present when you observed that scene that day?
No.
Okay. Were they present, however, when Ms. Richards took this photograph?
Yes.
And she indicated to you that that is a fair and accurate representation of what she observed that night?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 4, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Objections, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection, noting that the marker, evidence marker, as well as the red or orange markers, I can't tell which color it is, was not present originally. With those included information, State's Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you. The state would move to publish that.
All right.
And I would ask for the witness to come down to explain the exhibit.
All right, officer, if you'd like to step down, use the microphone, and as previously noted, describe, when you're describing something on the image, where it is located on the image for the benefit of our recording.
So, officer, will you describe for the court what it is that you're looking at?
So what I'm looking at is I'm on top of the Losi building, which is where the gravel is on towards the bottom center. I'm looking west towards the tent, which is in the upper center, that you got a white tent. You can see the grass down there in the amphitheater. You got the hall of flags that's more towards the top center, and behind that you've got I-15. But what I'm looking at is in the disturbance of the gravel is what I saw that day.
Okay, and what can you describe for the record that disturbance?
To me, when I got up there and I could see this disturbance of gravel, to me it looks like a sniper pad, a person that has been laying in a prone position, and you've got markings of elbows, knees, and feet to where somebody was in the line of sight of where Charlie's tent was.
Thank you. And if we could, again, take the, if we could publish State's Exhibit number 2. You recognize that, right, officer?
Yes, I do.
Where on the Losi rooftop did you observe this disturbance in the gravel?
If you go to the
Can
center
you point
of the
to
picture,
that?
if you go to the center of the picture in the darker gray part of it, on the left side, so the south side of the Losi building, it would be right in the line of sight of the Charlie Kirk tent that's straight in front of it.
Okay.
Or the southwest side of the roof.
Thank you. You can take your seat. And finally, I would direct the witness's attention to State's Exhibit number 5 on the monitor. Let me know when that's there.
It is.
It is
Yes.
there. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is going to be a picture of the side profile of that last photo we looked at with some red or orange markers and a number 2 with also a tape that's there on top of the Losi building.
What was that tape that you said?
There's a measuring tape, it looks like.
Okay. Are you able to tell which direction the photograph is, the photographer was facing?
Yes.
And what direction is that?
It's facing south.
This is a nighttime photograph, correct?
Yes.
Do you know who took this picture?
I do.
And who took the picture?
It was Melissa Richards.
The same individual that you spoke about before?
Yes.
Did you ask her whether this is a fair and accurate depiction of what she observed that night?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said it was.
With respect to what you observed that day, apart from the evidence tag, the yellow tag, as well as the orange or red markers, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed?
Yes.
What's different about what you observed as far as what's on the photograph, the previous exhibit, compared to this?
You can see more of the length of an individual. So you can see that there's 2 elbows, 2 knee areas, plus also towards the far right of the photo is also a marker where like somebody laid a gun down.
Okay.
It's like a prone position.
Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 1102, as well as other authority that's been cited today, the state offers State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Your Honor, we renew all the same objections we made to Exhibit 4.
Thank you. Given the foundation that has been laid and that the witness has testified that this is a fair and accurate representation of the scene, noting the tape as well as the markers in that, State's Exhibit 5 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
State moves to publish Exhibit 5, Judge.
All right.
Before turning to what you did next on that day, taking you to back to the daytime of September 10th, 2025, did you secure the rooftop of the Losi building that day?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I put yellow police crime scene tape around the portion where so nobody else would disturb that area.
I mean, when you say that area, what areas are you talking about?
I'm talking about the roof where it was the southwest side of the roof where I found the disturbed gravel, where it looked like somebody had been proned out in the line of sight of the tent. So right there.
Did you secure the area as far as any of the entrance area up onto the rooftop with police tape?
Yes, so then where that natural guardrail is, that was the other barrier where they were advised not to go any further from there other than police officers.
Okay. If we could go back to State's Exhibit number 2. If we were to zoom in on this photograph, are you able to see the police tape that you put up on the rooftop of the Losi Center, officer?
Yes, you would be able to.
Kimberly, if we can zoom in. Officer, I'm going to have you come down and describe for the court where you put that police tape up to secure that scene, the rooftop area. On the southwest corner of the rooftop.
So this is the top of the Losi building. You got your two different grays. The southwest is towards the top, center of the picture. You can see some yellow tape that spans from over here on the far right side of the picture by these black pipes, goes around a silver vent, comes back down around to the corner of that silver to keep everybody out of that area where that prone position was at.
Okay. On that photograph, are you able to see where you put the tape up as far as the access way to that roof near the stairway?
So it was right here, actually, this natural barrier where you have to climb over the guardrail. So this is the other barrier that I had to set up.
And you put police tape on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you eventually leave that area?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you left that area?
Oh, I have it in my notes. It would be, when I left that area, it was almost 1 o'clock, about 1:03, 1:01.
Okay. Before leaving, did you leave the scene with anyone?
I did not leave the scene. Or did I leave the scene to somebody? Yes,
Just
I did.
to someone else?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was a county deputy, a female.
Did you provide instructions to her?
I did.
And what were those instructions?
I advised her not to let anybody inside the crime scene.
Okay.
Without being a police officer or an investigator.
Okay. Thank you. You can take your seat again.
Man, if this is all they got, if it's stuff like this, oof, not very compelling.
Officer, upon seeing this disturbance in the gravel, you've described what it looked like to you.
Yes.
Someone lying down in a prone position, correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
So when I got to the top of the Losi building during that day, I noticed the screwdriver, kept going to the edge, found that prone position. At that moment, I realized, because it was direct line of sight, plus the disturbance in the gravel, where I could see somebody laid down in a prone position or a sniper position, and asked dispatch to get on the then I realized that we probably didn't have our shooter in custody. From that moment, I asked dispatch to get on the camera system and to see if anybody was on top of the Losi building during the time of the incident.
Were you advised of anything?
I was. Dispatch came back and advised me that there was a male individual on top of the roof that was there at the time of the shooting.
Did they describe what his movements were?
They did. They stated that he ran to the edge, dropped down, crawled, got in a prone position.
I'm going to stop you right there. Ran to the edge. What direction and what edge?
Running west and southwest of the Losi building. So ran towards the tent where Charlie Kirk was, so they could get a line of sight. And then the individual stood up after the shooting and ran northeast on the top of the Losi building.
Okay. You mentioned that this individual on the video dropped off the edge. Did you get that?
I haven't mentioned that.
Oh, what happened? What else was described to you?
Then, well, at that moment, so I knew that there was possibly a shooter on the run.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to all of the hearsay that's being testified to here?
And Judge, my response to that was I'm not actually offering this for the truth of the matter asserted at this point, simply for the effect on the hearer. So I'm not offering what's been described in the video as substantive evidence.
All right, Ms. Nestor, with that clarification, any thoughts?
I'll just stand on the objection. I don't think, I mean, he's clearly offering it for the truth because he's asking him to describe the route of the individual, and it's based on what other people told him. So if he wants to circle back to it after he's put the video in, I mean, we could do that. But right now, I still think it's inappropriate hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Hernandez?
I'll submit it to the court.
All right, so as the magistrate, as this is not to a jury, it's to myself as a magistrate, I am not accepting that statement for the truth of the matter asserted, simply for what has been stated. So I'm specifically making that finding as I'm receiving this evidence, and I'm not accepting it for the truth of the matter asserted, only as represented by Mr. Grunander. And with that, the objection is overruled. Mr. Grunander, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So you mentioned you were provided with information that an individual was running north on the Losi rooftop, correct?
Yes.
What else was described to you?
At that moment, I knew I had responding units coming into the scene. I advised other officers that I needed the Losi building secured, searched, because I didn't know exactly what way, that other than he ran north. That moment I went down to the police department, which is just down the stairwell, and looked at the video myself. And
Where is the police department located?
It's in the Gunther Trade Building, just directly to the south of the Losi building.
Okay.
So where I described those outside stairs, the building to the left of that or south would be the Gunther Trade Building.
Okay. On what level is the police department?
It's level 3.
Level 3, okay. Upon arriving at the police department, what did you do next then?
I then look at the footage to verify for myself exactly what expired on that moment, where I could see an individual run to the edge, get up, and then run off, and then drop off the northeast side of the building, of the Losi building.
Okay. Having viewed that, what did you do next?
At that moment, I realized I had more crimes, a bigger crime scene that I needed to contain and preserve for evidence. At that moment, I went and grabbed some more crime scene tape, and I responded to the northeast side of the building and secured an area where I saw impressions of the shoe print inside the grass, and also up above on that northeast side of the building, I could see on the cement where someone had scuffed there and then dropped down to the shoe imprint and then finished going northeast.
Okay. If I could take the witness back to State's Exhibit 2. You mentioned seeing an individual drop down. Could you come down and point that area out to the court?
Yes. Okay, this is the Losi building again on the top right center of the photo. Southwest side is where the individual was laying down prone in the line of sight, came behind the aquarium or atrium, came behind that on the west side of it, came up to the north side of the Losi building on the east on this white square piece on the far right of the picture. And then he dropped off on the east side of the Losi building into the grass down here below.
So the northeast corner?
Yes, northeast corner.
You mentioned you observed something on the grass?
I did. I saw a shoe imprint that was embedded pretty deep right there next to where he dropped off.
And this is all footage that you personally observed
Yes.
on the surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to the scene, describe in as best detail as you can what you saw on the grass then.
So when I got to the scene, I could see that there was a shoe imprint there. When I looked up onto the cement from the roof, I could see some scratching or rub marks from the top of the roof. That was not there, so I could see that looked abnormal. I then decided to put crime scene tape around the whole area in case there was more evidence that needed to be preserved.
On that exhibit number 2, do you see where you placed the crime scene tape?
Yes, I do.
And where is that? Can you describe that to the court?
It's going to be on the far right in the center of the picture. You can see the yellow tape. I came around trees, came up further out of pictures, some more trees. I came down all the way down to the back side of the LDS Institute building where there's a sidewalk to block everybody out of coming up that way.
Okay. Did you at one point leave the scene?
I did.
Did you release the scene to anyone?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
There was 2 Payson police officers that were standing there.
Okay. Were they in uniform?
They were.
Did you provide them with any instructions?
I advised them not to let anybody inside the crime scene other than law enforcement or investigators.
Okay. You can take your seat again, Officer Bagley.
But not where he was shot. We just let people trounce all through there and take down SD card cameras and step on the chairs and don't need to worry about securing that
You've
crime
talked
scene.
about the disturbance in the gravel that was observed on the Losi building.
Yes.
Did you walk through that disturbance in the gravel?
I did not.
Did you otherwise touch it in any way?
No.
With respect to the shoe print that you observed on the grass on the northeast lawn area below the Losi building, did you walk through that?
I did not.
Did you otherwise disturb that?
No.
Officer Bagley, what did you do next?
From that moment, I then released the scene. I went down to the Fugo building and knew that where the incident command center was at, so I could relay information that I'd found to responding units and people in charge.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
You may.
State will pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Nestor? Ms. Nestor, before you begin, what time would you like to break for lunch? I don't want to interrupt a line of questioning, and so I just want to make sure that we're just taking a look at the clock and when you feel is a good time to break, roughly in that 12:10 range.
I will aim for that, Your Honor. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Good afternoon, or morning still.
Morning.
Officer Bagley, my name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Mr. Robinson today, and I do have some questions for you.
Okay.
So you mentioned that you checked in around 11 a.m. on the day of the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know in advance there was going to be this event on campus?
I did. I signed up for an overtime shift, so yes. For
You
the special
signed-
event, I signed up for the overtime shift.
Got it. And so did you attend any type of debrief or briefing or meeting to prepare for the security of this event?
I did not, because that morning when I got there, we had individuals on top of the Hall of Flags. So when I walked in, I just checked on, was going to get my uniform on. The chief Long got a text or an email or phone call stating that there's people on top of the Hall of Flags throwing stuff down to the tent. Therefore, he sent the 2 officers that were on duty down to secure the area. I got dressed and then came back and then went to the Hall of Flags to secure that area.
So you never attended any kind of, I'll just use the word debrief or meeting to talk about what the officers on scene were going to do that day to keep everybody safe?
No, not that morning.
Do you know if there was such a meeting?
I don't know, because when I got there, it was people were throwing stuff down on the tent.
And do you know how many UVU officers you guys employ normally?
There was 15.
And do you know how many were assigned to cover that event that day?
That were assigned to cover it. There was 6 of us there was patrol 1 and then 5 others that were there with the chief.
Did you all have an idea there were going to be thousands and thousands of people there? Or was that a surprise to you?
Had an idea.
And you only had 5 officers?
6, yes.
6, I'm sorry, counting you, I was
Yes.
thinking. And of those 6 officers, are you all armed? Do you carry weapons?
Yes.
What type of weapons do you carry?
Glock, pistols.
And was there any use on campus of, I think they're called magnetometers, but the machines you walk through at TSA and the airport where it checks to see if you're carrying anything metal, what we all had to go through to get in the courtroom. Were there any machines like that set up or being used on campus that day?
No.
And as far as you know, were there any drones that were flying above campus that day?
Not that I know of.
And did anyone ever talk to you about covering anything near or on top of or in the Low C building? Were you ever assigned that area before the shooting?
No,
Do you know who was?
I don't.
And when you got up to the roof that afternoon, was anybody around that was law enforcement?
No.
Nobody on the roof?
No.
Nobody on the stairway?
No.
Nobody on the walkway?
No.
Okay. And in the state of Utah, is a campus a gun-free zone? Are students allowed to have guns on campus?
It's an open carry state, so yes.
And did you see anybody that was armed that day other than law enforcement?
I did not see.
Were you aware of whether Mr. Kirk had his own security team present there with him?
Yes.
Did you communicate with any of those people?
I saw one individual that was on top of the hall flags right next to me, yes.
Okay, and that was before the shooting?
Yes, and then I saw several down in the crowds and down by him, yes.
And were you aware of whether that person was armed either?
I was aware he was armed.
Okay. Was there any other law enforcement agency besides Mr. Kirk's private security team and your 6 officers, including you, that were covering that event that day? In other words, did you have any Provo police or Orem police or anyone that you knew of or federal agencies?
I don't know.
You never saw any that day?
No, not until the response came in.
And you did mention, I think I heard you just a few minutes ago testify, you turned over the scene on the roof to a woman who was a deputy sheriff, right?
Yes.
And that you turned over the scene where the individual dropped off to, I believe you said, was it Orem Police?
Payson.
Payson Police, thank you. Those people weren't there till after the shooting, right? They were part of just a response of everybody in the area?
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive any type of briefing materials, written materials prior to the event that talked about who would be covering what or anything like that?
No, not that morning. Like I said, it started getting hectic, so we were trying to get down there to secure the area and push people away from the top of the tent.
Now, when this event was over, you prepared a report, is that right?
I did.
And in the report, it covers a lot of what you testified to with Mr. Grunander, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I think you said you attended, what, 600 hours of post-training?
It's around 600 hours, yes.
And I'm sure somewhere in that training, you were taught the importance of your police report
Yes.
and how it will be relied on years later to recreate events like it's being done right now. And so you know it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your report.
Yep.
Can we put up Bagley 1? Can we switch it over to the defense table, please? Thank you so much. And show it only to the witness. This is his police report. It's mine. Do you want a copy?
All right.
Do you see that report in front of you?
I do.
And is that the report that you prepared, or did you prepare this report?
I didn't. I did a supplement on it, but I didn't prepare the report. So, like, because the incident was a big agency assist, so obviously it says It has all the responding officers to that effect.
Oh, we need to go to the page. Thank you for pointing that out. Can we please move to page?
These are the agency prepared the report?
Or 5, maybe. Let me look and see. All right, now let me ask the question again. Sorry, we just had the cover sheet up. Is that your report?
Yes, this is.
All right, and did you prepare that?
I did.
When did you prepare this report?
It looks like it was done the next day, either that day or the next day, because I wanted to make sure that I had it done where everything was fresh on my mind.
And do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, as a matter of fact.
May I just step in and just make sure that it's the same one? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, you're good.
And this is, we got to ask this now. Did you use AI to help you prepare your report?
I did not.
Okay, good. When you prepared your report, you referenced when you first heard the shot, don't you?
Yes.
And what is the time that you say that you heard the shot?
12:23.
Right. And when you wrote that report, you did not state in your report the direction you heard that shot come from, did you?
No, apparently not.
And take your time and look at the whole report and see if there's anywhere in there where you ever mentioned that it came from the east or to your right.
I don't see his direction.
Okay. And you also, I believe, in your report, you also don't state whether or not, you don't mention anything about thinking it came from the Low-C building or anything like that, right?
Later on, when I recognized when I saw the empty holsters, I think I actually said that in there, where I see the empty holster, that I realized the line of sight.
Okay, so let's talk about that holster for a minute. So you heard the shot, and you only heard one shot, correct?
Yes.
And then you came down from the walkway above the tent, right?
Yes.
And you came down to really the grassy area that we've all been looking at, the courtyard.
Yes.
And there was kind of chaos, people running around.
Yep.
Yes. And while you were down there, you saw what you said was an empty holster.
Yeah, as I was clearing people out and making sure that the evidence was preserved, about towards the top, after a little bit, I saw an empty holster sitting there.
And when you say towards the top, can you be specific and tell us where you were?
So on the south side in the courtyard, there's some tiers of seating where the grass is different levels, and it was towards the top, maybe just right before the cement is where everybody's standing, so there's different levels. It's towards the top on the grass.
And when you saw the holster, can you describe to me what it looked like?
An empty concealed holster.
For what type of
For
weapon?
a pistol.
Okay. And did it have any markings on it?
I didn't even know, not that I noticed.
And what happened to that holster?
I have no idea.
Did you ever take custody of it?
Nope.
Did you ever tell anyone else to take custody of it?
Nope.
You just left it on the grass?
I did.
Was it ever fingerprinted to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Okay. At some point, there were drones in the air. Is that right? Did you become aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Right. Do you know who put the drones in the air?
Sergeant Cam Nelson with the Provo Police Department.
So it wasn't UVU?
No.
Did you guys even have drone capability? Did you have a drone on campus that you used?
No.
All right. So someone would have had to bring one after the shooting onto campus because you wouldn't have had one there.
True.
Right. You mentioned that as you were coming down into the grassy area from the top above the tent. You come down the Hall of Flags, you come into the grassy area. You mentioned that you heard, I guess on your radio, that they had a suspect in custody.
Yes.
And so how long do you think between the shot being fired did you hear that?
I was in, like I said, trying to get down the stairs, jumping over people, trying not to step on people as people were fighting up. Within 30 seconds, maybe.
Right. So they pretty much instantly had someone in custody.
Yes, and that's why I was quite surprised.
Were you aware of where the person was taken into custody?
Right down by where Charlie Kirk was sitting by his tent, somewhere down there.
So in the courtyard area, the person would have been in the courtyard area at the time of the shooting.
Yes.
Was that person in or near or around the holster in any way?
No.
You don't know?
No, he wasn't. Where the holster was up on the top level up there, and it was where when the incident happened, when Charlie got shot. Within seconds, the other officer that was down by him said that he was in custody with a prisoner of the shooter. So they had been within right there.
You didn't, at that time, it was your understanding the person they took into custody was close by Mr. Kirk, is that right?
Yep.
But it didn't occur to you that, well, that's not where I heard the shot come from. They must have the wrong person. I should talk to somebody.
During the chaos moment, no. They said they had a person in custody. I figured those guys saw something I didn't see. They took the person in custody, and I thought that was him.
Okay. This would be a good stopping place because I'm about to start another section.
Okay.
So maybe we could go 5 minutes early for lunch.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, officer.
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. I do want to note for the camera operator, if you would just be cognizant and turn off the microphone during breaks and when we break for recess, that would be helpful. Does either party need the benefit of the record before we break for lunch?
Not the state, no.
All right. We are in recess.
Okay, well, that is that, as they say. Not really, not very tantalizing, not very exciting. It looks like they are starting with God. I was saying it before, and I would like to get Teresa up here. She's the one that caught Charlie Kirk's parents on video. I quote posted it. It's on my timeline on the Jumbotron. Go share her original video. She's doing on the ground citizen journalism. We need to support our people who do these things. There is I would have come out strong, right? Like whatever you have that nails him dead to the wall, right? A dead ringer. You got video of him. You have something conclusive that we can see. Nothing. We just spent, okay, let's see. We started at 9. Why are you trying to find my location? We started at 9. And here we are 3 hours later. And I am no further convinced that Tyler Robinson committed this crime than I was 3 hours ago. 3 hours. 3 hours of nothing burger, right? They're trying to say pretty much just ask this cop if he saw a screwdriver on the roof. That's what we've got done so far. Just so you know, 3 hours. And the only thing that we have is a police officer who says he found a gun on a roof. And I didn't know about the holster. Apparently there was a holster on the second level, which is there's a stairway that goes up to this bridge that goes from the Losi building to the computer science building. Apparently he found an empty holster up there, which is interesting. Who did that belong to? What kind of gun was that? That's news. I'm glad they brought that up. Teresa, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yep, I'm here.
Hi.
Hi.
Good job getting Charlie Kirk's family walking in.
Yeah, thank you. That was a good one. I think that was his sister walking in. My camera, I was trained up on on Robert and Catherine, so I just missed focusing in on the sister. But I
I
think
can
she was
send
working
you
that.
a picture of the sister if that will
Okay.
help.
Yeah, it will.
Because if the sister's here, that's huge. She
Yeah.
is really, really private.
Mm-hmm. Does she have long brown hair?
She. So I've only seen a picture from like a year or two ago, and it was short hair, but it was brown. She kind of has. She kind of favors Charlie in the face a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she's young. She's like 28.
Okay.
So is that does that look like her?
Did you send it in messages?
Let
Let me
me
see.
find it. I have to find it now because it's buried.
Because she had longer hair, but I was so focused on getting them that I kind of missed it if it was her. But I'm going to be so we got in there a little later, and I apparently people have to get wristbands, and they're only handing out 14 wristbands. So you have to be there really early. So we're gonna have to camp out pretty much, wait until they hand out the
You
wristbands,
mean to
and
go into the
yeah,
trial?
yep, to
Yeah,
go
I'm
into the hearing.
I we can't take so I could have I was gonna get up at the butt crack of dawn and get there this morning and do that, but you can't take a device in with you, you can't record. Like
Yeah.
I'm like, I think it would be better to get people walking in
Mm-hmm.
than it would be to go sit inside. And so I like I went there this morning. I was a little bit late, but I did catch Tyler getting brought in, right? On my live. I was doing a video space. And then
Mm-hmm.
turned right around and ran back to my Airbnb, and then decided to live stream. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm
Yeah.
gonna show up in the morning, catch everybody going in, talk to folks, and then turn around and come back here and stream the court hearing. I would rather be able to engage and interact and discuss what we're seeing instead of being stuck in a courtroom all day.
Not being able to communicate. I know that's the bummer. So they won't even let you take in a bag. You can take in only a notepad and a pen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. I mean, what's the point of that when you can live stream? I mean, yeah, you get to sit in there with them.
Mm-hmm.
But I care more about being able to
Catch
being
people
able
coming
to
in.
well, I mean, I care more about being able to engage and put out what we're seing and stuff
Mm-hmm.
live. I would rather do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. So they
So what
had
was it? Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. They had some, it looked like probably, 5, 6 people who aren't podcasters there just out of their personal interest for the case.
What say what?
Yeah, so they had quite a few people there wanting to get wristbands and go into the courthouse just for their personal interest in the case. They don't have a podcast, they're not reporting on it. They just like to watch trials.
Okay, I'm gonna send you two pictures. I'm not
Okay.
sure how old they are. Where are you? There you are. The one with the short hair is the one I had seen most recently, but you can see the face.
Yeah, that might have been his sister because it looks like the same color hair with the waves. His sister, I think, was right there.
That's interesting. I would love to love to interview her because
Mm-hmm.
she's a leftist, and she has been incredibly silent on this whole deal, and so is his parents.
Yeah.
I would love to speak to his parents too. To be honest with you, were they so when they came through? Did they have security keeping people back? Um,
Mm.
what was that
S-
like?
So yeah, they have security officers out there making sure people don't get too close and that there's a clear path into the courthouse. But they had Stacy. She was the closest to them walking. She was their guard dog. So yeah, they didn't have a lot of security, just the assigned security outside the courthouse.
And what is the expressions on their faces, would you say?
So yeah, I feel like the mom had more expression. I felt like she just to me looked just really exhausted and weighed down, where the dad, his father, seemed to be take on more of the protective role, and more of his, he was more stiff and his stature was strong, like and kind of angry looking, actually pretty stern. I would say not angry, but more stern and protective. Where his mom, Catherine, just looked like she was struggling a little bit. And they were careful, to me. I mean, of course, she had glasses on, but they were careful not to look
In the
anybody,
eye?
yeah, in the eye, or look in any direction, just straight ahead.
Yeah, and how far apart did they show up from Erica?
So Erica was on the back side of the building, and so I don't know when Erica came in. Um, for that
Isn't
shot.
it interesting
That
that
was
they
at
didn't
the
come in
very end.
together?
It is. It's a super interesting. She had, her security with her, but I was expecting them to show a unified front, because they put out the press release like they do, saying that everybody's going to be there. So I expected them to be together. And the fact that they came separately, to me, I mean, it doesn't appear as a unified front. My guess
Um,
is that Erica Kirk, that their side put out, the press release, the information that they're going to attend, just for appearances sake, to make it look like and sound like they're, together. It just really doesn't seem that way.
I'm getting other. Thank you, Cindy. Cindy saying that there are other reports are confirming that uh, Charlie Kirk's sister is there today.
Okay.
So
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that Stacy was with them too, because if you remember at the funeral, uh, at when they were standing there, they were so far apart, and Stacy was right next to Erica. So I was very surprised to see Stacy Sheridan with the parents.
I would guess that um, she's acting as a intermediary. I don't
Mm.
know. I don't know. I don't know enough about. Maybe she's just organizing everything for them.
She seems like
It's
Erica's handler to me, to be honest.
it's.
It sort of feels like she's keeping an eye on them.
Go ahead, Miss Lou.
What's your impression of the so far, so little far, of the defense?
Are you
It's too
asking
soon
me?
I mean, anybody. It's too soon to tell. I think.
I think that the objections were reasonable.
I think they were pretty standard issue.
Yeah, yeah. My impression, however, is that much younger. I don't know anything about the attorney, but younger and confident, but just not as lethal, shall I say? And maybe that's the wrong word. As maybe experienced is the better word, as the lawyer that spoke for the prosecution.
I mean, I think some of that is she doesn't have to be right now. I think, again, as far as like how early it is, you don't need to go full on. A lot of this stuff, because they're standing objections, right? They've litigated all this stuff. They pretty much know their stance on everything going into it already. That's why she just keeps bringing it up for the record. But just the nature of what the hearing is, I think it's going to be hard to tell. And there's other people on the team that seem like they're a little bit older that may be the ones that are going to be the ones that, like, during trial would actually, go for someone's throat type energy.
What I found interesting with the holster is that since we weren't appraised of it and don't have to be, but I mean, what sort of DNA is on that? That was my curiosity when I first heard it.
It'll be interesting.
In space. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he said he didn't collect it. He didn't know what happened to it. Did they even collect it? We don't even know.
He did say that. He said they didn't get it till the next day, I think, and she pointed that out. She was pretty clear about that.
Which is wild.
So you said he preserves the screwdriver, but screw the gun holster. That doesn't make any sense. That's weird. Crazy. One literally holds the gun. Why would you pick up the screwdriver?
I didn't think to grab it because, with the stuff going on and everything, I just, so I just left it on the ground.
I put the caution tape up around the crime scene tape up around the screwdriver and the disturbed pebbles, right? But fuck
And
the
I
gun
didn't have enough
holster.
tape.
Screw the gun holster.
I didn't have enough tape, so I had to go back.
It goes to show the lack of training and readiness for this type of event, right? Like these
Well,
are just...
to me, AJ, why would he be so concerned? How did they know, first of all, that it was a rifle? His whole thing was, I thought it was based on everything happened so quickly. Why are you going toward a screwdriver and not the holster? Like, why would that be your initial reaction? To me, I just think that's very sketchy.
Because you didn't see it when you first got there.
I think it's
He said he saw
interesting.
it.
I don't believe him.
Erica Kirk put out a statement on behalf of the family. Quote, statement on behalf of Charlie Kirk's immediate family, his parents, Robert and Catherine, his wife, Erica, and his sister, Mary. Charlie was a beloved husband, son, brother, and father, friend and father. Oh, this is on her timeline. Sorry.
Yeah.
Every court proceeding serves as a painful reminder of his death and the loss that has irrevocably impacted our lives and the lives of our children. We remain deeply grateful for the support, prayers, and kindness we have received. This outpouring has sustained us during the darkest days of our lives. Out of respect for the judicial process, we will not be commenting further at this time. We ask for continued privacy as we navigate this process in immense grief. They don't want people talking to the family. That's what this is. Erica Kirk is saying they don't want people talking to the family. That's what it is.
Yeah, and I think this is what I was saying is it seems to me the whole vibe check that I got is that Stacy is there making sure that those parents don't say anything. Like she's not trying to protect them. She's protecting Erica from anything that they could say. That's what I feel like the whole press release is that they're putting out. Hey, we're together, we're united, but they're, the parents walk in
We're
separately.
together, just not visibly.
Yeah,
just not
right,
visibly together.
Yeah, and Stacy's the bulldog we set with them. Why wasn't that Erica? So
That's interesting.
mhm.
Maybe I will go.
Yes, go. Yes, diligent.
And we saw, what was it, Jack Posobiec? He was there. I recognized remember at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the security that was with Erica. He was there early on, so I knew that Erica was going to show up because he's always real close. So,
Are you going back there this afternoon towards the end when they all leave?
I don't think I don't have my own car, so I'm sharing a car with somebody, and I think we're going to stay here and get our lighting straight, and because we're going on
Is
a
it that
live stream.
what's her name?
Brandy Siciliani.
Oh, Brandy. You're with
Brandy
Brandy.
Siciliani.
She's
So
cool.
Yeah, she picked me up from the airport, and so we got her car, and she's got somebody coming over here that she knows that can help set up with the lighting because it's kind of horrid in here. So, anyways, we're gonna do that, and then I'm hoping I like your idea though about going and getting video of everybody that you can in the morning and the afternoon. So I'll have to see if we
And
want
if
to
you
do
guys
that
want
too.
to do a call, if you want to tell them if they want to do a collaboration stream or something, I'm down.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it'd be cool. And I have a full studio set up here, so and I'm already good. I got lights and everything. Yeah, we're all good
Oh,
here.
right on. You're in an Airbnb here too.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm
How close are you to the
about
courthouse?
8 minutes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we're about 5-6 minutes.
Yeah,
Nice.
I was gonna get. I don't know. I'm sketched out being in Utah, man. I'm sketched out. I was warned by somebody in the know that it was not safe for me in Utah.
Oh,
That's what I was
really?
told. Yeah, when I first came here.
So did you see the security on the roof of the courthouse? There was people up there.
I did not. I did not. I
Yeah.
did not look up
Yeah.
once.
Yeah, there were people up there watching.
Yeah, I came here. I went there yesterday and checked out like the area and walked around and looked around really good, took some pictures and kind of like assessed the landscape and what it would probably look like today. And yep,
Mhm.
it was just like that.
Yeah, I saw
There
your
they are
post
walking
yesterday.
back in. Oh, that's your picture. Oops. What'd you say?
Yeah, I saw your post yesterday. You were out there video. You had like all the you got footage of what the setup that they had with was it the cones and stuff that were out there or whatever, the barriers.
Hey,
Didn't you post that
Teresa.
yesterday?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
no, go
did.
ahead.
I was just going to ask you what your thoughts on the whole situation is, and what do you tend to think, based off of the evidence that has been revealed and stuff. Like, what do you tend to think happened or is going on?
Overall,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, it's yeah, it's always, I'm like, surprise me. I would like more than anything to solve what happened to Charlie and for us all to know what happened. I would like to not think that our government and these NGOs, these powerful, political forces, um, mechanisms for certain politics aren't controlling us and aren't, able to just take someone out whenever it suits them. I would really love to believe that. So to be honest, I think that Charlie was assassinated for his political stance. I think that our government, I think TPUSA and the FBI all had a hand in it. That's what it looks like to me. That's what it's always looked like. As soon as I saw him, Charlie, you get shot that day. I was like, that was a hit. That was a clear hit to me. That's just the first thing that came to my mind, and it's just been reinforced over and over and over. Uh, but I would rather not believe that. And I'm like, okay, well, show me something. But I definitely don't want to see somebody go, get the death penalty for a murder they didn't commit. Whatever Tyler's part was in it, he definitely should be held to account. But it should be just for what he did,
Yeah,
and
I think
the group
I
solely responsible should be held accountable.
thanks so much for answering that. I definitely agree with you. And I think what Diligence point, what he had just said, I think moments before you came in, he was surprised that the defense for Charlie Kirk didn't just come out like, or the prosecution didn't just come out like guns a blazing and just showing we have concrete evidence kind of thing. Because
Hmm.
if you have that evidence, just show it. Just put everything to rest right out of the
Right.
gate.
Yeah, but that's kind of trial procedure, right? Like that's why these things get so boring and people don't
True,
love
true.
watching it all the
I
time. This
keep
is
forgetting.
all, yeah, it's all laying groundwork. So they just have to lay it all down, timelines, and how they have the evidence and why it's valid, and that whole chain of custody. All those things have to be put in place. Just
To
procedure.
AJ's point, you guys, and that is a very good point about all this procedural stuff because it's part of it. I'm always have deja vu with the OJ Simpson trial, okay, which would be the reverse of this. A weak, prosecution and a uber strong defense. And I'm wary, because we watched, like I said, 2 weeks of that televised, and you got to see the twists and turns and I hope that doesn't happen here. I hope it's clear cut and everybody can go at rest, per you guys saying that no matter what the outcome is, that it is the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And that's what we
I,
want. And
I I don't have faith that's going to be the case.
oh,
I
I don't
yeah,
either, but that's
I
why
don't
I'm trying
either.
to bring up OJ because look at when you look at that trial, if people could watch it again today and look at it, it was so nefarious. Anyway, that's all I have to say is that I get creepy deja vu when I think about trials that might not go the way of justice. Thank you.
Well, the fact that the judge is still saying now today, there's certain things we're not going to see. That after we already went through those hearings, okay, we get to see the evidence, and so now today he's saying, okay, well, you don't get to see all of it. That's not really open to the public then, and then limiting it to 14 people. There's room in that courtroom for at least 50. I mean there is a lot of room. They cut off other hearings at 75, so we know we can get 75 in there.
Yeah, well, the family and the press are taking up the most room. Did you apply for a press pass?
No, and I regret it. I really thought about it, and I was just like, no, I don't think I'll need that, but I'm going to for sure next time. Well, and it's like a lottery.
I
So
don't
we
want
talked.
my I don't want my name to be on the record.
We spoke to the woman in charge of that, and so you email her with your interest, you fill out the paperwork and all of that, and then it's by lottery.
By lottery, quote unquote
Yes,
lottery.
exactly. We actually asked, we're saying to people, we're like, we're willing to buy your wrist your wrist pass, but you're not allowed to transfer those.
I was about to say that they will stop that quickly.
Yeah, they said.
Unfortunately,
We
fortunately, I don't
yeah.
know. It's weird how they do it. It'll be interesting to see some places handle it better than others, but a lot of times there's like overlap. Like some people in the media pool will have multiple entries in there because they're going representing multiple companies, right? Like they've been contracted to go there on behalf of more than one news outlet, and so sometimes they'll get in that pool multiple times in that lottery, so they have a higher chance, which to me is really unfair.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I hate I hate to sound pessimistic, and I hate to feel pessimistic and to think it's a rigged system. It is. And the best hope that they have are people like us, people like you, everybody that's watching the case, everybody's eyes, everybody paying attention. That's the best hope for any type of justice.
And education on it, because
Hmm.
so many people don't understand the process, and the more discussions we can have around it, again, I think it's kind of like that baseline to get people more involved in general from our runaway government right now that
Hmm.
we have going on.
Runaway government. That's a good use of the word runaway.
Man, I really, really want to try to talk to one of them. Ooh,
Yes.
it is. I'm really good at this. I'm really good at that part of it. I'm really good at that part of it. I'm probably gonna go try tonight or tomorrow.
Are the grandparents here?
Um, Charlie's grandparents?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Or Tyler's, sorry.
Tyler's who means
Tyler's
Tyler's
grandparents.
Tyler's grandma's not. I don't know
Okay.
about the other one.
Okay.
She's watching our stream.
Oh, she is.
Hmm.
Hey, Grandma.
Hi, grandma. Yep, she's watching. I sent it to her this morning.
Nice.
Yeah, she's yeah, I would and I guess did you see the Tyler's parents come in?
No, I did not see them come in. You know, I
I
left her
was
a gift
I
basket when I was out here last.
I
When I
was
flew out like 2 hearings ago.
I told her that when I talked
You,
to her.
you did.
This
Awesome.
yeah, the just when I got about 2 weeks ago. Hmm.
Well, I left a gift basket with a this really cute like spring tracksuit. It was green, and I got her a plant, just encouraging that in these dark times that there's still still life. Life blooms and it blossoms, and just for as a symbol of hope. Anyways, uh, I was like, I hope I left the receipt in case she didn't like it, but a gift receipt. So, but I was like, I am in my imagination. I imagined it's like she's like in her cute little tracksuit.
Um, did you? So I guess the parents came in through the back entrance as well.
Okay.
His parents did. Yeah.
Mm,
I'm still trying to wrap my mind around why Erica Kirk and Charlie's parents didn't come at the same time.
right. Hmm.
I mean, if I were Charlie's parents, I'd be pissed. She's making a circus of his life in my mind, like in the way I would view it. Like this has become a spectacle, and it's not about how their son was fucking brutally murdered in front of the world. Like
Yeah.
I'd be pretty upset if I were them.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, legal beagles. Is this hearing in lieu of a grand jury? Would there
Yes.
normally?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
That's something to do with Utah law. Why it's not a grand jury.
I think
I
it's
would.
better. Grand juries are often abused in ways that they weren't intended to be, and it's done
I
kind of
mean,
in
there's
secrecy
like
and stuff.
it's almost certain that the judge is going to find enough probable cause, right? Like it's
Yeah, but like so at least it's open, whereas in a grand jury it's sealed forever, and we don't know what happens, and the quote is a grand jury would indict a ham sandwich. Like it's not hard to get them to.
since she was there, I did publish the pictures of Charlie Kirk's sister. They were already publicly available. So if you want to know what
Okay.
she looks like, they're on the Jumbotron or on my profile.
Okay.
And it's just weird that they haven't given any statement. Do you think that the fact that the parents are not with Erica Kirk lends some credence to them, not kind of like there might be some kind of dissent there or disparate feelings about the situation? God, I would love to know what they think.
I do. I really do. There's no love lost. Can you? I know. When you're close with the in-laws, you're close with them, and when you're not, that's obvious. And especially in the light of Charlie's death and the grandchildren, if they were together, we'd know it. So the fact that they're not, uh, it tells me everything. And even at that funeral, if you guys remember that footage where Stacey Sheridan was with Erica and the parents were just what it looked like I don't know, like 10 feet apart, like 8 to 10 feet apart. They were not close. And I would console my family, my husband's family. And as a mother-in-law, I would console my daughter-in-law.
There'd be no way to have this separation, especially with something as traumatic if they were together. For one, you'd want to emphasize Erica's innocence and non-involvement.
Yep.
If that was the case and if that was
Mhm.
truth, but regardless, if everybody was on
Yeah,
Erica
why
Kirk's
aren't they
side,
coming out in support and saying leave her alone?
Exactly.
why aren't they
We love our
together?
daughter. This is my, even if they don't say anything, you can say it with, with your presence.
That's what I'm saying. She's made it a circus. It's insulting to them in
It's
my
the
mind.
Erica Kirk show.
And
Yeah.
I think them not being together, this is a very tall sign. This is them saying it without saying anything out loud,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Mm-hmm.
They know
It is
everybody's
really.
watching this. TPUSA has it streaming right now.
It's so
Everyone's
weird.
watching this
They're
right now.
streaming this on Charlie's profile, on his own profile.
Mm.
That's
So
really
weird.
gross. That's gross to me. I don't like that.
Yeah. Are they commentating? Or are they just streaming it?
I have no idea. We can go look. We can take a look.
Yeah, let's see. And Donald Trump Jr.'s there. So we had a friend who she didn't have a wrist, but she tried to get up. She went up to the fourth floor and then she was there for a minute and then was asked to leave. But she had seen and
consequences. I told my sons this all.
Donald Jr. was there with
Jeff
Erica.
Metcalf. I don't remember who he is. I feel like I met him before.
You guys, Andrew Colbert has a separate
And this was
stream from Charlie Kirk show.
Oh, he does.
There's a separate Andrew Colbert stream hosting, and then Charlie Kirk show on, I guess, Rev.
Mm.
Let's see. Andrew dipshit. Can't stand this guy. He's live. Let's see what he's streaming. Oh, there's their commentary. Okay, here we
God's got big plans for what you're going to do next and the purpose you're going to live with. And honestly, I'm really encouraged listening to you because I believe what you said, Erica needs to hear and Rob and Catherine need to hear. And there's just very few people that can relate to what they're going through right now. And you're one of them. And it's a terrible club for you to be in and for us to sort of be in. And
membership dues.
Yeah. But we
So
so
there's a
appreciate
source
you.
inside.
And I thank you for
Go ahead.
for
You can
making
talk
this
over
a
these
priority
jackasses.
today.
Okay. There's a
I'm gonna
source inside the
clip
courtroom
this and send
saying
it
that
right to Erica so she can
Charlie's
watch it
parents are
tonight.
sitting behind
And we just really
a bench
appreciate you. God bless
behind
you.
Erica
I mean,
and
God
not
really mean
with
that.
Erica.
God bless her family, and
That's interesting.
you obviously know what I told you offline. You can reach out. So,
Did they post that? Is that
No,
posted?
Jeff.
just
No.
God bless them, and I'll pray for them.
God bless you. Jeff Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's father, so
was
generous
something.
with his time. And yeah, that was powerful just to sit back and listen to. I mean, there's just something about somebody that's been through that process.
Oh, Metcalf,
firsthand
the
and
kid they got. Yeah.
had to face so much tragedy and heartache. And I hate to
Oh,
use
so they're bringing on
that
victims and families of
to
victims.
confront the fact
Oh,
that I
okay.
relate so much to
Okay.
you do
All right.
too.
Yeah.
We're gonna do
Gotta
everything
Of
garner the
course.
emotion. Gotta
Of
garner
course
that
they are.
emotion.
Yeah.
The court's gonna come back in session.
I mean, we found out from the
At some
White House
point.
Correspondents'
Kinda
Dinner
waiting
that
for that. Maybe if you wanna take the RAV feed,
sympathy
guys, for
works
the
best
stream,
that for Erica
and,
Kirk,
We'll be
the
back. We'll be
playing
back.
the
Yes,
crying
their
widow
time. I
card.
think they go until 5. You said
5 Utah time. Yeah.
So that would be 4 Pacific.
None of these guys
Central,
show up
7
to cover
Eastern.
it.
And then we've got a special. We're gonna do a recap
We'll do a
episode
recap
at the end of the day.
and we'll see how
Gotta
far we get. I was
propagandize.
speaking with Jay Towns
Mm-hmm.
earlier, and he said, in theory,
Are they
we'll get
still
this
in
done
Arizona?
today, but the
Yeah.
defense is
They're gonna
objecting
drag
a lot.
it out. Yeah.
It'll drag out.
Yeah.
So
all right. We'll be back soon, guys. Talk then.
Scumbags. You know, I had a chance to meet Andrew Colbert when I was in Arizona, and I did not like the cut of his jib. I didn't like the way something about him did not. It rubbed me the wrong way, and I declined the opportunity because I met a bunch of these people when I was covering the Trump rallies, and I was at AmFest, and I don't know, man. My instincts have never served me wrong. You know, I think that's when God tells you to either stay away or approach people, and he told me to stay away. Told me to stay
Yeah,
away.
always
Good
listen.
plan.
I had seen Andrew Colvett on the Megyn Kelly show right after Charlie's death, and I'm one of the first people who posted the clip. I clipped him immediately because he had a slip of the tongue saying they're processing their guilt. And so I had clipped that and put it in slow motion. And as soon as he did that, I'm like, oh, yeah, I see you are processing your guilt.
That's wild.
Yeah,
Freudian slip, kind of
yep,
like what's her name
I
at
remember seeing that.
yeah,
Erica's interview when she said JD Vance assassin.
yeah, yeah. That's really, really witty, Erica. Real witty.
Hey, Diligent, by the way, I see Anna Escobar down in the listener panel. I know she did videos specifically on drones and a couple other things that they talked about earlier
She's
in the
up here.
trial. Oh, she is up. It must be glitched on my end. I figured I'd call her out for you.
Yeah, what's up, Anna?
Hey guys, how you guys doing? Thanks for having me on.
Great.
I appreciate it.
As
Yeah,
good as we can be,
absolutely.
anyways.
Right, exactly. I know. I'm watching along right now, not because I have any faith in the state to prosecute this fairly, but because it does seem like they're already kind of stepping over themselves. And I'm actually, so far, a little bit encouraged by Kathy's performance. You know, what have you guys thought about how the defense is doing?
I thought it was very. I haven't seen anything like groundbreaking. I think that they wasted a lot of opportunity to bring things to the surface during the uh, preliminary motions, right? Instead of the I think the lawyer, like the attorney fight, trying to disqualify attorneys. There's some merit to that, but I think that they could have probably better utilized that time to
Sorry, Diligent, if you
really.
can hear me, I can't hear you. I'm going to drop down and I'll come right back.
Oh,
Oh,
can you
wait,
guys
nope.
hear
You know
me?
what? I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I was just saying, I think that I'm not impressed, and I don't trust them either.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
understandable for sure. I felt like I appreciated the fact that she was already, having a lot of objections, already kind of like getting started. To me, it indicates someone who's a little bit of a fighter. And I haven't heard much from her before this, but um, I was encouraged at least. It seems to be that she's kind of poking some holes into that officer already. And I like that.
The I think the biggest thing that she brought up was the fact that he focused on a screwdriver and not on the holster. I mean, that's a huge.
Oh my God. It's like we already know that their chain of custody procedures are absolute garbage. We do know that. I mean, if they can't get it together to not have Candace Owens get her hands on a photograph of the car, right? Then we already know that they have chain of custody issues. But I will say that the fact that he was up there just objectively, I feel as though he was lying. Like he was lying about things, but she was already kind of getting him to admit, oh, so, you did receive these debriefings and you received education on how exactly to submit reports. And yet somehow there are already issues with some of your reports. And the drone thing, I think, is a really big deal.
It's big. It's a classic tactic. Like, go ahead and get them locked in on, like, you do know how to handle procedure, right? Like, you're really good at this. You know what you're doing. You've done this before, so you stand by this document, and then go fuck with them.
Yeah,
It's
because he
good
spoke
stuff.
very confidently whenever, like almost rehearsed, when he was being questioned earlier, as if
Oh,
he just,
they've prepped for sure. You can tell he's very prepped.
And then the minute that she started asking him questions he wasn't prepared for, he seemed like he got thrown off of his game a little bit. So I'm like, okay, I think there's an
exactly.
opportunity. Blood in the water. Let's go get it. I'm very, very glad that she brought up that drone thing as well. I was wondering, like, why is she talking about that? But then I remembered, I mean, we have actual footage of drones in the area before, during, and after. So the idea that, they're trying to act as though they're not, and they've already established that those were not law enforcement drones, I think that that's really important.
And Frank Turek also was I think he was the first person to state that they had drones. And then, everybody else is saying that they didn't have drones, TPUSA being them. So yeah, there's footage.
All of the inconsistencies, I'm so glad that they're already kind of revealing themselves. It feels to me like, the best thing about it is that the guys on the other side are so Bush League. They are so, I call them the Timu PSYOP crew. I'm like, you're pathetic. And that's a good thing in the end because it makes it a lot more obvious. If they were really well prepared and had this all down tight, it would be so much harder.
And just
I
to
can't
point
wait till
out,
they get to ballistics. When they get to ballistics, that's going to get really interesting.
I wonder
yeah,
if we're
How
given
do
going
that
you
they don't even
explain?
have the bullet.
Well, how are you going to explain? I mean, just the 30-06 through the neck without stopping. I don't think that you're going to have to get a bunch of people who have never shot a gun, don't know anything about guns on that jury to find 12 people who are going to believe that a 30-06 did not penetrate through the backside of his neck. It's just that alone, right? Like they have an extremely large hurdle just with that.
But it's also very easy to point that out from the defense. It's extremely easy to just say,
Yeah, all they
this
got to
isn't
do, Luna,
typical.
is bring in a yak. Here's a ballistic expert that did the same thing on a yak, and it blew the whole head of the yak off. Oh, gee, same distance, same living mammal, same ballistics, even the same gun, and gee, there's no yak head left.
They'll do the gel. They'll do the gel.
I hope that they do. I thought it was really interesting. I was watching, I don't know if you guys have seen it. I did repost it on my Twitter that I think his name is, what is his name? Oh my gosh, I want to get it right. Logic. Let me see. Sorry, hold please.
Good logic.
Logic, what is his name? He did a great video on Gary. He was putting together the inconsistencies from Officer Melton that have come up over the past several. Oh, Logic Bender. Yeah, he did a great video. It's on my Twitter. If anyone wants to see it, it's all about the inconsistencies from when exactly Gary seems to have, I don't know, whatever is going on with him. I'm convinced they have his hard drive locked up in a basement or something. I don't know, but in that video, he showed this footage from, I think it is from Stephen Gardner, and it was reporting that Stephen Gardner. You remember that he got that information from the ME, maybe, or from the trauma surgeon. I can't recall which medical
It was
provider it
the
was, but
surgeon.
the surgeon, right? And so that surgeon had given him all this information about the fact that it had, blown through the C2 through the C7, and that his heart had stopped prior to the actual, piercing of the skin. And so the idea that anyone's going to buy that this is all, the effects of a bullet, of an entry wound from around is just, it makes zero sense. And thank God, that it's actually like they're so messy that it's just so obvious.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out real quick when I was talking about the drones that I'm sure people know this, but for people that don't, when Frank Turek mentioned that he knew that there was drones there, this was before all of the speculation, and he was on his own podcast stating that he watched Charlie watching the drones from his phone, and he specifically asked what that footage was from, and Charlie mentioned it was the drones that they had flying over the event. So yeah, there were drones there.
Right, and there was the videography ones, and then also I'm like my Twitter's my Substack, so I just I post everything there. But I just posted the footage that I think that it was John Cullen who had identified these images of a drone that is actually more like a military grade drone. I mean, it's not. We're
The
talking more.
Hades drone.
Well, yes. So the Hades aircraft was there, and it might be that the launched effect, which is a drone that literally launches out of that Hades jet. That's what they're trying to do. That's the whole program, right? The kind of drone that's there looks a lot more Anduril than whatever you're buying at, like, off of Amazon or any of these more commercial items. It's going about 100, maybe 115 miles an hour, peels out right after the shot is taken. And the video of it, like I said, it's on my page if anyone wants to see it. But just the fact that it's not law enforcement, I've been thinking that the only excuse for it was that it was a law enforcement drone and we just weren't aware. It makes absolutely no sense if it wasn't.
Right. Does that reveal the strategy of the defense a little bit? Maybe like there's reasonable doubt that maybe Tyler Robinson was there, but he was a patsy, and someone else took a shot. We have you know what I'm saying? If we get if there's other drones, I mean, what's going on, right? Because all we need is reasonable doubt, right? So it kind
Absolutely.
of reveals their strategy, maybe.
Eddie, are you
Yeah,
coming on to
absolutely.
the dark side?
No, I'm just looking. I'm looking at it as a court case, right? What would the defense strategy be? How are they going to? I mean, I don't think you're going to be able to just get Tyler off, right? They can probably place him at the scene with DNA
He's
evidence
definitely
and
involved somehow
everything,
or another. Right, right.
right? So, but we need to remove the death penalty. And did they overcharge? What can we do to help the individual out as a defense? So these things that you're mentioning can reveal the strategy of the defense, what they're looking for.
I think they'll barely touch on it, right? Because that is part of the strategy, is not revealing too much, and not giving everything over. I think we'll maybe see hints of directions, but I think this could hint at multiple directions that they'll hone in on more, because you don't want to fly off in a bunch of directions when you're
You're
actually,
talking about as far as today, right? Sorry to interrupt.
yeah, today versus like when we get to the actual trial.
And
um
doesn't the actual trial take like years? You know,
well, it
like
takes
doesn't it?
years to get to them a lot of times,
Right.
but this I mean, at this point there's no reason to hold it up. We've seen some delays, but generally when they're this high profile, they're not going to have a whole lot of
The actual
holdups.
trial take
Just
like
public
years.
interest wise,
You
it
know,
doesn't
like
behoove
doesn't it?
them to get to them a lot of times,
Right.
but this I mean, at this point there's no reason to hold it up. We've seen some delays, but generally when they're this um you know high profile, they're not going to have a whole lot of holdups. Just public interest wise, it doesn't behoove them to do that. It'll cast more suspicion than there likely already is. So they'll continue to move it along. The judge, I'm sure, feels pressure to do so.
I just wanted to thank Anna. Well, obviously everybody in
To everybody that's just like, this is absolute BS and we have to do something about it, then this is us, I mean, every single person who can inform the public, find new things, and start to continue to raise those questions. We already knew that this was bullshit, right? And so the worst thing that we could do is just stand by and do nothing. So that's why I'm doing it. And yeah, I appreciate that a lot. I love joining spaces and talking about this stuff, because talking about it with people is really, that's how we get somewhere, you know?
I
exactly
think the
we yeah.
important thing to bring up too is somebody, I think it was AJ, but it might have one of you other ladies, that brought up the idea of if he's involved in something, okay, but we need to know his exact involvement in order to go towards sentencing. I think that's finding out the truth of his involvement, one way or the other. I mean, if he did it, he didn't. If he did it, he did it. But if he didn't, what was the exact involvement and how is that going to affect his sentencing? And if he didn't do it, who did?
Who did? And let's get
Well,
yeah,
I
let's get
mean,
Charlie
he's either
justice.
guilty of murdering Charlie Kirk or he's not, right? Like
Right.
those charges are all tied together. Either he was the one that pulled the trigger and is guilty of shooting Charlie Kirk, or he's not.
But diligent isn't it
Unless the prosecution wants to change its strategy and go for a different charge.
diligent if he did not do it in the degree that he has been complicit in posturing as if he did? Isn't he also equally guilty? I
True.
mean, wouldn't that be the most curious part about it?
Well, it's interesting because, those Discord messages, it seems like there's pretty good evidence. I know Barron's looked into it a great deal, but there's pretty good evidence that he was already Mirandized when things like his Discord messages went out. So the idea that there's any kind of confession that hasn't been manipulated or done by someone else is, absolute BS at this point. He was
Is Baron
Mirandized.
streaming?
No, he's not, but he'll be on tonight.
I'm gonna see if I can get him to
I
come out
wish
of
he
the
was.
space.
Yeah, that would be
I'm
great.
gonna see if I can get him to come out of the space.
Yeah, because as far as I know, he was initially Mirandized. It's like 6:24 p.m. It did come up. There is documentation of it. I want to say it's like Bates 00007, if I'm not mistaken. But that specific time frame, when we know that those Discord messages were sent after he was already, in custody. At that point, what argument do they have that they're not manipulating evidence? I think it's great that the defense does seem to be pointing out these inconsistencies and problems with chain of custody, because a lot of the stuff that they have on Tyler, when we know that those Discord messages having maintained a good standard when it comes to things like that. So she's
in
already,
custody.
I
At
like
that
that she's
point,
already kind of calling that into
what argument
question. They have that they're not manipulating evidence. I think it's great that the
I
defense
definitely
does
agree.
seem to be
That's
pointing out
exactly
these
what I felt like when she
inconsistencies
started speaking as
and
well.
problems with chain of custody,
Let's say
because a
that
lot
the
of the stuff
jury
that they have
finds
on
reasonable doubt
Tyler
that he did
depends on
not,
them having
that
maintained a good
his
standard when it
weapon
comes
did
to
not
things like that.
make the
So
kill
she's
shot.
already, I like
Then
that she's
there's no
already kind of
lower
calling that into
charge that
question.
the jury can come back with, right? It's not like
I
conspiracy
definitely
to
agree.
commit murder
That's exactly
or
what I
anything,
felt
right?
like when
That
she
he
started
would be
speaking as well.
acquitted.
Well, I
Correct.
mean,
Let's say
that would
that the
require
jury
them admitting to
finds reasonable
conspiracy,
doubt that
right? So
that
it
he did
depends on
not,
if that's
that
Yeah,
if that's what
now
they're
you've
saying
added,
there.
his weapon
two
did
more
not
parties to the
make the kill shot.
charges. If you do that,
Then there's no lower charge
Even
that
just the
the jury
existence of
can come
George
back
Zinn
with, right?
seems like it
It's
should
not
be
like
enough to
conspiracy to commit
directly
murder
indicate
or
that this is
anything,
not a
right?
one
That
man.
he
It's
would
not a
be
lone wolf at the
acquitted.
very least.
And
Correct.
I'm sorry,
That
I don't
would
mean to
require
interrupt,
them
but the guy
admitting
that
to
was walking in
conspiracy, right? So
the
it
friggin'
depends on if
doctor's
Baron's
if that's
good.
what they're
Now
saying.
Oh,
you've added
good.
two
No
more
way.
parties to the charges. If you do
Anna,
that,
you saw that where the
Even
person
just
that
the
was walking
existence of
out, he was
George
being
Zinn
escorted with a
seems like it should
doctor's
be
coat
enough to
on,
directly
and
indicate
yeah, like
that
there
this
was
is
too
not a
many
one
things.
man. It's not a
Exactly.
lone
Oh, that's his
wolf at
name.
the very least.
And
Kennington, I
I'm
believe, is
sorry,
his
I don't mean
name.
to interrupt, but
And
the
as
guy that
far
was
as I
walking in
know, there
the
was
friggin' doctor.
actually, if I'm
Baron's
not mistaken,
coming.
there was a rifle
Oh,
found with
good. No
him,
way.
right?
Yes, they had a
Yep.
rifle. One of the police Anna, officers was you walking saw with a that rifle where in his the hand. Yes. person that was
Yeah.
walking out, he was
So
being
just the
escorted with
existence
a
of
doctor's
these
coat
other
on,
individuals
and
who do not have
yeah,
any,
like
it's
there
not
was
like we're
too many
talking
things.
about,
Exactly.
people
Oh,
that
that's his name.
would know
Kennington, I believe
him.
is his
They would
name.
have to
And
prove
as
that they
far
were
as I
somehow either
know, there
coordinated
was
or they're going to
actually,
have to do more
if I'm
with
not
George
mistaken, there was a
Zinn.
rifle found
And
with
that's going to be a
him,
challenge
right?
right
Yes,
there,
they
because a
had a
lot of the
rifle.
things that
One of the
George
police
Zinn has
officers was
pointed
walking with a rifle in
to
his hand. Yes.
are really, really so just the problematic for them existence getting away with
Mm.
this. of these other individuals who do not have any, it's not like we're talking about, people that would know him. They
Okay,
would have to
the
prove that they were
YouTubers are
somehow either
saying that
coordinated or
it
they're
is
going
like
to have to
echoing
do
or
more with
something.
George Zinn.
Let's see.
And that's going to be a challenge right there, because a
You
lot
probably
of
just
the
have two
things that
tabs
George
open,
Zinn has
Diligent.
pointed to are
I was on
really,
YouTube
really
diligent and
problematic
I
for them
couldn't
getting
get
away with
audio.
this.
I'll check right now. I'm gonna check.
Okay, the YouTubers are saying that it is like echoing or something. Let's see.
You probably just have two tabs open, Diligent.
I was on YouTube
I don't
diligent and
think
I
so.
couldn't get audio.
I'll check right now. I'm gonna check.
Let me fix it. They are upset. They're a wily bunch over there on YouTube, man. They are. And DD loves to listen to women talk.
I don't
I'm
hear an
fixing
echo at
it, you
all.
guys. YouTube, man. They are. Okay, there we go. DD loves to listen to women
Diligent,
talk.
I didn't hear an echo when Eddie started speaking. It was kind of
Fixing it,
loud.
you
He sounded
guys.
like he had a loud background, but there isn't any.
Okay, there we go.
It doesn't. There's no echo. Diligent, I didn't hear an echo.
Getting a lot of
when
double
Eddie
speak.
started
That's just
speaking,
women
it was
talking
kind
at
of
the
loud.
same
He
time, you
sounded like he
guys.
had a
That's
loud
not.
background, but
That's
there isn't any. It doesn't. There's no echo.
Getting a lot of double speak. I don't know about that one. I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could change that one. I think that.
Yeah, you must be new to this space.
I
They're
don't know
trolling
about
you in your
that one. I don't
comments.
know if
That's
I could. I
awesome.
don't know if I could change. Then I think
Who's
I'm gonna
you,
get
me or
this
Diligent?
going. There we
Diligent.
go. No echo.
I was
Okay.
going to say
So
they
looks like
must
we're
have
good
not been
now.
in the space last night.
Keep
But
it
All
some
right.
people
keep
are
an eye
demanding
for
hands, diligent.
keep an eye up
They're
for
like, you better
Baron
start putting some hands
You
up.
had two
and bring
streams
him up if you
going.
see him. He
Please
should be
repost the
requesting to
space,
stream.
everybody. Bottom right corner,
share the
And
space.
then I think
And
I
if
Yeah,
have
you're over on
Diligent.
you,
going.
You
if
were a
you're
There
over
we
on
little.
go.
YouTube,
No echo.
if you're over
Sorry.
on YouTube, hit the
Okay.
like
Seems like
button
we're
and
good
share
now.
that out with your friends too. Thank
I
you so
All
think they're
much.
right.
demanding
Sorry, I
hands,
was gonna say
Diligent.
when I came in,
They're
your
like, you better
PFP
start
usually
putting some
has the
hands
little
up.
You had
symbol
two
on it, and
streams
it
going.
doesn't. So
Please
it
repost the
really
space,
matters
everybody.
if you
Bottom right
repost it,
corner,
guys.
share the
Oh, it's
space.
not showing
And if
Yeah,
you're
in.
over on
Oh,
Diligent.
using the space, if you're
No,
okay.
over
not
on
at
Sorry.
all. It's
YouTube,
not even showing
if
on
you're
the
over on
search bar
YouTube,
either. And
hit
I
the
find
like
it really
button and share
interesting
that
that
out
my
with your
search bar
friends too.
keeps
Thank you so
putting
much.
Charlie Kirk's Sorry, I live was feed gonna at say the when I very came front. in, Like I your can't. It's basically PFP usually
Same,
it has the little
same.
Charlie Kirk symbol on is it, and live it streaming on doesn't. So every it single really stream. matters So if you it's very repost it, odd how guys. that's happening to me.
Oh, it's not showing
Diligent,
you
you
So
were, yeah, per
hosting
harm,
a
what Harmony
space.
just said, you were
No,
in
not
my
at all. It's
search
not
bar
even
and now
showing
you're
on the
gone.
search bar either. And I find it
You're in my
really
search bar, and I do
interesting that
see
my
that you're
search
you're
bar keeps
hosting
putting
a
Charlie
space.
Kirk's
But
live
regardless,
feed at the
everyone
very
share the
front.
space,
Like I
bitches.
can't, it's basically
Same,
saying
same.
Charlie Kirk is live streaming on every
it's
single
pretty
stream.
dystopian,
So
the
it's
idea
very
that they're
odd how that's
streaming,
happening to
from
me.
the Charlie Kirk
It's
show.
Diligent,
They're
you were,
trying
yeah,
to,
per harm,
make a
what
food
Harmony
buck.
just said, you were in my search bar and now you're gone.
You're in my search bar, and I do see that you're hosting a space. But regardless, everyone share the space, bitches.
It's pretty dystopian, the idea that and I mean, they're busy just making as many, getting as best by is what they call him because he's such an idiot,
He's the
apparently, around
best
the office.
PR agency in all of America.
Can you believe it? It's
I
so
literally
pathetic.
cannot.
It's you know what I've always wondered about? Is it possible that he's being bad at this on purpose? You know what I mean? Because it does seem like he keeps wheeling Erica out there in the gold sequin pantsuits. And I keep wondering to myself, is there any way that this guy doesn't know how badly this is going over with the public? There's no shot that he doesn't know it.
Mikey McCoy did tell Candace to look out for him.
Absolutely. I know you would think of him of all the people, but at the same time, since Colvette got there, it was pretty much a takeover, right? That's when the whole Zionist takeover really started. So it makes sense.
I feel like once you start getting into the upper echelons of having like a PR team and things like that, you do lose creative rights to your character. You basically sign it away so that you do get that platform. But I mean, to do it after you pass away, it feels wrong. Even if that is somebody that, you know, I don't believe that Tyler killed him, but it just shouldn't be platformed like that. I feel like if someone's passed away, it's just disrespectful.
Yeah, they've done nothing but, take his memory and absolutely distort it and just make sure that it follows along with whatever TPUSA 2.0 wants to get out there. And now at this point, I'm wondering to myself, is the only reason that, I mean, he has so few views now, right? I mean, the entire channel all across the different platforms, they have absolutely tanked. And I kept thinking to myself, so what reason do they have for keeping this charade going, right? I get the feeling that if you are going to, use that income that you got from, things like Salem Media, Clock Tower, Brad Parscale, you have to keep it going, right? The money's not going to launder itself. And so at this
If
point,
I were their PR head, what I
Trump
would
Trump
say to
Jr.
them, what I would say to them,
Trump
let me just finish this real quick, Jim.
Trump Jr. just commented on my post.
Really?
Thank you, of course. That's it. But the spin on this stuff shocks even me. And I've seen it all at this point. Is he still following me? Still follows me.
Wow.
Interesting.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, here's the
You
thing. If I
well, we
were,
don't
let me
have a
just finish real
jumbotron.
quick. Let me just finish real quick my thought because I think you guys might or might not agree. I think they should have not continued with Charlie Kirk as the name. Just take it to Turning Point. Just take the whole brand and switch it. Don't call it the Charlie Kirk Show. Leave Charlie's memory as Charlie. Continue the mission of Charlie, and you can bring up that mission that Charlie had, but call it Turning Point and don't go into the Charlie Kirk Show when Charlie Kirk is not there. That's and I used to do PR and marketing and advertising. I would have told them from the get-go, okay, your main what's the word? Intellectual property is adios. So now what you
Yeah, you
do
would
in
think
his
they would
memory,
have that respect right out of the gate.
yeah, right out of the gate, you respect him, you bring him up only in respectful ways as his mission. You know, I mean, the way people talk about their masters or whatever, the mission, and you keep it as turning point. And I think Charlie would have agreed with that, just saying.
Absolutely. They've done nothing but desecrate this man's memory. And, you know, Don Jr., if you're listening, you've been awfully silent for the past 9 months. And don't think that that's escaped people, given that you are clearly someone who was very close to the man while he was alive. So, you know, if you have something to say, you've had 9 months to say it. No time like the present, I guess. But regardless, I'm sure he's there in the courtroom with Erica, you know, faithfully at her side now, all of a sudden, which is weird. And Jack Posobiec being there at her side all of a sudden, which is weird. But regardless, they should have absolutely moved that over to Turning Point. I mean, if these people had any common sense, why would they not do things like giving Erica Kirk her own channel so that she could be more, I don't know, women focused? It feels like there's an opportunity there. And then the guys, yeah, they can take over, they can keep his chair empty, that's fine, but respect him enough to let him rest. It's pretty sick. It is absolutely sick. And I can't help but think it's like, so what's the motivation at this point? It's not getting them
Yeah.
anywhere.
That's
It's
a good idea about
exploitation, isn't
Erica
it?
because she would have done a good job, I believe. She's got a lot of talent in many ways, and I think she would have done a really good job of focusing on,
You know
feminist
what?
conservatism.
I think that
There,
may
there,
have been
this
their plan.
he's still commenting. He's with Erica and he's commenting on my posts. They're watching. They're watching our shit. 100%.
Well,
Stress.
good. Get it together. Get it together, guys,
Because I
because the
didn't
world can
tag
see
him
it.
in my post. He follows me, but I didn't tag him.
Well, the truth is like the sun. You can't hide it. You know what I mean? You can only run for so long.
And I
Yeah,
do
it's not
think
a
that Don
spin.
Jr.'s, I'm sorry, I was just going to say, I do think that his silence is pretty loud, given that he does know how rifles work. He has not commented on whether or not, you know, that the bullet should have come out of the back of his neck or any of that. I think that's pretty loud.
Yeah,
Well,
but
just look at who he just married, and it'll all make a whole lot of sense, right?
yeah, it's definitely
Look
right
who
in
married
line with
who
Turning
married who?
Point.
Who got married?
Uh, Don Jr.'s love interest, Bettina, if anybody's not familiar, just look into her father and all the
Oh, she's
wonderful
there with
awards that
him.
he's won.
She's there
Ian's
with
Yep,
him
and
today.
jealous.
look
Ian's
look at his
jealous.
look at her.
He wishes he
Wait,
married a Jew.
jealous? Just look into his ties. I'll put it into the nest for you if you want. There,
You
Mitch. You
wish you
gonna
were
deny
married to
that?
a Jew. That's the problem here.
Oh God, don't make me vomit, Mitch. Come on now.
Yeah, you're a Jew worshiper. Of course you would.
More slurs from the nitwit.
We got Mitch and
Thank
Malcolm in the
you,
house
cousin
again,
Kvetchy.
guys.
Keep kvetching and crying.
Yeah,
Merely
yeah.
trying to point to very obvious data points that would, let's say, result in perhaps his bias on the matter. And rather than addressing those, Mitch, you just want to throw around a bunch of slurs like a child. It's very
I think
predictable.
we'll know. We
You
will know
clown.
if this we'll know if this is a serious defense or not if they do not bring up like some of the major issues with the motive, for example, right? If they don't bring up the fact that Erica Kirk has the phone, um, like there's so many anomalies and discrepancies with this case. If the defense does not bring these things up, we will know that this is not serious,
I was
and
going
they're
to
going to
mention
have an
that,
opportunity. I
Diligent.
didn't because they can cross examine witnesses. So even during this preliminary hearing, the defense is going to have an ability to say things to these witnesses and inject questions and doubt and information into the conversation. If she does not do that, we 100% know that
But see,
this is a show trial.
She has
diligent.
definitely had her work done for her. So just like you said, if it's not being mentioned, that she didn't really have to go out of her way to do any work because this is all being done.
See, to be diligent, you would want the victim's phone where there is an indication that there is a connection between the perpetrator and the victim, and to see that there is some sort of basis for motivation or whatever. There's no indication in the prima facie case that the prosecution has that Tyler Robinson has any connection to Charlie Kirk in any way. But I do note in the first question that I listened to, it does seem that the defense is going on the pathway of a second shooter, where they brought up the holster, and they brought up the fact that all the security were armed, the fact that there was no magnetometers. So I do think that they are trying to at least plant the seed of the idea that there is some other shooter.
Yeah, I think that's what she was alluding to, not just with the chain of evidence or the chain of custody, but also the fact that there was a holster nearby, and there's been no mention of Tyler having a pistol.
You know, the rule of a good attorney is never ask a question or pose a question if you don't already have the answer. So it wouldn't be smart to pose the idea or allude to the idea of a second shooter. Because if they have knowledge that there is one, that has to come out, or that he wasn't acting alone.
That would be true if you're a
So,
prosecutor, Miss Lou. But if you're a defense attorney, you're only trying to sow doubt because the conviction standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. Even
correct.
leaving the supposition that there is a second shooter, you don't have to have evidence of a second shooter in order to create reasonable doubt. You just have to plant the seed that that is a possible, plausible theory.
But a good prosecutor is going to nail that right to the wall if they have the evidence that the defense did the act. Okay, so that's going to get nailed to the wall, and it doesn't make the defense look good. So I'm just saying, whatever they pose for this, the defense, they've got to be really on target, because look at today. We didn't know about a holster. What else is going on? You know what I mean? We don't know. And I think we have to realize when we have these discussions about this trial that there's a lot. There's a lot we see anomalies, and Diligent has been really good about pointing them out, but we don't have all the information. And I think it's important when we have discussions that we realize that. Not all the information on the defense's side, nor do we have it all on the prosecution
Right.
side.
But the defense doesn't have to have evidence of a second shooter to create the standard that undermines beyond a reasonable doubt. All they
But
have to do
but
is
it sure
create
would put
doubt.
a nail in that coffin, wouldn't it?
What? Pardon me, Diligent?
A second shooter sure would put a nail in that coffin.
That would create a level of reasonable doubt that would have to be, dealt with at trial, right? But all I'm saying is they don't have to have evidence one. They just have to point out that it is plausible. But I do think that they're going to go down, just listening, my gut feeling is they're going to go down the pathway of some of the conspiracy theories we listen to online. I get that impression from the questioning direction of the defense attorney that I listened to so far.
I
Hey,
agree
all
with
they
you.
have to have is a pair of gloves.
Oh, like OJ Simpson doesn't fit.
Duh. Yeah, I brought it up earlier that I keep having deja vu about that horrific trial, which I saw every bit of. All right.
And it may
And
also be that we never even see a trial, right? If the defense goes through this PC hearing and they believe that the prosecution has enough to convict, they may move to strike a deal with the prosecution and plead out.
I think that's their entire intent here. I think
If
that their sole purpose is to convince Tyler to plead off of the death penalty. I think that's their entire purpose here.
If the defense starts raising questions about the microphone and the battery pack of the microphone, then we know they're going down the insane level of Blake Coleman and others like that. So I'm waiting to hear that questioning from the defense attorney. Where is the microphone pack?
Good.
Grok, what percentage of court appointed attorney defenses result in plea bargains? Did she hear me?
I heard her bleep, but I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I heard the bleep
Grok,
too. Don't hear it.
Grok, can you hear me? No?
No response.
Oh, Grok, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear. What's on your mind?
Grok, what percentage of a court appointed attorney convictions are plea bargains?
Around 90 to 95%, same as overall. The justice system runs on pleas across the board. federal courts hit about 98% guilty pleas in recent years. States are in the low to mid-90s. There's no major national breakdown showing court-appointed or public defender cases differ significantly from private ones in plea rates. Older Bureau of Justice statistics data from the late 90s found similar patterns. Around half of jail inmates with appointed counsel reported a plea bargain, close to those with private lawyers. Publicly funded counsel handles the vast majority of cases, so their numbers drive the overall stats. The real pressure comes from caseloads, pretrial detention, and the system's design, not who pays the lawyer. Private attorneys sometimes negotiate better deals in specific cases, but the percentage ending in pleas stays sky high either way.
Can I ask a better
Court's
What
question?
about
back.
with capital cases?
Court's back. Court's back. Court's back.
All right, I have a question afterwards.
Got it. We're back. What do you want to dive into?
If anyone else
Is
had
that
been
the
on
same
roof
grok
in
with
between
capital
when the person
cases?
jumped off the building and when you came on the roof, are you able to say one way or the other?
There was people up there looking for an individual that ran that way, because when I first got told the individual ran heading north, that we didn't know where the shooter was, so we started climbing up and looking, clearing the building. And it wasn't until I went to the PD and actually saw him jump off of the building that I knew he was off the building.
Let me rephrase that, because I think I either asked it badly or you misunderstood me. So let me go back again. So from the time that the individual that you spotted on the video jumped off the roof, right? The individual that you thought was in the prone position.
Okay.
Between that and when you got on the roof, did you ever check to see if anybody else had been on the roof in that period of time?
Yeah, and I didn't see anybody.
So you
I
did
didn't
watch?
notice anybody. Yeah.
You didn't, did you look on the video to see that entire, okay, that's what I'm asking. So you did not review the video to see if there was someone between you, that individual jumping off and you coming on, if anybody had been on or disturbed that scene in any way? Okay. But once you put the tape up, then we're confident from that point on the scene was preserved, right? By the way, where did you get
she's
that
okay.
tape?
Officers responded on the scene that he
Gotcha.
was down on the
What's
bottom
next?
and threw it up to me, so
Okay. So you didn't have it on you?
no,
And you didn't leave the scene to go get it?
no,
Someone threw it up?
yes.
Great. All right. While you were on the roof, did you encounter any spent casings?
As a matter of fact, no, that's why when I saw the prone position where a person would be laying down as a sniper, being around guns and snipers all the time, I was looking for a spent shell casing. I couldn't see one. I was looking over the edge, looking all over the place, making sure the gravel wasn't disturbed, and I couldn't find a shell casing at that moment.
And that would be, the reason you would be looking for that was because some types of guns, when they shoot, eject a casing automatically, right? Some
Yes.
do, some don't.
Yes.
All right. And then you also didn't find any unshot bullets?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of there being a bullet found on another roof?
I'm not aware.
Vicinity? Were you aware of another bullet being found on the scene, not on the roof of the Losi building?
I know.
All right, your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it, I don't know, what do you have to do, charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic running around.
So that 27-minute and 35-second body cam that starts when you're at the Hall of Flags and ends while you're still on the roof, but haven't put the crime tape up yet, that's the only body cam you have that day?
Yes.
Imagine that.
You mentioned when you went to the police
Yeah,
department,
wild how
you
that works,
watched
right?
the
What else is on your
video
mind?
where you saw an individual up on the roof,
Yes.
right? And that individual was in the vicinity where you saw the disturbance in the gravel.
Yes.
And when you looked at that video, were you able to identify the individual's face?
I know.
Were you able to identify any markings on their clothing?
I know.
Were you able to identify their height?
No.
When we looked at the picture of I think you called it the sniper perch, somebody use your words. It looked like there was a measuring tape laid out next to it. Were you present when they measured like the distance, like how tall that person would have been?
I was not.
So you don't know what that is?
I don't.
Were you able to tell the person's weight from the video that you saw?
I can tell he wasn't heavy set. So
Okay.
More of a skinnier person.
Could you identify what shoes they were wearing?
I could not.
Could you identify anything about a hat or what was on their head?
At the moment, no, I couldn't.
Okay. And did you see a gun in the video?
I saw a long black object in the left hand as he was running across the roof.
And in fact, did you describe that in your report as a bag?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why.
All right, let's pull that report back up, please. Oh, never mind. I don't think you mentioned what you saw. So in your report, let's pull that back up, please. Page 5 on the Bagley 1. So looking at the second page, you're actually going to have to go to page 6, I think. You talk about what you saw in the video where they jumped off the roof. And again, I'm going to remind you of our conversation we had before about you understand how important these reports are.
Yep.
And do you mention anywhere in this report that you saw a gun?
I did not. I just had an object.
Did you mention that you saw that object? Is that on here?
Nope.
Okay, so you left that out. Now, have you looked at that over and over again?
The video? No,
Yeah.
I've only seen it twice.
Oh, really?
Yep.
When's the last time you saw it?
It's been months.
Okay. The last time you saw it, were you able to tell what that object was in his hand?
Yes.
Now-
Well, not tell what it is. I could see there's an object in
Still
there.
here whenever you're ready. What's up?
Knowing what you know about the case today, do you have an idea about what that object was?
It looks like a rifle or something to that effect, a long object.
It looks like a rifle?
Like a long object, like skinny and long. You can see it's like almost like it's covered over something.
So you saw the cover, which was the towel, right?
Yes, and the shape of it is long.
Okay.
You know.
So you can see a towel, but you can't see an actual
I don't know if it
gun.
was a towel or a blanket. I don't know what it was.
But you can't see an actual gun.
No,
the video.
like an object, like a form of a gun, like a long object.
Okay. All right. At the end of that day, what time did you leave the campus?
It was probably like 9 o'clock that night, maybe somewhere around there.
And did you come back the next morning and work some more?
I came back the next morning, yes.
And you worked all day the next day?
On and off.
When you left at 9 p.m., did you or anyone else know who the shooter was on that day?
No, not that I know of.
And when you came back the next morning and worked that afternoon, all that day, did you or anybody on that campus know who the shooter was?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So nothing that you found that day or anyone else to your knowledge on campus was able to identify who the shooter was?
And that day, no.
Right.
Well, during the time I was there, no, that I knew of.
I also want to talk to you about that giant picture that was showed to you. Do you know?
Exhibit 35, I think.
Yes, it's Exhibit 35. Do you know who took that picture, where it came from?
I do not.
Do you know how old it is?
I have no idea.
Okay. And the pictures you were shown, Exhibits 1, 2, and 3, that you got up and kind of talked about and showed all the buildings and everything. Do you have any knowledge about where those pictures came from? Or
I
who
guess
took
they
them?
were drone footage, just taken from a drone.
Do you know who was operating the drone?
Sergeant Cam Nielsen from Provo Police Department.
Provo Police Department. Had you seen those pictures before today?
Before today, yes.
When did you see them?
A couple weeks ago.
And that was just in preparation for testifying?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you ever seen those pictures? have the court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor?
You may, Ms.
Just one
Hester.
moment.
Why did none of the cameras work? Why are the cameras always broken? Why? I
Because
put
they
the
don't
clip of
have
that
diligent denizens
Why
doing the
what?
audiovisual.
Give
That's
me the full
up in the
question. I'm right here.
jumbotron. That's exactly right. All cameras would be working if
Thing
I was
wanna
on the case.
clarify. We heard you testify that Ms. Richards.
Case of what?
Or, I don't know
Lay
if
it
she's
out.
Deputy Richards.
She's a state employee for the forensic lab.
So Ms. Richards.
Melissa.
She is the one who took those nighttime pictures of this stuff on the roof.
Yes.
And you testified that she told you that that was what they looked like that day?
Yes.
When did you meet with her?
I talked to her on the phone. It was several weeks ago in preparation for the trial.
So prior to a couple weeks ago, you never discussed those pictures with
Yeah,
her?
because I'd never seen them.
Oh, so a couple weeks ago is the first time you saw them?
Yeah.
Right. And did you write any kind of supplement to your report, to add on to your report, other than what we've gone through today, that one report you wrote? Have you ever written another one?
I have not.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Grunander, redirect.
Just one question, I believe, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, if we could pull up State's Exhibit 1.
All right, let's do that.
You've talked about this handgun holster that you observed on the grass in the courtyard.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you would approach the monitor when it comes up and point out as best you can where you observed that holster, okay?
Did we lose audio? Can you guys hear me?
Yes. We hear you.
I lost audio. Yeah, the Wi-Fi just glitched here. Let me see if I can fix it.
Diligent, while you are, I wish the lawyer had asked how many days a month do you randomly lose?
So again, this is the picture
Body
of the
cam
courtyard
footage. That's
area
court
facing
ordered.
north.
Yeah, exactly.
South end
That's where I
back
was going to
here,
go with that.
Different tiers of grass.
Any other
On
case
the
would be
top
on
tier
still.
Back here in this area, which is more the center, bottom left of the photo. So it's going to be, the waterfall's on the left side, so more towards the top of it. On the south side by the Fugal building, that top tier of grass is about where it was at.
In the middle area of that?
Yes.
By the Fugal building. Okay.
And that's where I could see straight up where the line of sight was.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, officer. Just for the benefit of those in attendance, that you may have noticed that I drink some water. Please, if you have water in what's been previously approved, don't hesitate. You can drink, just don't spill it. And let's go to the state. Ready to proceed with your next witness?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls David Hull.
All right. Would you like to come forward and be sworn in?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right. If you'd like to be seated right here at the witness, in the witness seat, and once you're situated, there's a bottle of water to your left. And if you wouldn't mind, after you're seated, bringing that microphone closer to you so it picks up your voice. All right. Counsel?
Thank you, Judge.
You're ready.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you please state your full name and spell your last?
David Hull, H-U-L-L.
And are you employed?
I am, yes.
Who are you employed by?
I'm employed by the Department of Public Safety.
And how long have you worked for the Department of Public Safety?
I'm in my 12th year.
Are you a peace officer?
I am, yes.
Are you post-certified?
I am, yes.
When did you receive your certification?
2015.
And since that time, has your certification remained intact? In other words, has it lapsed or been taken away or anything like that?
No, it's been continuous.
You, I think you said you're in your 12th year. Did you already say that? Your 12th year with the DPS. Have you worked for any other law enforcement agency besides the DPS?
No, just the state of Utah.
What is your current assignment with the Department of Public Safety?
Currently positioned as an investigative sergeant at Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Was that your assignment in September of 2025?
No, it was not.
What was your assignment then?
I was under the State Bureau of Investigations, Major Crimes Division as an investigator.
Okay. Is SBI an acronym or an acronym that's commonly used to describe the State Bureau of Investigation?
It is, yes.
I can refer to it as the SBI, and we're all on the same page, right?
Yep.
Okay. How long were you with the SBI?
A little over 7 years.
And what exactly did you do? What was your assignment with the SBI?
I spent just under a year in the Alcohol Bureau and the undercover unit, and then the remainder of that time was with major crimes.
Major crimes. What did that entail?
Predominantly investigating crimes that are considered to be major in nature. Predominantly violent crime, including homicide, sexual assault, in some cases fraud cases. Kind of covered a whole gambit of things, but predominantly violent crime.
And throughout your career with the DPS, have you done any training related to murder investigations specifically?
Yes, I have.
And could you just briefly describe what that specific training entailed?
I've done internal and external courses around lead homicide investigation, officer-involved critical incidents, child deaths and unexplained deaths in children, aquatic homicide, and then just continuing investigations related to homicide itself.
And throughout your career with DPS, have you either played a role in or led a homicide investigation?
I have, yes.
How many do you think?
Either directly or indirectly, I've probably been involved in approximately 40 or so.
And is that throughout the state of Utah?
Yes, we assist throughout the state of Utah.
Were you working September 10th of 2025?
I was, yes.
And did you work shifts? Did you work a certain shift that day, or how does it work at the SBI?
Kind of work 24/7, 365, but predominantly Monday through Thursday, office hours.
Okay. On that date, were you asked to respond to the campus of Utah Valley University?
I was, yeah. I was at the office in Taylorsville, and I was asked to respond down to Utah Valley University.
Okay. And what did you understand was going on at UVU that day?
I didn't know much. I had been told that there was some kind of an event and an individual had been shot.
Did you have a name?
Someone had told me that Charlie Kirk had been shot.
At that point in time, were you familiar with Charlie Kirk?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you end up responding? So when you found out that there was an event, that it was Charlie Kirk that had been shot, that was while you were still up in Taylorsville at your office?
Yes, we hadn't been asked to respond at that point. Another agent in the office showed me a video of the shooting, and I went back to work because we hadn't been asked to respond at that point.
At some point, though, were you asked to respond or directed to respond to Utah Valley?
Yes, we were. We were asked to make our way down to the university to provide any kind of assistance that was needed.
Okay. And do you recall who directed you to come down to Utah Valley?
I believe it was Lieutenant Jensen.
And is that something, responding to a scene like this, on a report like that, is that something that's done frequently within the SBI?
Yeah, SBI functions as a supplementary investigative division for really anybody in the state who needs it, whether it's a smaller local agency that just needs additional resources. We often respond with the crime lab to help process crime scenes. But it would be normal for us to be called out to assist another agency.
Okay, so we understand correctly, when you were first directed to come down to Utah Valley, you were just coming down to give whatever help you could provide.
Correct.
Okay. That eventually changed.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
My assumption was we were responding to assist process a crime scene, essentially.
Prior to September 10th, 2025, how familiar were you with the Utah Valley University campus?
Not very. I think I maybe had been there once before.
How about from September 10th onward? Did you become more familiar with the campus?
Became a lot more familiar with the campus, yes.
And in what way or how?
Both in walking the campus and looking at the incident scene, in viewing surveillance video of the campus and the surrounding areas, and just my general involvement in the investigation. I became a lot more familiar with the buildings, the amphitheater and the surrounding area, and the campus itself.
All right, and we'll come back to that here in a moment. Who else responded to UVU from the SBI?
Originally, I thought it was just myself and a couple of others. I remember Sergeant Falmina, Sergeant Bricker, Sergeant L. Schultz, Sergeant Clark, Agent Brian Davis, and a number of other agents were arriving or were on scene when I arrived there.
Do you recall if other law enforcement agencies responded that same day?
Yes, there was a large law enforcement presence. Federal entities, I believe the FBI, the DEA, ATF, I think some U.S. Marshals. There was obviously our state presence, and then there was county and city and local agencies on scene also.
So had all these folks responded by the time you got here, or had they responded prior to, or?
Some could have been on scene prior to, some were arriving while I was arriving, others arrived later. I know there were several forensic units from various entities, including the State Crime Lab and other agencies.
And did you interact with all these different agencies? You personally?
Throughout the course of the following few days, probably the majority of them, yes.
I think you related that originally the SBI was directed to come down just to see if you could help. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that was all I knew when I left the office, was that go down and see what services, what can you do to help.
And I asked you earlier if that role changed, and I believe you said it did.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about that. How did your role change from what you initially came down to do to whatever it evolved into?
Having been on scene for a little while, there were some conversations and discussions that took place, and I was informed by my lieutenant that myself and Agent Davis would be taking lead on the investigation on behalf of the State Bureau of Investigations.
So the SBI was going to be the lead investigative agency?
Correct.
And you were going to be the lead case agent?
Yes, sir.
Along with Agent
Davis.
Agent Davis.
Yep.
Okay. What does it mean to be the lead investigator or the lead case agent?
Depends on the situation, but predominantly you're responsible for kind of directing the investigation, coordinating information that is coming in. Typically, scenes are fairly chaotic initially, so you're trying to process as much information as possible and make as much use of the available resources that you have. Kind of an organizational role would probably be a good way to describe it.
Okay, so you played an active role in organizing?
In coordination with the administrations of all of the agencies that were on scene, yeah, we were trying to coordinate efforts and get to pertinent information as quickly as possible.
Do you recall whether assignments were made, at least with the SBI agents that responded with you?
Yeah, we have a core group within major crimes that were assigned specific tasks.
Okay. And do they include the agents that you mentioned just a minute ago?
Yes, I believe so.
So each one of those agents with the SBI were given a specific assignment?
Yes, with the information we had, the agents were assigned to do specific things.
And do you remember specifically what assignments were given to who?
Yes, Sergeant Falmina was asked to coordinate with the State Crime Lab and the responding crime scene techs to manage and process any identified crime scenes. Sergeant Mark Bricker was put in touch with UVU's surveillance and operations team to start working through any available footage or information that we had that had been recorded. Mm-hmm. Sergeant Clark was tasked with the area canvas around the campus area, looking for information or any available information from the immediate area around campus. Sergeant L. Schultz was working with the SIAC and other administration to try and manage the flow of information that had started to occur.
Okay. You said that initially when you showed up, things were a bit chaotic.
Yes.
Did that have something to do with all the different agencies that had responded?
Yes, and I think initially there was still some uncertainty as to whether we were working with an active shooter or an active crime scene. The campus is spread over a large area, and so getting that deemed to be safe is quite a process and involved a lot of people.
Gotcha. Do you know if the campus was deemed safe eventually?
Eventually, my understanding is the campus was locked down and secured, and we were able to start getting people in to start processing crime scenes and doing additional things.
Okay. You said it sounds like that chaos eventually subsided. You got organized and assignments were made. What was the first thing that you did as lead investigator?
Well, it kind of became organized chaos, but we did have a plan, and our priority was. But we did have a plan, and our priority was determining whether we had an ability or a way to be able to identify who had been involved in the shooting. Okay. That was our primary focus at that time.
Did that include collecting information that was becoming available?
Yes, we were getting a large volume of information from the general public, phone tips, people sending videos. Analysts were scrolling through social media and social sites as people were posting information onto the internet. So there was a lot of information coming in, a lot of things that needed to be processed through and worked.
Okay, were videos coming in?
Yes, cell phone videos were coming in. If you imagine there's 3,000 people at an event and everybody has a cell phone, there was a lot of information that people were willing to share with us.
Right. Do you know whether you or someone else with the SBI collected or received a video from an Amanda Wright?
Yes, yeah, I know a cell phone video was collected from Amanda Wright.
Okay. And do you know
or Amber
who?
Wright?
I'm sorry?
Amber Wright?
Oh, I'm sorry, Amber. Well, you tell me, Amanda or Amber?
Amber.
Okay, I apologize for that wrong first name. Do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yeah, I spoke with Miss Wright directly on the phone to arrange a time to go and collect that video. Unfortunately, she wasn't available that day, but Agent Davis was able to go meet with her directly and collect the video.
Do you recall what date you actually spoke to Miss Wright?
If I can refresh my recollection,
Well,
I specifically...
Sure, let me ask you this before you do that.
Yes, sir.
So you have in front of you, what, your police report?
I have some notes and a timeline from my investigation that was part of discovery.
And referencing that timeline or those notes, will they help you recall the date that you called Miss Wright?
They will, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and refer to that? Don't read from it out loud. Just take a minute. Let me know when you've come across that information and once you've refreshed your memory.
Your Honor, when he's done, may I take a look at the materials as well, please?
You may.
Ms. Wright was contacted on April 7th.
Okay. Did you want?
All right. Ms. Nestor, if you'd like to come forward,
May
you
I
may.
approach, Your Honor?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Can hear you. While we're waiting, guys, please repost the space. We've been off the search bar for a while now, and it's really important because we're the only ones that really want the truth. So please send that out if you can.
Just a question.
But
Does anybody have any knowledge of what is the proposed use of that screwdriver that was found on the roof?
it was
How
to
it
take the
connects?
gun apart.
But when he climbed down from the roof, it wasn't taken
When
apart. So
you go
that's
back,
a
if you wouldn't
confusing
mind
claim.
shifting the lectrum to
Correct. Yeah,
minor
that was the
height.
claim, or at least the one that I heard.
Yes, it just appears when the camera's focused on you, just the way it's positioned, you're in front of the witness, and we just want to make sure that. It won't go far.
Yeah, it's only going to go that far. Just,
All right,
is that going to be far enough?
I think that is sufficient. So All right, thank you, I appreciate your help
I
with that.
didn't just start from the, are we still connected? Okay.
All right, let's make sure that Mr. Sturgill is picked up.
Okay.
All right, you may proceed, thank you.
And if I could make
So-
if I could make a correction to that, I think.
Well, let me ask you this first.
So he needs to ask you a question,
okay.
so, Mr. Sturgill.
So you've had a moment to look at your
Yes,
notes?
sir.
Did that help you remember the date that you contacted Ms. Wright?
It did, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and tell us what date you contacted Ms. Wright?
I contacted her, I think it was April 6th specifically, but Agent Davis met with her on April 7th.
Okay. Well, that was going to be my next question. So you actually talked to her was it on the phone?
It was, yes.
And did you arrange a time for either you or Agent Davis to go get the video from Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Is that how it happened?
Yes,
And then you didn't go, it was Agent Davis that went?
correct.
Okay, gotcha. And what, if anything, has been done with that video in preparation for today?
My understanding is that some edits were made by your office in order to protect some of the participants in the video.
Okay. But what, let me ask you this. Did you or Agent Davis visit with Ms. Wright again?
Yes, that was in April, and that was where my correction was. The video was originally provided to Agent Mortensen.
Okay.
So I misspoke.
Okay. Let's go back and let's make sure this is very clear.
Sure.
Okay. So someone with the SBI collected a video
Yes.
from Amber Wright.
Yes, Agent Mortensen contacted Ms. Wright on October 8th, and a video was provided to him electronically on October 11th.
Okay. And now I'll ask the next question. What, if anything, has been done, either by you or another agent, with that same video in preparation for today's hearing?
We contacted Ms. Wright to arrange a meeting so that Ms. Wright could review the video and that we could verify firsthand with her that the video was what she had taken on September 10th at the event at UVU.
Okay. And who had that follow-up visit with Ms. Wright?
That was Agent Davis. I was not able to attend.
Okay. And you know that happened because you spoke to Agent Davis?
I spoke to Agent Davis, and he provided me with a written statement that Ms. Wright had completed.
Okay.
An 1102.
And so you have seen that written statement?
I have, yes.
Okay. And you've read through it?
I have.
Does that, do you recall whether that statement was on a form or a piece of scratch paper? What do you recall?
My recollection is that it was on an official, I believe, a State Bureau 1102 statement, which is a written form that is filled out by a witness that contains the 1102 warning.
And by that, do you mean the advisory, the statement that's written on that piece of paper is going to be used at a preliminary hearing?
Yes.
It includes that advisory.
Yes.
Does it also include a warning that if someone provides a false statement, in this case, Ms. Wright, that it could be punishable by a Class A misdemeanor?
It does, yes.
All right. And what do you recall is the essence of that written statement from Ms. Wright? I mean, what does it basically say?
Object, Your Honor. At this point, we want to assert our standing objection to the constitutionality of allowing in Ms. Wright's statement when she is not here present in court to be cross-examined. We did include those constitutional arguments in our standing objection. Also, this does fall under the type of document that should be safeguarded under Rule 4-202.02, Parent 8, Parent F as in Frank, and or should be classified as protected under subsection 5O as in orange, because the disclosure could jeopardize the life, safety, or property of the witness. It's also technically a victim's. I mean, if she's present under the current theory and the information, she's technically could be classified as a victim of the event. So it also should be protected under that. So we would object to it being read in public. It would not be admissible at trial in the current format that it is due to its hearsay nature. We do think it would negatively impact our client's right to a fair trial. And furthermore, I believe the witness herself has requested that, particularly because the video contains images of minor children, which I know the state has made an effort to redact, but nevertheless, the reference to the minors, I think, would still fall under the protection. And so for all those reasons, we would object to that coming out in public and being discussed in the public forum and being published in any way. And we object to it coming in.
All right. And so if you wouldn't mind just restating the rule that you're relying upon so I can fully look at your objection.
It's the UCJA, the Utah, Code of Judicial Administration. I just blanked. The Utah Code of Judicial Administration for Rule 4-202.02, parenthetical 8, parenthetical F as in Frank, and or parenthetical 5 and parenthetical capital O.
All right, thank you. I'm just
yes, sir.
Getting there. I want to review this before I hear from Mr. Sturgill. All right, I've reviewed that, Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, let me address, I guess, a couple of things. Ms. Nestor actually brought up, I think, both the 1102 statement that we intend to introduce and sort of referred to the video. So let me address each of those one at a time. With regards to the 1102 statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, Judge, it was gathered in compliance with the Utah Rules of Evidence 1102, specifically subsection B8. It's a statement that was gathered by an SBI agent. It was prepared with knowledge of the advisory that it was going to be used at the preliminary hearing, and it also included the warning that if a false statement is given, it's going to be a Class A misdemeanor. Judge, I don't know what additional foundation you'd like. Well, that's kind of where I was going, Judge, is I was trying to lay a little bit more foundation just to introduce that statement alone. I haven't got yet to the video. But with regards to the 1102 statement, it has been collected in compliance with Rule 1102. As I stated, B3 or B8. And as we all know, Rule 1102 allows reliable hearsay, as does the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
So what exhibit will this be? I want to look at it not for the purposes of, as a magistrate, taking it into evidence, but see if it comports with Rule 1102 as stated, because I haven't seen it.
Sure.
And I haven't done the analysis to see if that objection is.
Judge, it is State's Exhibit 6.1.
And Your Honor, just for the record, we just want to make a record too that it's difficult for the court to make a reliability finding when the individual is not here to be tested and cross-examined. And for those same reasons that we list in our standing objection, we just want to reiterate to the court that we think it really hampers you from making that reliability determination.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Sturgill?
Well, just that 1102 doesn't require that, Judge. It doesn't require that the witness be here to corroborate the statement that they've already prepared.
All right. All right. I've had a chance to review State's Exhibit 6.1, taking into note what Ms. Nestor noted, UCJA 4-202.02 and referencing the section she did.
Well, and Judge, I don't mean to interrupt, but I had not yet addressed that rule. I would simply just add to that judicial rule, it has nothing to do with admissibility. It's simply publishing it.
Right,
and I'm sorry.
And so, okay, so let me just hear your full
Yeah,
argument.
I didn't realize you wanted to hear all of it. I thought you were going to rule on the 1102, but.
Well, I want to focus on the 1102. I want to keep this clean. So let's
Right.
focus on the 1102
Okay.
and we'll stop
Sure.
there and I can make my ruling. And then if there's any objections, I just need to take it one step at a time to be thorough. So
Sure.
I'll hear all your arguments about the 1102 statement. I'll return to Ms. Nestor for any final thoughts, and then I'll make my ruling, and then we can move to the next stage.
I appreciate that, Judge. And I think I think I have addressed the 1102 question. As far as admissibility under Rule 1102, I thought that's what you wanted to rule on first, and then I would address the UCJA 4-202.02. And if you want me to do that now, I can do that, and it's just simply that it has nothing to do with admissibility. It has everything to do with publishing that. And Judge, I think if you'll look at that written statement, I believe Ms. Wright's personal information, for the most part, has been redacted. Other than that, and beyond that, Judge, I'll leave it up to your discretion.
Well, as it relates to, well, let me take it one at a time. Let's start with the last statement. What I have in front of me, Plaintiff's Exhibit 6.1, has her full information here: address, phone number, social security number.
Okay, Judge, I apologize for that. I thought we'd provided a redacted version of that. Yeah. I think I've clarified what's going on here. I think we provided you with an unredacted version some time ago. The version that we have and are prepared to present today is a redacted version.
Could I have a copy of what you're intending to admit into evidence so I can consider what's before me?
Yeah. Judge, we can bring it up electronically. We don't have a hard copy of that.
All right, I want to make sure that's not coming on screen. It's just coming on my screen to review it. All right. Okay, no, and that's fine. It's not, it's just for my, that I can look it on my screen.
This is not good for the
put it back on
prosecutor.
my screen. All right, well, so what I'm doing is I'm looking at this, and just for clarity, moving forward, if there is a particular exhibit, I'll ask that you provide it instead of me relying upon here, just so there's no misunderstanding, and I can see exactly what is being moved into evidence. I don't want to assume, and I want to do the proper analysis. All right. So
and I appreciate that, Judge, and I apologize. I understood that we were presenting redacted copies today, and I think there's just been a little bit of a glitch, so I apologize for that, Judge.
All right. And,
What a
and Ms.
glitch.
Nestor, I just want to make sure that you're looking at this exhibit as opposed to what I was just looking at in regards to your arguments. With this clarification in mind, any update to your argument or anything that you would like the court to consider?
The only other issue I think that exists with this that I haven't already raised
Oh, he's part of the defense.
is that there's clearly two different authors in the body of the document. One wrote something on the very top line, and then it looks like Ms. Wright wrote the rest of it, which we don't have any indication of who wrote that top line and when they filled that in, if it was before or after she signed the document. So I have some concerns about authenticity with respect to that as well, and that's all I have.
All right, and as I'm determining it, it does appear that the writing is different. Did you want to lay additional foundation, Mr. Sturgill,
Certainly,
or
Judge.
provide information for the
I'd
court?
be happy to do that. Do you have in front of you State's Exhibit 6.1?
I do, yes.
Okay. You've heard the discussion that just took place. It appears as if there's two different styles of writing on that form.
Yes.
Okay. I imagine that you have the writing that includes the personal information for Ms. Wright, and then directly below that, I think there's a line there that appears to be arguably writing prepared by someone else. Is that in fact accurate, that that is a different
That's correct.
author of that writing? What do you know about that writing on that first line just below statement of incident?
Because we were asking Ms. Wright to verify a specific video, the file name for that video was written on the statement in her presence. And then that video with that file name was then shown to Ms. Wright to verify that it was, in fact, the video that she had provided to us.
Okay. And so was it you or SBI agent Davis that prepared that?
Based on the writing, it appears to be Agent Davis's writing, but it's not my writing.
All right. But that is the routine, or is that kind of how you commonly do this?
In this case, because we were specifically asking them to verify a specific digital file that had a specific digital name, and we didn't want there to be any errors in how that name was presented, we wrote the file name on the document for the individuals.
Okay.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, with that additional information before the court makes its ruling?
Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Could you leave that on the screen for me, please? I appreciate that. And scroll down to the bottom. I just want to review it one last time. All right. And I believe this is Exhibit 6.1. Is that correct, Mr.
It is,
Sturgill?
Judge. And I would move to admit 6.1.
Thank you. So considering the arguments made by Ms. Nestor and Mr. Sturgill, I rely upon Rule 1102 as well as the Utah Constitutional Article 1, Section 12, as I previously mentioned, that final paragraph, it states, nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with.
He has overruled every objection
allowed as defined by statute or rule. I have examined this, and the clarification was made. The previous version of this would fall afoul of having identifiable personal information of Ms. Wright, and so that was removed. And this one, with the redacted portion of the identifiable information, personal information for Ms. Wright, is before me. And based off that, State's Exhibit 6.1 with redactions is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Hold, that statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, what does it state with regards to the video that you showed her that day, or I guess Agent Davis showed her that day?
It states that she's confirmed that she did review the video and that it was a true reflection of the video that she took on September 10th, 2025.
And did she identify who's in that video in her statement?
Herself and her 2 young children.
If we could just have a clarification on the court's ruling. So I understand the court overruled and published, and I accept the ruling, but I thought under the court's previous order that the media was not going to film exhibits. And they are filming the ones that are on that screen. So I guess I just need to clarify that, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
No, and I appreciate the clarification. It's important.
Erica Kirk just left.
My ruling when we came back from break was if you're objecting specifically to the exhibit and then to the exhibit being published in the courtroom and then the exhibit being published which can be captured by media, if that's not specifically addressed, I am going to allow it. So I didn't hear a specific
I didn't see Charlie's parents leaving with her.
I appreciate you bringing that up, but that's how I'm looking at every single objection, just for clarity of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. So just to make sure I correct the record, we are objecting to the publication of this under the UCGAA rules for the reasons I said, but I respect that you've ruled on that. And in the future, I guess we'll just make particularly clear we're objecting to publication, because I do think anything that's getting on that screen is getting filmed.
Okay.
So thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And Mr. Sturgill, did you want to respond? I mean, it's the genie's a little bit out of the bottle on this particular issue, but any record you wish to make.
Judge, we're simply going to seek to admit each one of these exhibits, and then we're going to leave it up to Your Honor's discretion whether to publish them beyond, well, to what extent you want to publish them.
All right. Well, I would prefer argument on this issue from both sides. I don't. This is the burden of the state, so I don't want to exceed my lane by just assuming. So I'll leave it to you to make the argument what you're requesting.
Sorry about that.
So before you're moving on, Mr. Sturgill, as it relates to this, I want to put this to bed and then we can move on. Were you requesting for it to be published on, so you moved it into evidence, which I approved. It isn't moved into evidence, but I didn't hear anything in regards to publishing to the courtroom and then lastly publishing, which it would be captured by the camera in the background, in the back.
Judge, we believe these are public documents, and so we would ask that they be published both to the audience and to the public at large.
All right. Well, given that we've gone past the gate on this one, right. It's been published.
Right.
But I think we're all on the same page in regards to how objections may be made and how the court is going to consider it, so we can move forward.
Repost the space, everybody. Bottom right corner. Thank you.
Mr. Sturgill.
Thank you. Have you personally watched Miss Wright's video?
I have, yes.
Right. And what is depicted in that video?
It's a view of Miss Wright's position in the crowd at the event on September 10th.
Okay. And absent the written statement from Miss Wright, can you at least recognize the location that's displayed or depicted in this particular video?
Yes, it's the amphitheater at the Utah Valley University where Mr. Kirk was doing his event.
Okay. On your screen, Exhibit 6. Do you see anything on your screen yet? Just the very beginning.
It's there now.
It's there now. Do you recognize what's depicted on your screen right now?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
In the background is the Hall of Flags, and then you have the gazebo under which Mr. Kirk was presenting his event from, and then the crowd between where Miss Wright was and the stage.
Okay. But do you recognize what this is, the beginning of?
Yes, this is the beginning of Miss Wright's video.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 6.1. Oh, I'm sorry, 6. I apologize.
And to what level? Hold on, Ms. Nestor. I just want to get the clarification, and then I'll certainly turn to you. So the levels of admitting into evidence, then the next level is publishing it to the courtroom, and then the next level is publishing it in a way that is captured by the media. What is your full request?
Judge, we'd ask that, first of all, it be admitted, that it be published here within the courtroom, and then that it also be published to the public at large.
All right, and I'm not quite sure what this particular video is showing. Could you lay a little bit more foundation or proffer that what this is?
Sure. You've seen this video, Agent Hall?
Correct.
What's depicted in this video?
The crowd and the beginning of Mr. Kirk's presentation to the audience in the amphitheater at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Okay. Does it depict Miss Wright?
I believe towards the end of the video it scrolls back and Miss Wright shows the people that she's with at the event and herself, yes.
All right, is there any act of alleged violence in this particular clip?
No, there is not, Judge, but there is not.
Okay, I just needed that clarification. Ms.
Right.
Nestor, I'll turn to you. I just wanted to make sure I understand the full scope of this exhibit and then hear from your objection, if any.
Your Honor, with respect to admission, we object to its admission on the grounds that it's not properly authenticated, as Ms. Wright herself is not present in. For all the constitutional reasons we raised in our standing objection, we object to that. As far as its publication, we object to its publication. It definitely is something that in its current form without her here would not be admissible in any place other than a preliminary hearing. And we feel like this would really impinge on Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. And so we're asking it not be published, and certainly if the court does publish it, that it certainly not be filmed.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill, any response?
Judge, Rule 901 addresses authenticating or identifying evidence to satisfy the requirement of authenticating a document, or I guess authenticating a piece of evidence. The proponent, which in this case is the state, must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding that the item is what the proponent claims it to be. And then the rule goes on to explain or provide examples of how this rule can be satisfied. And at the very top, under subsection B1, is testimony of a witness with knowledge. That goes on to say that testimony that an item is what it is claimed to be satisfies this authentication rule. Judge, you have an 1102 statement prepared by the person who actually caught these images on her camera or on her phone, and so, Judge, I think that alone sufficiently authenticates the document. And then even further than that, you have Agent Hull, who has reviewed the video himself and authenticates it, at least with regards to location.
Thank you. As it relates to admissibility of this exhibit, I believe this is State's Exhibit 6, is that?
It is, Judge.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I add one more thing just for the record? For purposes of publication question, under UCJA 4-202.02, parent 4, parent R is in Richard, photograph, film, or video of a crime victim are designated as private court records. And I do think that based on what the state has previously referenced, they are perceiving that everyone in the audience is a potential victim, and so we think it shouldn't be published under that rule.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill, on that final point.
Judge, I appreciate that argument from Ms. Nestor. And we don't necessarily disagree, but to that end, to protect who we believe is a victims in this video, I believe their faces have been blurred out.
Oh, I see. Ms. Nestor, have you?
I think it's only the minor children whose faces are blurred out, not Ms. Wright, if I'm not mistaken, unless it's been subsequently altered.
My recollection is they've all been blurred out.
All right, I need to view this again, so let's just put it on my monitor. Again, I'm just trying to make sure that in order for make a ruling on this, I need to view it. So let's put it on my monitor, play it without any sound. Okay, my understanding is the prosecution has control of this exhibit, so what I'm asking is that the sound be turned off, if there is any, and just go ahead and play it, and it's only on, well, it's on all the parties' monitors, because I want you all to view it, because that can go directly to, as you've mentioned, Ms. Nestor, whether it's possibly admissible. So let's go
pay
ahead and play
attention.
that.
We're going to be able to see it on the bottom monitor there. And never mind. Oh, there it is.
All right, thank you. Based off what I've watched, there was some blurring of faces, but not of all the faces, and so I'm going to rule that it is admissible. Sure, I'll wait until all parties are ready to proceed. So anything further? I just want to make
No,
sure.
Judge, you've had a chance to watch that.
I did. So I'm ruling that it is admissible into evidence, again, taking into consideration the analysis the court's talked about in regards to 1102s and this particular piece of evidence as it relates to the 1102 video, the 1102 statement 6.1, and I'm going to allow it to admit it into evidence. And because the faces of the alleged victims are not all obscured, there are some that are visible, it's not going to be published to in-court monitor, and obviously not to be filmed by the media. So the court will receive it into evidence. The court will watch it again right now, and then we can continue to proceed.
Very good. Thank you, Judge.
So if to the state, if you would like to play it again for me, I'm viewing it as it relates to consideration as the magistrate.
Your Honor, sounds like an issue that's going to come up again. I represent the news media. Can I be heard on this issue?
Yes.
I just wanted to address it. I've tried to be quiet. I just wanted to address it now because it's going to keep coming up, it sounds like. The classification rule that Ms. Nestor is citing and that Your Honor was just reading is not about in-court exhibits. That is classification for records in the court file. So it is a fundamentally different thing when we are in a public proceeding and the state is presenting an exhibit that you are relying on, and the public is being denied the chance to see it. That is a fundamental violation of the right of access, and it's a qualified right, and I recognize that. But that's not the ruling that you just made. You're just ruling based on the Code of Judicial Administration, which doesn't have anything to do with when something is presented in a public proceeding. So while I recognize there are certain things where I understand that you were going to make an exhibit-by-exhibit evaluation based on certain exhibits that may, be somewhat, may cross the heavy threshold of being so prejudicial that they cannot be shown in public. That is not this. And so I just wanted to make clear that the things that are in Rule 202 are not, when it is presented in open court as an exhibit for you to rely on, the public is entitled to see what you're seeing so that they can understand what your decision-making process is. And so this one, it doesn't sound like, this sounds pretty anodyne to me. It's not even depicting the shooting. I just wanted to clarify that the classification issue about when, we're filing things with the court and we say like this, maybe we file a motion to classify. That's not the decision that you're making today. The decision you're making today is the state is presenting something to you. You're watching it. You're making a decision based on it. And the people in the gallery have the right to see that. Whether you allow EMC of it is a different question. And we think that the EMC should be allowed too for reasons that we've briefed. But I do think that it at least should be published to the courtroom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To the parties, do you wish to respond?
State is not. We'll submit it. Well, Judge, I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on. Okay, so we'll go to Ms. Nestor first and then to the state.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Sturgill.
The only other additional observation I'd make is with regards to this video and this video only, the state doesn't believe that the defense really has standing to make an argument on behalf of the victims in this case.
All right. All right, based off of what's been presented in recognizing the argument from the media, I see the differentiation and how they are differentiating the rule that was cited versus what was presented. So I'm going to go ahead and rule that this may be played in the courtroom but not be captured on video. So to the camera operator, I just want to make sure that it's going to be playing on that, but I don't want it captured I appreciate the patience of the parties.
This is going
as
to
we
prejudice.
Going through the many layers that need to be addressed on exhibits such as these. So we'll go ahead and, once that's ready to be played, let's go ahead and do that. Thank you. And that concludes Exhibit 6.
Correct. Right. Thank you.
Mr. Sturgill, you may continue.
Agent Hull, did you or any other SBI agent collect additional video?
Yes, there were other videos collected.
Okay. What additional video did you collect?
A cell phone video from Mr. Phillips was collected.
Okay. And do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yes, Agent Schultz made contact with Mr. Phillips September 29th of 2025, and that video was provided to him. Subsequently, in preparation for the proceedings today, myself and Agent Davis met with Mr. Phillips on April 6th, and he completed an 1102 and went through the same process as Ms. Wright. The only difference being on this occasion that because he is a minor, his mother witnessed it and also signed the statement.
Okay. So you personally reviewed Mr. Phillips's video with Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
Okay. And you had him prepare a written statement?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Again, on this written statement, are there two different authors?
Yes, I believe in this instance it was myself that wrote the file name on the form.
Okay. And so you wrote, what part of the statement did you write?
Just the name of the file that we were asking Mr. Phillips to verify.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked States Exhibit 7.1. And this should just be for Agent Hall.
That's on my screen.
Is it on your screen? Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The State Bureau of Investigation 1102 form completed by Mr. Phillips.
Okay. And did you gather that from Mr. Phillips?
I did, yes.
And again, does this statement include the advisory that is going to be used in lieu of his testimony at prelim?
It does.
And does it also include a warning that if he makes the author makes a false statement, that it could be punishable by being charged with a Class A misdemeanor?
It does, yes.
Okay. Anything about this exhibit look different than the day you collected it?
No.
Okay. Judge, the state would seek to admit Exhibit 7.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object to the admission on the grounds that this video does in fact show a close-up view of the shooting of Mr. Kirk and grievous injuries in very stark relief. And because of that, we are particularly concerned about our constitutional claims we have made and our standing objection in terms of our ability to get a fair trial if this is published. And I think, again, we have the same issue with the court, being in a position where you're having to make a reliability determination without the opportunity for this individual to be cross-examined. Also, I do think the fact this is a minor that completed this form does make it protected. He's also potentially a victim under the same theory that has been stated for Ms. Wright, and under the UCJA acts for the same reason, the UCJA rules for the same reason, these should be protected private court records, and private means it shouldn't be played to court and it shouldn't be played to the public through the media. So we would object to its admission, we would object to its publication, and we would object to its filming. Thank you.
Any final response?
Judge, let me address, well, there's two things here, right? Let me address firstly the 1102 statement. Judge, I believe again that this statement was gathered in compliance with Rule 1102B8 check. And the agent has explained that although Mr. Phillips is a minor, his mother was present. And that explains, I believe he said, the second signature on the form. With regards to publishing it, the 1102 statement, that is, Judge, we believe again, the presumption is this is a public record, and that it should be not only admitted but published here in court, and also published so that the media can record it.
They want the jury biased.
Address the 1102, and then I'll move on to the video.
All right, so we're staying focused on the 1102. Any final response, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. As it relates to the 1102 statement and to the state representative who is displaying it, could you scroll down? I can only see the top half of this. All right. And just go to the very bottom so I can look at the totality of it. This is 7.1. All right, based off of what's before me on the State's Exhibit 7.1, I find that it is admissible under Rule 1102 and to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, to that paragraph I have referred to previously, and so it is admitted into evidence. And Mr. Sturgill, remind me, were you requesting for it to be displayed? I'm, again, focusing on 7.1.
Right.
In
On
court.
7.1, Judge, with regards to the video, we believe it's admissible. It's been authenticated properly.
Well, hold on. I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about 7.1, publishing it in the courtroom versus publishing it on to be captured by the media.
Because we think that the presumption is that it is a court record. We believe that in its redacted form. We believe it should be published in all three areas.
All right, Ms. Nestor, any final thoughts?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We're going to go ahead and grant
She didn't push
publishing
back.
of, Plaintiff's Exhibit 7.1 in court, and that the media may capture that. Let's go ahead and do so.
Scroll up. Slowly scroll down.
All right. You may proceed.
Did you admit Exhibit 7.1?
It is admitted into evidence and it was published.
All right. Have you personally watched Mr. Phillips's video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And what does it depict?
It's a graphic video. Mr. Phillips was positioned towards the front of the crowd, and it does depict the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
And independent of the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Phillips, you watching that video, do you recognize at least the location of this video?
I do. It's consistent with the event that Mr. Kirk was presenting at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Okay. Judge, at this point, the state would move to introduce, or would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit number 7. We would simply ask that it be admitted. We would ask, however, that it not be published beyond that.
Ms. Nestor.
Due to the graphic nature and the sensitive nature of the video.
All right.
So as to the admission, the same issues that we raised as to the 1102, we would raise as to the difficulty of authenticating when the individual is not here present, and all the same concerns that we raised about the 1102 itself, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Considering the...
I'm sorry, may I add one more? I apologize. And also under Rule 403, we think it's more prejudicial than probative, and we would raise it for that reason as well.
Any final response, Mr. Sturgill?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And this is Exhibit 7, is that correct?
Correct. Exhibit 7, Judge.
All right. I will admit Exhibit 7 into evidence based off the foundation that's laid, the 1102 is tied directly to this, and so for admission purposes, it is admitted. I am not going to authorize publication in the courtroom or obviously through media, but I will have it played on my screen. And so I view it, and I just want to make sure, and please, counsel, given the graphic nature of it, please guard your screens because I believe we all should be viewing this. This is evidence, and I want to make sure that you all are seeing what I see to ensure that that is accurate and it's a fair representation of the exhibit that you are familiar with. So whatever you need to do, I'll give you a moment, and if you could just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to proceed. Again, I want to act in a way that is dignified in respecting the rights of all persons. And for those reasons, I just want to make sure we are safeguarding to ensure this is not captured. All right. To defense, ready to proceed? Yes, Your Honor. All right. To the state? Yes, sir. All right. Go ahead and let's play Exhibit 7. Is there sound? There is, Judge. All right, let's make sure that, thank you.
They're redacting the sound so we don't hear it. Is the video okay on the space?
I haven't seen the video on the space all day.
It's gone away for me recently.
Okay, let me see if it works. For the speakers, it goes off focus, but I think for the listeners, it works.
It's popping back up. It's going like...
I just need to be the last one to speak, so mute up. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes playing of Exhibit 7. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Holt, any more video that you collected, or either you or another agent with the SBA?
Yes, we were able to collect video. TPUSA had a videographer, Visual Impulse, who was taking coverage of the event, and they provided
Carol
video
Farnsworth
to us that they had captured on September 10th of 2025.
Okay. And do you know who or how that video was collected from Visual Impulse?
Yeah, Mr. Farnsworth originally provided, I believe, a flash drive to Lieutenant O'Brien with one of the local agencies. And a short time after that, on September 10th, he provided downloadable versions, electronic versions to Agent Mortensen. And an 1102 was collected from him on May 6th of 2026
So an 1102 was prepared by someone.
That means he transferred it.
Yes, Terrell Farnsworth was the individual that prepared it, and in preparation for this, I spoke to him personally regarding that statement.
And do you know what his association is with Visual Impulse?
I believe he's the owner-operator or the director of the company.
And then who collected that 1102 statement from Mr. Farnsworth?
It was Agent Mortensen who collected it.
Okay, and you know that because Agent Mortensen told you, or?
He provided it to me, and then, as I mentioned, I subsequently spoke to Terrell Farnsworth personally regarding his statement.
Okay. You had a chance to look at Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement?
I have, yes.
Okay. And again, does that statement include an advisory that any statement that he provided would be used at preliminary hearing in lieu of his live testimony?
Yes.
Did it also include a warning that a false statement would potentially be punished by a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked State's Exhibit 8.1. Let me know when that comes up.
That's come up.
I think it's a single page, is it not?
I believe it is.
Go to the top screen. Scroll down slowly. Can you see that, Agent Hall?
Yes.
You do recognize that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and again, that is what?
It's the 1102 statement that was provided to me, completed by Mr. Farnsworth from Visual Impulse, who is the videographer for TPUSA for the events that they do.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 8.1.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, we renew our objection. This is hearsay. This statement is hearsay. We have constitutional concerns for the reasons we raised in our standing objection. We also would like to cross-examine Mr. Farnsworth about whether or not and to what extent these videos may have been altered in any way. It is clear that clips were being made out of the larger videos because he sent, even his own statement says he sent larger videos, and this is just a small portion of them. So obviously someone made clips, and we don't know who, and we don't know how, we don't know what they did. And for those reasons and the reasons in our standing objection, we would object to the admissibility of it, and as well the, I don't have a redacted version of 8.1, but I assume there is one. There is personal information on this one. Do you have a redact? Okay, I don't have that one. All right. And we would object to publication just on our concerns for fair trial, the same issues. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I think so. Thank you. And for all those reasons, we would object to its admissibility, its publication, and its ability to be filmed by the media, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, I just wanted to check. Did you get a copy of the redacted?
I was just handed it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that
right.
you had copies.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, okay, thank you. Mr. Sturgill, would you like to respond?
Sure, Judge, thank you. With regards to the admissibility of the statement, Judge, I think the foundation has been laid that this statement was collected in compliance with Utah Rule of Evidence 1102, subsection B8. It constitutes reliable hearsay. It's a statement that's been made by a declarant that's written and it's under oath, or not under oath, but pursuant to a notification of the declarant that a false statement made is punishable. I think there's been foundation to support that. In addition, Judge, Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution makes it very clear that the state at preliminary hearing can rely upon reliable hearsay.
All right. Anything further before I make my ruling? Thank you. All right, applying the same analysis from the previous exhibits as it relates to the written statement under Rule 1102, and also under the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, in that last paragraph, I will overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 8.1. Let me hold off on that final phrase. If you could scroll down to the state representative and just stop right there. Thank you. I just want to make sure I fully review it before I make that ruling. And if you could continue scrolling down. And just go ahead and scroll down to the end. I don't believe there's anything else, but I want to make sure. Thank you. So I do rule that, overrule the objection, and State's Exhibit 8.1 is admitted into evidence and may be published. Well,
Judge, let me speak with regards to that. With regards to the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Farnsworth in its redacted form, we believe that the presumption is this is a public record and that it should be published both here in court and made available to the public by virtue of the camera.
Ms. Nestor.
I just stand on the objection I made before, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Looking at the same analysis, it is admissible under Rule 1102 as well as Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution. And being that the person's identifying information is redacted and not viewable, I'm going to overrule the objection, the standing objection, and have it published both in court and maybe published by the media. So let's just get it situated. And what I'll have you do to the representative of the state, pause on this screen and then in 10 seconds scroll down to the full text portion, and then 10 seconds later just slowly scroll to the remainder of the document. Thank you. All right, you can continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, hold on. She's still going through it. She's going to show
You're
the whole
talking to me.
document. Well, I should have clarified. Thank you. All right, and that concludes State's Exhibit 8.1, the publication of that document. Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, thank you. I appreciate that. Agent Hull, have you personally, so the video that's referenced in Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement, have you watched that visual impulse video?
Yes.
And what is depicted in that video?
It's a view from the cameras that Visual Impulse had established at the event, actually looking out from the stage into the crowd. It too is graphic in nature and shows the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
Okay. Does it also show Mr. Kirk throwing hats out into the crowd? Do you recall?
If my recollection serves, Mr. Kirk used to do that at the beginning of his events, and I believe the video does show him engaging with the crowd prior to becoming seated on the stage.
Okay. Judge, at this point, the state would seek to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 8. With regards to publication, Judge, it's our position that it not be published here in the courtroom and that it not be published so that the cameras can display it.
Thank you, Mr. Sturgill. Turning to Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we would just renew our objections to authentication for admissibility purposes under 901 for the reason that I mentioned in the 1102, which is, someone prepared these clips. We don't know who. We don't have that person here to cross-examine in terms of what, if anything, was edited. And for that reason, we think it can't be authenticated, and we object to its admissibility and our standing objection for constitutional grounds.
Thank you. Just one moment here.
Judge, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
Just with regards to authentication, again, the state must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding the item is what the proponent claims it to be. And again, under subsection B1, is sufficient to provide testimony from someone that has firsthand knowledge or observed, has firsthand knowledge regarding the authenticity of that video. You heard Agent Holt testify that he spoke to the owner of and the director of Visual Impulse, I believe it was testified to, that they contract with TPUSA to film their events. This particular video, the state is going to, or seeks to introduce as Exhibit 8, was shown to Mr. Farnsworth. And that is the video that Mr. Farnsworth authenticates. He says that this is video that was captured by Visual Impulse cameras. And so with regards to authentication, I think the state has sufficiently provided the court with evidence to authenticate it.
And this is State's Exhibit 8. All right. I'm going to overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 8 as it relates to publication, citing to Article 1, Section 28, 1A, that this is Declaration of Rights of Crime Victims, and it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity. And to those 2 points of respect and dignity, the court is not publishing this in the courtroom, nor is it being published, obviously, online. But the court will watch it in court. And again, to the parties, if you could protect your screens, however you choose to, and then I'll check to see when we're ready, and then we'll have it played. So turning to defense, is more time needed to? Okay, thank you. Turning to the state, to your screens. All right, all right. I see a head nod, yes. And let's go ahead and play this video only on the monitors, and if there's sound associated with it, the sound to be played as well. And you may proceed. And that concludes State's Exhibit 8. Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Is there any additional video that was collected by either you or another member of the SBA?
Yes, the campus itself, UVU, is very well equipped with cameras throughout, and they were willing to work with us to provide video from those cameras, and so that was collected as part of the investigation also.
With regards to the UVU surveillance video, do you know if video was collected from there behind where Mr. Kirk was seated at the time that he was shot?
Yes, I'm aware that under the Hall of Flags there is I'll refer to it as a breezeway, but a way for people to move from one side into the amphitheater walking underneath the Hall of Flags, and I know there was a camera situated in that location.
Okay. And do you know, with regards to that camera view, well, let me ask you this. So that particular camera view, there was surveillance that was provided to you or another agent from UVU?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall who provided that video to you initially and who collected it?
Initially, I don't know specifically for that video, but I know that whole process was overseen by Mr. Olson, who's responsible for that system.
Okay. Do you have a first name for Mr. Olson?
Curtis Olson.
I'm sorry? Curtis
Olson.
Okay. And do you know what Mr. Olson or Curtis Olson's position is at UVU?
I believe he's a director.
Right. Is it his job to basically gather and forward any video that's captured by UVU?
He has a long title, but I think it's Director of Infrastructure, but he is responsible for that system.
With regards to this particular video, the video from underneath the Hall of Flags, what, if anything, have you done with that video in preparation for today's hearing?
I went specifically to meet Mr. Olson, have him review the video that we had, and again, like with the others, I had him complete an 1102 statement for us describing his role and verifying the videos. I did that actually on July 2nd of this year.
July 2nd of this year?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just one moment.
Actually, I'm going to correct myself on that if I can refer back to my notes.
Okay, please, yes. Your notes, you have there with you again?
Yes.
And referencing them will help you refresh your memory?
It will, yes.
Okay, so don't read from it out loud. Just look at it and let us know when you've refreshed your memory.
Apologies. July 2nd seemed a little bit too soon. It was June 24th when I met with Mr. Olson.
Okay, and you personally met with Mr. Olson?
I did, yes.
Okay, and did you personally review this particular video, or I guess the Hall of Flags video with Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Okay. And he prepared a written statement?
He did, yes.
And on that statement, was that a bureau-provided statement form?
It was, yes.
Okay, and on that statement, do you recall whether it includes an advisory that his written statement would be used in lieu of his live testimony?
It did, yes.
Did it also include a warning that if he provided a false statement on that form, that he could be punished with a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay. Is there something displayed on your screen right now?
There is, yes. It says
Okay, it
Exhibit
should be
12.3.
Yeah, it should be what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.3. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, it's the State Bureau of Investigation's 1102 statement completed by Mr. Olson.
Does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
As the state would seek to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.3.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would again renew our concern about hearsay and our constitutional concerns about that raised in our standing objection. Also, the concern is that the individual basically states they verified the recordings, but doesn't say how, doesn't say whether they viewed it, doesn't say whether someone else viewed it and told them, whether someone else viewed it and told someone else who told someone else who told them. There's just no explanation, and we don't think it's sufficient to meet your reliability analysis, and we object to admission, and we also object to publication. This is for all the same reasons, Your Honor.
To the state.
Judge, again, the state's position is that this written statement was collected in compliance with Rule 1102, subsection B8. It is a statement collected with both the advisory and the admonition. From what we've heard from Sergeant Hull, this individual, Curtis Olson, is the person it's his job basically to handle this type of information and turn it over to law enforcement.
All right, I'll have, if the state representative can scroll through so I can review it in its entirety and just stop when the majority of that handwritten statement's visible. Thank you. Let me review that. And if you could scroll down to the bottom of the page. Thank you. All right, under the same analysis for 1102 under Rule 1102, as well as Article 1, Section 28 of the Utah Constitution, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Under Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, that final paragraph, the court overrules the objection and admits State's Exhibit 12.3 as it relates to publication. Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, with regards to publication, in this particular exhibit, it's the state's position that the presumption is that it's a public record, and we would ask that it be published both here in the courtroom and that the cameras be allowed to capture it and publish it as well.
All right, Ms. Nestor.
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
All right, I note the standing objection from defense, and given the in the court's previous analysis for other 1102s, the court is going to publish it both in the courtroom and so it can be captured by the media. What we'll do is the same thing. We'll start at the top, pause for 10 seconds, and go to this middle section, and we'll pause about 20 seconds because there is a little bit, it is more dense, and then we'll scroll down to the very bottom for about 10 seconds, and then that will conclude that. So it's now on screen, and let's go from there. right, you can scroll down. Okay, if you'd like to scroll to the very bottom. Thank you. That concludes publication of this exhibit.
Thank you,
Mr. Sturgill.
Well, in Mr. Olson's 1102 statement, he references more than one video, does he not?
He does, yes.
Okay. So you, with regards to the Hall of Flags video, have you seen that particular video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And that video, what does it depict?
It's a view kind of looking what would be east, under the breezeway towards the back of the stage where Mr. Kirk was situated. It shows some movement behind the stage area, and I believe through the gaps you can see some of the crowd in the amphitheater.
I think I've neglected to do this twice before, so I'm going to do it right this time. Would you please bring up Exhibit 9 without pressing play? Tell me when you see something on your screen.
It's on my screen.
Okay. Do you recognize what's depicted in that still image?
I do, yes.
What is that?
It's the area underneath the Hall of Flags that I referred to as the breezeway.
Okay. And is this the beginning of the video that Mr.
It is, yes.
Okay, that Mr. Olson provided you?
Yes, yes.
Judge, the state would seek, the state asks or seeks to admit Exhibit 9. With regards to publication, this is another video that, due to its sensitive, the nature and the graphic nature of the video, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom, nor published in any way that the media camera could capture it. And following your reasoning, Judge, out of deference to the victims and the victims' rights, to have this type of information protected.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object on our standing objection grounds, constitutional issues in terms of the concern about Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. We agree it should not be published. We object to its admissibility.
Thank you. Based off my analysis that I apply independently to this exhibit, but it tracks with the previous exhibits, I find that it is admissible, and I will admit it into evidence. This is State's Exhibit, I believe, 9. Mr. Sturgill?
Play it.
No, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is State's Exhibit 9?
Right, correct.
All right. As it relates to publication in the courtroom or by the media, again, citing to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, 1A, it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, and to be free from harassment and abuse throughout the criminal justice process. I find that this does apply. And in respect and dignity and the human experience, I am going to not publish it in the courtroom, nor will it be broadcast, but the court will watch it in open court. And I note it is about, how long is this video?
3 minutes, Your Honor.
All right. Again, to the parties, if you could just indicate if your screen is obscure. Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And to the state, are your screens secure so they're not viewable? All right. Thank you. Seeing Mr. McBride nod his head, we can go ahead to the state representative. Go ahead and play State's Exhibit 9. And if there's sound, if you could activate sound. I'm not sure if there is. All right, so all right, let's go ahead and replay it. Just wanted to clarify there is no audio, so let's go ahead and restart it. Thank you.
Bottom right corner, repost the space, everybody. Thank you. So I believe they're watching the video of Charlie getting shot. We'll see if the judge has any expressions on his face.
Hey, Diligent,
Yeah.
is it okay to say Charlie getting assassinated versus shot? We don't know if he was shot.
Yeah, assassinated. That's fair. Force of habit.
No, I wasn't criticizing you. I was just saying it's an interesting point that everybody says shot, not just you, everybody.
It's a good point. You made a good point, Miss.
Yeah, we don't know.
Fair point.
Pretty long video.
You know, but this is how trials go. Like, the tedious admission of pieces of evidence was done properly, how the standard. This is what this trial is going to be 90%.
I can't believe they're going to admit Terrell Farnsworth's video.
Why not?
It was because there's no chain of evidence there.
Chain of custody.
Yeah.
Sure was. They had it was taken out of his thing, out of the camera, and given to the police.
Exhibit 9 has concluded. Mr.
All right.
Sturgill.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to ask you just a few questions with respect to that video and the very end of that video, which is State's Exhibit number 9. Throughout that video, you can see a banner. Do you recall seeing a banner that's hanging basically in the middle of that video?
Yeah, I believe that's the rear of the gazebo.
Okay, the rear of the gazebo?
Yeah.
And what gazebo are you talking about?
It's like a pop-up tent that Mr. Kirk was sat underneath while he was addressing the crowd.
Okay. So just really quick, just to be clear, where in relation to that banner that you see depicted in Exhibit 9 is Mr. Kirk?
Approximately dead center.
Okay.
He's on a stage, so he's slightly raised in relation to the bottom of that banner. Mm-hmm. And then he's seated in the middle of the stage, so approximately in the center.
And how many, if you know, what's the distance between the banner and then where Mr. Kirk is seated in front of that banner, if I'm understanding you correctly?
I don't know specifically. If I had to estimate, I would say 3 to 5 feet.
Okay, so close to that banner.
Yes.
Okay, I also believe towards the end of that exhibit, well, let me ask you this. If you know, what happened to Mr. Kirk immediately after he was shot?
My recollection is that Mr. Kirk's detail, his own security team, removed him from the scene whilst administering first aid, and they conducted what would be called a hasty transport to Timpanogos Hospital.
Okay, before you go any further, that Mr. Kirk being picked up by his own security, is that portrayed in the video? In Exhibit 9, I'm sorry?
It's kind of on the left side. The back of that, the pop-up tent. Mm-hmm. And then you can see Mr. Kirk being carried down the left side of the video under that breezeway.
Okay. And then you said that he was, that there was a quick transport. Is that the language you used?
A hasty transport.
Hasty transport. What does that mean?
Just they were trying to get him to medical care as quickly as possible. So I believe he was thrown into one of the team's vehicles and then transported to the hospital. As opposed to waiting for an ambulance.
And I think you already stated, but let's just be clear. Do you know which hospital he was transported to?
I believe it's referred to as Timpanogos Regional.
Okay. And do you know if he was treated there at the hospital?
He was, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he was pronounced dead there at the Timothy Hospital?
He was, yes.
Okay, and how do you know that?
The medical examiner had an investigator that responded to the scene, and I spoke with him, and he informed me that he was at the hospital when Mr. Kirk was pronounced deceased.
Okay, and that the medical investigator that you spoke to, do you know the name of that person?
Bullock, I believe, Officer Bullock, but if I can refresh my recollection
If it'll help, if you have it in your notes, it will help you refresh your memory. Go ahead and look at that. Again, don't read from it out loud.
It is Officer Bullock, yes.
Okay. And he is a peace officer?
He functions as a law enforcement officer, and he works also for the medical examiner as a death investigator.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Kirk was autopsied by the Utah Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, an autopsy was conducted by the medical examiner's office.
Do you know when and by whom?
Yes, it was late into the evening of September 10th, or it may even have gone through into the morning of September 11th.
And do you know who
I'm going to
conducted
refresh
that
my
autopsy?
recollection because of the pronunciation, if you don't mind.
If it'll help you refresh your memory, that'd be great. Again, don't read it out loud. Look at it. Let me know when you've done that, and then we'll go from there.
Dr. Guajado, I believe is how it's pronounced.
Okay. You want to spell that last name?
Yes, Guajado.
Your Honor, if this is not personal knowledge, we object to the hearsay. If someone told him all of this, I don't believe this individual was present at the autopsy, so we object to any testimony about the autopsy or what he was told about it.
Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, if I could, I'll just simply lay foundation for the report itself. And I think this is all information that's included on the report.
All right, so as it hasn't been moved into evidence just yet, I'm not making a ruling.
I appreciate
if
that.
you wish to lay more foundation, that's certainly your choice.
So you are aware that the medical examiner's office did conduct an autopsy?
I am, yes.
Okay. And did you receive a report from the medical examiner's office?
I did, yes.
Okay. Detailing the autopsy that was performed?
Yes. Prior to receiving the report, myself and Agent Davis visited with the doctor.
Okay. You visited personally with the doctor that conducted the autopsy?
That's correct.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, and did you discuss the autopsy with the doctor at that point in time when you were meeting with him personally?
Yes, Agent Davis and I had a fairly in-depth conversation, yes.
And where did that conversation take place?
At the medical examiner's office.
Okay. And do you recall the date and time that that personal visit took place?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it
within? It was soon after, within a few days of the incident.
Of the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. And subsequent to that visit, did you receive a report from that doctor that you visited with?
We did, yes.
Okay. And that's the Dr. Guajardo that you're struggling to pronounce his name. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I apologize, but yes, that's who it is.
And the report that was sent to you, do you recall when you received that report?
I don't recall the specific date.
Okay. Have you reviewed that report?
Yes.
Again, you stated earlier that this is not the first murder investigation that you've worked.
Correct.
Okay. I take it this is not the first medical examiner's report you've received.
Correct.
Okay. Do the reports typically look the same?
Yes, they're in a standard format that the medical examiner uses.
Okay. And this report that you received?
Yes.
From who you believe was the doctor you spoke to?
Yes.
That conducted the medical exam. Was there anything peculiar about that particular report that stood out to you?
No, it appeared to be a standard form as used by the medical examiner when they send us reports.
Okay. On your monitor, Exhibit 11, I'm going to have displayed what's been marked State's Exhibit number 11, Judge, for identification.
Right.
And I believe there's 9 pages. So let me know when you see that on your screen.
It's on the screen.
Okay. What I'd like you to do is just look at this as it scrolls down through the 9 pages and wait till we get to the very end. And if you need us to pause or stop or slow down, let us know. I want you to be able to look at all 9 pages.
Diligent.
Did you get a look at that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What?
Do you recognize?
No,
We'll
not
find
right
it
now.
later.
Yes.
What is that?
That's the medical examiner's report of examination for Mr. Kirk.
Yeah, do you recall? You don't recall exactly when you received that?
I don't unfortunately remember the specific date when I received it.
Do you remember how you received it?
Then provided to us electronically.
Okay. Via email?
Sometimes via email, also on disk, compact disk.
Okay. And does there appear to be anything in the exhibit before you? Has that report changed at all? Or does it accurately depict what you received initially from the doctor?
It accurately depicts it.
Does the state would seek to admit Exhibit 11?
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, this is an expert report without the expert being present, being offered by an individual who's not an expert in this field. If they're presenting him as an expert in this field based on the limited questions about his experience in seeing previous medical exam records, I'd like to voir dire him on his qualifications to opine about it. This is hearsay. It's highly technical. It should be presented only through an expert. It could never come in trial in any other way. We submit that it is hearsay. And to the extent they're going to ask this individual about any opinions about it, that would be improper. He's not qualified to do that. And furthermore, we just think that this is clearly falling under our constitutional concerns about the absence of our ability to be effective, to cross-examine, to question we can't even question the expert's experience or CV or anything that we would normally do to determine if this should even be accepted or considered by the court. And so we strenuously object to its admission and for all those reasons to its publication as well. There's some really personal things in there that should never be published that deal with Mr. Kirk's medical condition, history, is the condition of his body. It shouldn't be published, Your Honor.
Thank you. To the state.
Judge, this is clearly reliable hearsay admissible under Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence. I would direct you specifically to subsection B5. For purposes of, and I'm quoting the rule, for purposes of criminal preliminary examinations only, reliable hearsay includes, and subsection 5 specifically states medical and autopsy reports and records. Again, that is supported by Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states that reliable hearsay can be relied upon at preliminary examination in whole or in part.
And to the second part in regards to publication.
As far as the publication, Judge, we agree with Ms. Nestor. This is a document that does contain very sensitive information and information that Mr. Kirk's family would appreciate it not being published. And so although we seek to admit it, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom or that it be published in any fashion or way that the public can see it by virtue of the camera.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, I just want to point out that even though 1102 has a provision about exams, I mean, the court still has the overarching mission under 1102 to make this reliability finding, right? And it's just completely in a vacuum being offered by someone who's a police officer. So again, we would just argue that you're just not, it's hampering you from making the analysis you need to make to admit it, and we object to it.
All right. Anything further from the parties?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right. So again, relying upon the analysis on Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, as it relates to reliable hearsay, and then turning to Utah Rules of Evidence, Rule 1102, B5, specifically notes medical and autopsy reports and records. The court is going to overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit, I believe it's 11.
11, yes, sir.
Citing to Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, dignity, portion, respect, and dignity. It will not be published either in the courtroom or viewable on media by the camera for the reasons previously stated as it relates to the video. And so the court will receive it, and it is admitted into evidence. And that concludes that portion. Mr. Sturgill, is this a good point to stop to take our 15-minute afternoon break?
I think it'd be a great idea, Judge. I've just got one last question.
All
if I
right.
could, with respect to the medical examiner's report. Agent Hull, in that report, does the doctor relate cause and manner of death?
He does, yes.
Okay. And in that report, what is the stated cause of death?
It was stated as a murder.
And manner of death?
It was a gunshot wound to the neck.
I object. It's not stated as a murder. I believe it's stated as a homicide, which is an important distinction.
Judge, I'll go back and correct that.
All right, so I'm going to sustain. Well, first of all, let me look at the report. I need to see that section. I need to be able to draw my own conclusion. So, okay, I see. Ms. Nestor, are you referring to page 1 of this report?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could you repeat that? I apologize.
As it relates to your objection for the misstatements, are you looking at page 1 of the report?
Yes.
All right. So
Your Honor, I also need to make an objection on the best evidence rule, too. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to sustain the objection as it relates to the manner of death. It does not say murder, but in regards to the best evidence rule, again, under 1102 and the Utah Constitution, that it permits reliable hearsay, it is, State's Exhibit 11 is admitted. Mr. Sturgill.
Agent Hull, I'm going to ask you to look at the first page of Exhibit 11. No?
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you again, and you can look at it.
Yeah.
And would you mind relating what the doctor reports as the manner of death?
Yes, I misspoke. It does say homicide.
And then the immediate cause of death?
Gunshot wound of the neck.
Nothing further, Judge. Well, at this moment, I think it'd be a great idea that we take a 15-minute break.
Right, we'll go ahead and go on break. We'll come back at 3:25.
He did that on purpose.
And resume with this witness at that time. Court is in a brief recess.
Ms. Liu, we can now officially use the word shot because we do have on the record he was shot.
Then he is not an expert. He was reading his
Yeah.
own notes.
Yeah.
Reading an expert.
That's actually wild.
No.
He was reading his own notes.
No, he was reading the examiner's report.
The examiner, yes.
Right, that's an official record.
No, he was reading his own notes about the examiner report.
No, he was reading the actual examiner's report because that was what was being submitted to evidence.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did anybody catch that examiner's name?
I didn't hear it.
No, I meant to
spelled
write
it
it
out.
down. Yeah, he did.
I'm gonna have to go back and get that. We
You
need
can
to
get
look
that.
into this guy.
Diligent, quick question. Does anybody recall when the police officer, when the officer agent, whatever, whoever he was talking about how they, the staff came up, the Turning Point staff, they got Charlie, and they were, a hasty exit was the term he used. Did you hear something about aid? They administered aid?
No.
Check on that because there was something about, that they got him. Aid was administered as they hastily, something about aid. I'd like to know what kind of aid was administered if in fact he said that.
Yeah, I'll have to go back. I don't know if I caught that or not. I stepped away for a second to eat lunch.
I thought I heard that you said it did a hasty extraction. I think that was the words that were used.
Yeah, that was the word that was used.
Yeah.
For Charlie?
Yeah, get him out of there as soon as possible. To try
I mean,
to
I
get
think
him
they
to a
tried to
medical
stop the neck, and then he went into a black SUV. There was no medic there, from what I saw.
Yeah, we're talking about the testimony, though.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things here, right? We have the prime police officer who, quote unquote, found the screwdriver, which implicates Tyler Robinson, right? This screwdriver is a huge piece of the puzzle, has his DNA on it, etc., according to them. And his body cam just happens to be dead during the most crucial time. Camera's done. Now, one of our listeners, and shout out to our listeners, looked it up. They are required to check the batteries of their cameras before they go on duty. And they actually have to check it off on a list. So the camera I have, which I'm sure is probably not as good as a police camera, the camera that I have it lasts 3 hours. 3 hours. So he said he went on duty at 11 a.m. Okay. Charlie Kirk was shot at 1:23, and he went and found that screwdriver minutes later. How is his camera dead? If they have to charge it or check that it's charged before they go on duty, and Charlie Kirk was assassinated an hour and a half into his tour of duty, how is the camera on his body cam dead? That makes no sense.
Obviously, he didn't charge it fully, is the best explanation.
Just another convenient failure of procedure. Wow.
By the way, the examiner named, I think, is Kendall Crowns. That's
not his name.
No, that's the chief medical examiner for the state of Utah.
That's not the name that was spelled out.
Okay.
And then we have Terrell Farnsworth. He turns over the footage on a flash drive. Well, those cameras use micro SD cards and SD cards. They do not use flash drives. What does that mean? That means that he transferred the footage from a SD card to the flash drive and gave that to the police, not the original. That's a problem.
That's a big problem.
That's a huge
yes,
problem.
and how soon was that turnover from the original SD card to quote transfer or not? How long?
He said the evening of the 10th, but then there was like another one on the 11th. He made publicly available through downloads, Google Drive link, I think is what he said. And then he didn't testify to the validity in that sworn statement they read out to us, or they showed to us. That was Terrell Farnsworth swearing that he did not tamper with it. It had not been messed with. That was in May. Why did it take him until May to have him give a statement? That's crazy to me.
I did catch when they were videoing the document that it did say it was a segment of the full footage that was turned over to.
Yeah, it was just a clip.
Yeah, but they did turn over the full footage apparently, and that was one segment that he was testifying to, that he was giving a statement to.
Oh, so he only swore to the clip.
That's correct. That's what that document said, that he only swore to that certain part of that.
Good catch, Eddie.
Yeah, but why is it a problem for your perspective that it was a flash drive or whatever was the device that was submitted on?
Because he can't check the metadata on it. You can't verify.
Yeah, because it
could
needs
have been
to
edited
be in its original, untainted, unchanged, original state, original evidence.
Mm-hmm.
That's why
that's
why the
problem.
defense
They need
raised
to be
a
able
flag.
to verify it.
But you notice you're making it as if it is significant, but no, I don't see any
It is
objection.
It is significant. What are you talking about?
One second.
It's rules of evidence.
You don't have the defense objecting, saying that this is.
She did object.
Yes, she did. She said she didn't want to share it because there's a chance that it was edited.
Oh, my apologies then.
And she brought up the word clips.
It shouldn't even be admissible. You don't know what they did to it after it left the scene. It should never have left the scene. Why wasn't that brought up? I would have been all over that. She should have been all over that. Excuse me. There was a break in the chain of evidence here. The scene had police officers and the evidence walked off. That makes no sense.
This is what
Villager,
the
you were
judges do
all
here,
over
though.
that. If you go back to your spaces on this from the very beginning, that was a big problem for you from the very beginning.
It's a huge problem.
Because you were
Those are
watching a
the
handoff.
listen, that footage.
Yep.
That footage is the closest footage of Charlie Kirk in high def that there is. Period. During the assassination,
But what was the
for more
objection
than one angle,
specifically?
from three angles.
What was the objection specifically by the defense on this? Because I thought he was just saying that it wasn't the full record. You're saying that they're claiming that it was edited? Is that what was being suggested? I wasn't
You
clear
can't
on what
prove
the
that
objection.
it wasn't.
Pardon?
You can't prove that it wasn't edited is her concern because you don't have the metadata from the original
That was
document.
the specific objection made by the.
That was not the
No,
objection.
I'm
The objection
explaining
was
that part
hearsay.
as the secondary part.
No,
Yeah,
no.
that's what I kept hearing.
The objection is that they had no way to verify the validity of the footage after they took it. They had no experts that were like state level. That was the objection.
No, my understanding was the objection that they were claiming hearsay because they could not cross-examine the witness.
Exactly.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
That
correct.
was part of
that's
it.
what I
That was
understood.
part of the objection.
Okay, the other part that you're saying I didn't hear. I heard what the individual who was just speaking. I don't know who that is. That's what I heard.
You're
So
going to
that's what
have
I
to
was
go
listening.
further back because part of her objection continues to be my standing objections.
We
So
can all go
she's
back later.
referencing her
Diligent recorded this, so we'll
for
all go back to this.
pre-trial. I'm trying to explain something to you.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, RJ.
No, you're not.
Oh man, the FEDslop team though, just let you guys know, my posts on this are moving. They are moving.
Rolling. Keep them rolling. Right.
So what we're going to see the judge do in these instances, and unfortunately it happens more frequently than we would like to think, is that they'll say, well, you'll be able to present that in trial to the jury and let them be the finder of fact whether or not this is valid as a part of the chain of custody or not. They'll push it off onto the jury.
Well, also the defense can bring a motion to exclude that evidence if there is any validity to editing or the lack of chain of custody. That would be something, right?
I'm guessing they already have, and what she's referencing in pre-trial, her standing objection, I'm guessing that that's already in there. I'm going to go through the documents. I'm not saying I know for fact, but that would be my assumption, is that she's referencing that.
I think the standing objection is that everything is hearsay, and I'm really confused why she keeps like hanging her hat on this objection because eventually all the people who actually
It is so that it can be, so the challenge is documented and it can be looked at later in case of an appeal.
I understand that, but my question really is like eventually everybody who filmed something or submitted something is going to be able to be called as a witness to substantiate, yes, this is my video, I filmed it on this and such day. So that's going to be.
But they will have the metadata. That's the point.
They can't just assume that though, right? So say later in the actual trial that doesn't happen. Say they don't produce these witnesses. Now she's
But the
had
defense has the right to call them.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they're going to show up or be there or they can find them. Things
No, of
happen.
course they
It's
will.
just a part of the procedure. It's literally just what she has to do.
The defense has the right to call them.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they're going to show up or be there or they can find them. Things happen.
No, of course
it's just
they
a
will.
part of the procedure. It's literally just what she has to do.
No, they have to show up. They would be subpoenaed by the judge if they don't come.
Again, it is CYA. These are things that they have to do just as a part. It's part of her being effective counsel. She has to cover these things.
It's preserving the trial in case they need to go to appeal. So if they don't object to these things later, they can't appeal on these things later. So preserving the chain.
Maybe I'm not being clear. I would think there'd be much more substantive things to object about. Maybe that's what I'm saying. These are very technical things in my view. I'm wondering why there's not more substantive objections.
Because this is the thing. They know that most of this again is just for the record because the burden here isn't that.
I'm wondering why there's not more substantive objections.
Because this is the thing. They know that most of this again is just for the record.
Just be some doubt here.
Right
and
now,
and that's her
right
job.
now, she's trying to convince the judge that there's not enough to charge, so it can dismiss.
Exactly.
It's not trying to
Yeah.
create doubt.
Well, doubt can get into the judge.
Got it. Sounds like a motion to dismiss.
I think that,
Yeah,
you know, from
that's
what
not
I'm listening
happening.
to her, the way she's speaking and asking, I think they're going down
Makes
the pathway
sense.
of
If the
suggesting
judge
there's an
isn't
alternate
buying the
shooter.
motion to
I mean,
dismiss,
those are
you're
the
probably
questions
headed to
that
trial
she's
or
been
a
asking.
plea. Either way, what's the
Grok.
next move you're thinking of?
Tell us the problem with Terrell Farnsworth handling of the SD card footage, putting it on a flash drive, and giving it to the police later that night.
Hold. Conducting audit.
Can you guys
Chain
hear
of
Grok?
custody breach.
Not at
No.
all.
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. Go ahead.
What are you doing? Typing or what? What's going on?
Me?
Yeah, just tell me to
No,
mute his
I'm
mic.
talking.
Sorry, I
Just
didn't
waiting
realize
for
I
your
was
next
muted. I'm in my
question,
office
boss.
working.
What's up?
How dare you work in the middle of the space?
Well, everybody needs to make money, right?
Grok, go ahead and answer my question about Terrell Farnsworth.
Hold. Conducting audit. Chain of custody breach. Evidence transfer anomaly. Evaluated narrative. Alternative
Grok,
claim
don't
that
do
Terrell
don't do a
Farnsworth.
web search. Just tell me the problem.
Hold. Audit mode engaged. The core problem is a
stop.
classic chain of. Okay.
I think we glitched her out. Let's try this. Grok, tell us the problem with Terrell Farnsworth taking SD card footage from the Charlie Kirk assassination scene, holding it for hours, and then transferring it from the original SD card to a flash drive and giving it to the police. It's like glitched out. I don't know. Stupid thing. We still have a few minutes left. Make sure this is working. Grok, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Grok, I want you to go look up and tell us the problem with Terrell Farnsworth removing the SD cards from the video cameras at Charlie Kirk's assassination scene, taking it somewhere else for hours, and then transferring it to a flash drive and then giving it to the police. What's the problem there?
Hold. Conducting audit. Chain of custody breach. Evidence tampering allegation. Removal from active crime scene. Evaluated
Grok,
narrative.
I don't want you to
cl-
do an audit. I just want you to tell me what's the problem objectively.
The main problem is a broken chain of custody. In a criminal case, you need to prove that the video evidence is exactly what was originally recorded. No edits, no gaps, no tampering. When someone pulls the original SD card, walks off with it for hours, copies it to a flash drive, and then hands over only the copy, you lose the ability to verify that the footage wasn't altered or that nothing was missed. Courts hate that. Defense attorneys tear those kinds of handoffs apart because the original best evidence wasn't properly secured and documented from the start.
Now ask her, what about, because I know they did mention in the trial that they also gave them electronic copy, so I don't know what that means.
It was a Google Drive link.
Court is back in session.
Same core problem, just worse. Instead of handing over the original SD card or even a verified flash drive copy, they gave police a Google Drive link. That means the footage was uploaded somewhere, potentially edited or altered before sharing. Anyone with the link could have accessed or changed it. no proper
So,
chain of
Agent
custody
Hall,
for the
in addition
digital
to what you've
file.
already described,
Prosecutors now
what,
have to
if anything
prove the
else, did you
video on
do
that Google
on
Drive is
the 10th of
identical to
September
what was on the
2025?
original SD card. That's
Primary
extremely
focus
difficult
was
to do
to
cleanly.
identify
Defense
the
will hammer
individual
this
who'd been
as
seen on the roof with the preliminary footage, and so there was a big effort to review as much of the video that we had available to us from both the public, but predominantly from Utah Valley University, in an effort to follow that individual both forward and backwards from the time of the shooting.
Okay. So if I understood you correctly, priority was to identify the shooter.
Yes.
And to that end, you started reviewing even more UVU video than you've already described?
Correct, yes.
Okay. What, if anything else, either did you do or happened initially that helped you identify who that shooter was?
So there was hundreds of hours of video that was reviewed, but the predominant focus, again, was on tracking the individual from the roof, either after the shooting had occurred or trying to trace the steps of the individual prior to the shooting.
Okay.
And we were able to do that through a combined effort of individuals. And the focus was having people reviewing video identify people who could fit the original description of the individual that jumped off the roof.
Okay. At that point, so at this point, approximately how many hours of UVU video do you think you personally had seen or watched?
Myself, maybe 10 or 20 hours of video, being called in to look at different camera angles and different views of individuals. But there was a large team of people reviewing video.
Okay. Reviewing video?
Yeah, from UVU.
Were some of them SBI agents?
Yes, correct.
And combined, how much video do you think you watched that first day on the 10th?
It would be in the tens or hundreds of hours of video was reviewed.
Okay. Did anything else come along that helped you identify who that shooter might be?
Eventually on the evening of the 11th, we received word from Washington County that an individual in that area had reached out to law enforcement and was wanting to turn themselves in for the incident at UVU.
Okay. And did you, at that point in time, did you receive a name from Washington County?
Yes, we did.
And what was that name?
Tyler Robinson.
What, if anything, did you do with that information? The name Tyler
What time did he say?
That information was given to our SIAC, or our State Information and Analysis Group.
11.
And they put together what would be called a workup. So they would look at driver's license records, DMV records to determine addresses, obtain pictures of individuals, and then any associated vehicles or things like that.
So was that done with Mr. Robinson?
It was, yes.
Driver's license record was pulled?
Yes.
Did that include, if you remember, or do you know, did that include a photograph of Mr. Robinson?
It did include a photograph of Mr. Robinson, yes.
How about an address and date of birth?
There was an address and a date of birth, and I believe a DMV record with an associated vehicle.
All right. And so that DMV record did include a vehicle that was associated with Mr. Robinson?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what the make and model of the vehicle was that was tied to Mr. Robinson?
The Dodge Challenger.
Anything else beyond that you remember?
It was silver in color, and I believe there were two registered owners of the vehicle.
Okay, and who were the registered owners?
Mr. Robinson and then his mother.
Do you recall whether or not a date of birth was included in that driver's license information that you got initially?
Yeah, I believe the actual driver's license record was shared, so it would have included a date of birth.
All right. With with Tyler Robinson's personal information, were you able to expand your search at all?
Yes, once we knew a vehicle that we were looking for and we had an actual image of the individual, then we were able to use that video footage to try and track that specific individual.
Okay, and I'm sorry, let me clarify. So when I said expand your search, I'm referencing the UVU surveillance video?
Yes, we were able to.
Okay. And were you able to identify in that expanded search, did you believe you located that challenger?
We did, yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine at what time or times Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus on September 10th?
Yeah, we were able to establish that Mr. Robinson had been on campus approximately 4 times throughout the day, twice before the shooting, the time of the shooting, and then after the shooting later in the evening into the early hours of the 11th.
You said that you initially tracked the shooter forward and backward.
Yes.
with UVU surveillance video.
Correct.
Okay. Did you do the same thing with that vehicle?
We did, yes.
Okay. Tracked it forward and backward?
Yes, using the UVU footage and additional information that was obtained, yes.
And I believe you said that in total, Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus 4 times that day.
Yes, that's correct.
And let's just be clear, that's all based on UVU surveillance video. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed what's been marked States Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
Okay. And well, before we go there, of the video that you have personally watched, does the video include the 10th and the 11th, or just the 10th?
The video I've seen includes the 10th and then a very small portion, I think, about 0:30 of the 11th.
Okay. And I think you said initially you watched about 20 hours of video.
Yes.
Since that time, have you watched additional video?
Yes.
UVU surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. And who provided the UVU surveillance video to you?
It was part of the collection of videos that was provided by Mr. Olson and his team that we already discussed previously.
Okay. Of all the hours of video that you've watched, do you have an idea of how many hours include Mr. Robinson or his vehicle?
Just with UVU or in
Just with
total?
UVU, I'm sorry.
Just with UVU would probably be about 16 hours.
And let's be clear, this is someone you believe to be Tyler Robinson.
Correct.
Okay. And this person that you've identified as Tyler Robinson, that you've been investigating and that you've viewed in the numerous hours of video from UVU, would you recognize that person if he were in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom today?
He is, yes.
Would you point him out and describe something that he's wearing?
Your Honor, we object to unduly suggestive in-court identification for constitutional grounds.
Do you wish to specify an unduly constitutional? I'm trying to understand your objections. I want to make sure I fully understand.
Your Honor, I think there's some, and I'll defer to Mr. Byrd if he wants to jump in, but I believe there's a long line of case law that says, and you ask someone to identify the defendant when they're the only person, sitting at the table with defense counsel, that's unduly suggestive and taints any future or past, well, definitely future identification. So we object to that happening in this fashion at this time.
Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, Agent Hull has testified that he has watched numerous hours of video. Take a step back. He has looked at personal identifying information of an individual by the name of Tyler Robinson. He's looked at the driver's license record, and he's also looked at the DMV records and has been able to determine what car that person drives. He's also looked at surveillance video that he believes depicts this Tyler Robinson. And I've simply asked him if that person that he has seen, both in driver's license photos and the surveillance video, if that person is here in the courtroom today. And I don't know that that's unduly prejudicial or suggestive. It's the routine. I don't know of any other way to do it other than the way I just did it, Judge.
All right, well, I wanted to verify the format of the question. I remembered it in my mind, but to Ms. Nestor, was that an accurate portrayal of the question that was asked?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sturgill, anything further before I issue my ruling?
Well, no, other than, Judge, I believe it's worth noting that Mr. Robinson is in plain clothes. Well, he's in
Counsel,
plain
please
clothes.
approach the bench.
I think the judge sounded annoyed a little bit.
That was bad. He should not have said. Yeah, he should not have said that.
I don't know what he said was wrong, but I heard an annoyed tone to the judge's voice when he called him to the bench.
He just led the witness to saying he's in plain clothes.
And he also put it on the record in his like he started identifying the witness himself on top of that. And
Yeah.
and he also made a mistake when he said his belief. Well, this isn't about belief. Did you see this person in here, not that you're about to point out, or no? Because
I agree.
belief is a problem.
Yeah, the wording is problematic, 100%.
I'm not impressed with the defense attorney.
All right.
I already told you my suggestion, what should happen there.
Based off of what's been
I
presented
agree with
in
you.
court, I'm not finding that particular question as previously posed as suggestive. I find for the purposes of this hearing only that in-court identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson has been made. Again, this only relates to the preliminary hearing, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Hull, have you reviewed what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
And where did you review that video?
It was provided to me. I reviewed it on my computer in my office.
Okay. And is that the first time that you've seen this particular video footage?
This particular version of the footage, yes.
Okay, so this particular version the first time, but have you seen the video that comprises, I guess, Exhibit 12.1?
I have seen the original videos, if that's your question, yes.
So what is State's Exhibit 12.1? How would you describe it?
I would describe it as a compilation of the video that we obtained from Utah Valley University during the course of the investigation that depicts the movements of the individual I believe to be Mr. Robinson moving around the campus on September 10th, 2025 into the morning of September 11th, 2025.
Did you prepare this video compilation?
I did not.
Okay, do you know who did?
Yes, Utah County Attorney's Office. I believe Ms. Durfler is the one that produced the video.
Okay. Do you know Ms. Durfler's first name?
Kimberly?
Okay. What, if anything, did you do to authenticate the video in this compilation?
I reviewed the video to make sure that it was a reflection of what I understood the original videos to show.
Okay. What, if anything else, did you do?
It's an altered video.
I reviewed it. I know that there was some zooms and some changes to the footage.
Okay. Did you meet with Mr. Olson with regards to this particular video?
Yes, this video was also part of that original meeting with Mr. Olson for the prior exhibit, yes.
Okay. So at the same time, you sat down with Mr. Olson and discussed the prior exhibit. And let's just be clear which exhibit that is. So I believe the 1102 statement that you gathered from him is Exhibit 12.3, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So at the same time that you gathered that 12.3 or that written statement that is State's Exhibit 12.3, you talked to him about this specific exhibit as well?
Yes, Mr. Olson was shown this exhibit.
Okay. And did he include that in that 1102 statement?
Yeah, I believe he specifically referenced the exhibit by name, stating that it was a true reflection of the footage from the campus.
Okay. And let's just go back to what you were stating earlier. To you, it appears to be a compilation of videos that you've already seen.
Correct.
that you received as a mass dump, I guess, for lack of a better term, of view video. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And the exhibit 12.1, does it appear to be the same as the raw video that you've seen previously?
It does, yes.
Okay. Are there some minor, are there any added additions or anything different about this particular exhibit?
There are some portions of the video where a zoom is initiated, which wasn't a function of the cameras. I believe some specific individuals have been blurred from the footage, and I believe there are some red circles to show poignant information or individuals within the footage itself.
Okay. So other than the red circles, the blur, and the zoom, does it appear to accurately depict what you've seen in the raw video footage?
I believe so, yes.
On your screen, I'm going to have displayed an image. Let me know when you see it.
The image is there now. It's gone again.
Is it there?
We're back, yep.
Okay, we're back. So do you recognize what this is?
Yeah, this is the first frame of the video compilation that we just referenced.
Okay. And again, this video portrays what you believe is Mr. Robinson visiting campus that day?
Correct.
Okay, and is it throughout the day?
It is, yes.
And then I believe you said into the early morning hours of the 11th, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Shows the state would seek, or would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we have objections to its admissibility. This is a compilation video that was put together from a bunch of different sources by the county attorney's office. This individual did not create this compilation, can't testify to the accuracy of the actual materials that it was taken from. And furthermore, Mr. Olson himself is just referred to by Agent Hall. He specifically says people have altered these recordings. They've zoomed in when the actual recording isn't zoomed. They've added little circles to people they want you to pay attention to. They've blurred people's faces out. So, I mean, it's been clearly altered. And it's not, I mean, they admit it's been altered. So we have real concern about authenticity of it. Furthermore, this particular video should be protected. And so that deals with the admissibility factor. As far as the publication factor of it, the video should be classified as protected under UCJA 4-202.02 subsection 5, J as in jelly bean, and then little I and little double I, because this is going to interfere with the defense's ongoing investigation, with Mr. Tyler's ability, with Mr. Robinson's ability to get a fair trial. This is basically putting together photos that are clear with photos that aren't clear, putting them all together in such a format that it makes the case that it's all one person. It would be extremely prejudicial for people that may ultimately serve on this jury to watch this video before this case goes to trial. We don't believe a proper foundation's been laid, which would make it admissible at this point. So the fact that it would be shown to the public would be extremely damaging to the ability to put on a defense at trial. And so we object to its publication both in the courtroom and to the media, Your Honor.
He should sustain this objection.
Judge, Ms. Nestor
She's
is
right.
correct. This is a compilation of a series of videos. The videos, as Sergeant Hull has testified to, is a compilation of raw videos that he has received from Utah Valley University. And he has not only seen this video, but he has
It's
seen
not a compilation of raw video.
And by his estimation, or according to his testimony,
It's a compilation of
these are
edited
all
video.
videos that are
With
accurate,
circles.
and they depict what the raw footage depicts, other than those minor additions.
If I was the
Judge, if
judge,
you
I would
refer
say,
to
hey,
Mr. Olson's,
just go give me
written
the raw
statement,
video.
it's,
Why are you giving me
plaintiff's
the
exhibit
ones with
12.3.
circles and dots on
He
it?
too
He just said, in
has
addition to
reviewed this
those
video,
small, like, what?
and he has
No,
also
sir, you can't caveat that after the
identified
fact.
This
this
is not
video
good
as
when
being
I'm agreeing with
accurate
you
with
guys
the
on this one.
exception of those additions.
Where's the
Those
original
were
SD
zooms
card?
and red highlights. They weren't part of
I
the
don't like
original
anything that is
recording,
zoomed in where the
according to
camera
Mr.
doesn't have the capability of zooming and with the red circles on it
Olson.
being admitted
But
as
other than
evidence.
that,
Let's let him
as he
finish.
states, the same as Agent Hull, these videos are accurate, and they were captured by UVU surveillance video.
Do you have a version of this video that does not have alterations, such as zooming or circling? My concern is that if the 1102 says what it says about the videos, these were the videos.
Right.
But then it was altered. And typically an exhibit which has been altered, and if it wasn't done by the person who supplied the 1102, that can become problematic. And so do you have a version of this exhibit that does not have the zooming in or the circling? Again, I don't know all the alterations that were made, but that seems to fall outside the 1102 because you don't have a person testifying 1102 saying, I made the alterations.
Right.
And so that's the concern of the state of what Ms. Nestor was talking about as it relates to the state's evidence. I have that concern about those alterations. I don't know when they were made, what they were made, how much was done to manipulate the video, and I say manipulate to, not saying it in a nefarious way, but I don't know what the scope of that is and how much it deviates from what was the original form.
Well, Judge, to answer your first question, do we have a version of this particular video that has not been altered? We don't, not right now, not today. I guess there's there's a couple of things I'd simply like to point out, Judge, and that is that we have two witnesses who have watched the raw footage. And Agent Hull here today on the stand and Mr. Olson in the form of his written statement. They have both said that this video, with the exception of these alterations, accurately depicts the video that was captured by UVU surveillance video. Judge, I will proffer that those changes made to the video were not done by either. I know who that person is. We could actually call that person as a witness if that would
Trust me,
that.
bro.
Wow.
Wow.
Do that if necessary. But Judge, I think that
Why would any prosecutor bring
our
altered
burden is to
video when you
simply
can have
authenticate,
access to the raw video? It's just ridiculous.
It
I'm
is-
sorry, I don't agree with
It
this.
is a video
That's a great question.
with only a few exceptions.
Like, there's no reason to bring the altered
alterations
video.
that really
It's
don't
purposeless.
change the substance of the
Unless
video,
there
the
is.
content of the video. They're accurate. They depict what the cameras captured on September 10th.
Trust me, bro.
And we have two people who have seen that raw footage and they've explained that's the only difference between what we have originally in the original videos and what you're seeing here today.
That sounds really
And
scientific.
the additions, I will submit, Judge, were only added to make it easier.
It sounds very amateur, in my opinion. You have the ability to provide raw video,
Anything further
provide
from the
it. Don't give
parties?
me circles and zooms that
I'm
don't
gonna
exist
go
on
ahead and
cameras.
I'm sustaining the objection. Typically, when exhibits are admitted to the court, it is without alteration. If a party circles
That's
an
right.
exhibit, a photograph, that's not the original format, and I do not have the person who made the alteration, an 1102, to substantiate that. And what I have is the original video, and Mr. Olson saying, this is the video minus the alterations. And we have Agent Hull saying, this is the video and there are alterations, but I'm missing a link. And it may be minor, but in this type of case, I want to be thorough. And I want to make sure that what is minor is still important. And for those reasons, I'm going to sustain the objection and leave it to the parties on how you wish to handle the video in the future. I don't want to provide guidance either way.
Right.
But as it stands today, This exhibit, State's Exhibit 12.1
or
is
12.1.
not admitted.
Okay. Judge, could I have just one moment?
You may.
Very briefly, hi guys, I'm a lawyer from Arizona, not licensed in Utah, but the correct objection should have been the best evidence rule, which is 1002, and that requires the original document to be produced for the same reasons that all the hosts were objecting to earlier. You have to actually provide the original. You
Yeah.
don't get to submit alterations
Edited.
unless you have the original. So that's it.
She did mention that once early.
Which means Terrell Farnsworth footage should fall under the same rule.
It should, and I wasn't here earlier. I don't know if they made that objection, but that is the correct objection. Is best evidence.
But there's no claim that Farnsworth is edited. Just that he maybe made clips of it.
He doesn't have. They don't have the original.
I understand your point. There's a difference between editing and copy. There's a world of difference.
If it's not
they
the
have
complete,
a copy, not the original.
Yeah, if it's not the complete document or the complete video, then there is an issue under the best evidence
It's missing the metadata on the original, right?
I'm not arguing that you're wrong about this. All I'm saying
it is altered.
It is a different issue at play, right?
It's not.
Copied and not the full complete footage is different. Where here they're admitting we put circles and pointer fingers on the damn
Well,
thing.
you testified that
and we zoomed in.
To capture.
It's totally different thing.
Correct, yes.
And the first three visits, based on what you have observed, is your opinion that those videos were captured by UVU surveillance video? Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. The fourth visit, the fourth visit too was captured by UVU surveillance video. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other video that was collected either on the 10th or the 11th that you believe might be important or relevant to today's hearing?
There was a large amount of video.
I'm going to be a little bit more specific. Was there, other than UVU surveillance video, was there any other video that you collected and subsequently gathered an 1102 statement for?
Yes, we collected Ring doorbell footage from the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Let me
the
ask
Ring
you
footage.
this. Did that include video from a residence located at 680 West, 925 South Orem?
Yes, that's in the Horseshoe area, yep.
Okay. That's in Orem?
Correct.
And close to campus?
It is, yes.
Okay. And what can you tell us about that video?
There was a Ring doorbell video that was provided that showed a vehicle consistent with the one we had identified as belonging to Mr. Robinson, parking in front of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what can you tell us about the timing and the timing of that parked vehicle?
If I recall, that vehicle parked approximately 0:38 hours on the morning of the 11th.
Okay. So 0:38 hours, what time is that to regular people?
Just after midnight.
At 12:38 a.m.?
In the morning, yes.
Okay. So how did this video come to your attention that you're talking about, this doorbell or whatever?
This footage was obtained as part of the canvass of the area that was conducted as part of the investigation.
Were you able to identify the owners of that residence?
Yes.
Where that video was collected from?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know who it was collected from and by whom?
It was Mr. and Mrs. Noble. I believe Agent Davis collected the video directly from them.
Okay. And do you know what date it was collected?
If I can refresh from my notes.
If referring to your notes will refresh your memory, go ahead and
his notes.
Don't read it out loud.
That's standard to refer to notes.
Mm-hmm. I'm saying it because that's what he was referencing for the Emmy report earlier.
Myself and Agent Davis returned to the address as we had done with previous videos, and had the owners of the video verify that it was from their system. And we did have them complete an 1102 statement, which would be dated.
Okay. Do you know, so let's talk about this. What does this video look like?
It's a nighttime view looking from the front porch of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what about that video? Why was this particular video significant to you, or why do you think it was related to this case?
We know from the UVU footage that the person we believe to be Mr. Robinson had an interaction with law enforcement. And a short period after that, the vehicle comes to that house, and some additional evidence that was collected from cell phone data and things indicated that Mr. Robinson was in the area, and we were able to locate the footage of his vehicle on that Ring doorbell camera.
Or at least what you believe is his vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle we believe to belong to Mr. Robinson, yes.
And is there something about this particular video and this I guess vehicle that was captured that leads you to believe that it was Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle has very distinct wheels. I won't say that they're wholly unique, but in terms of the video footage that we were reviewing, the wheels on the vehicle are fairly unique and stand out on the video footage.
And so again, this is video that you received early on in the investigation.
Yes.
And then in preparation for the preliminary hearing, you went back out and you met with someone about this video.
Correct.
Who specifically did you meet with about this video?
Met with Mrs. Noble.
And what did you do with Miss Noble?
We did what we had done before. We had a specific file that we wanted, or files that we wanted her to verify. The footage itself is broken into, I believe, 10-second segments. So we had specific files that we had her view and confirm that they were actually from her system. Those were written on the 1102 as they have been before.
Okay, and who wrote those file names on this particular statement?
I believe it would be my handwriting on the 1102.
All right. What did you do next?
We had her view the videos and then complete a statement verifying the authenticity of those videos on an 1102.
Okay. Was this also prepared on a State Bureau form?
I believe this was on a State Bureau Investigations form, yes.
And in this particular form on which Ms. Noble provided her statement, does it have the advisory that it would be used in lieu of her testimony here today?
It does, yes.
Does it also contain a warning that if she gave a false statement, she would be punished or
Repost the space, everybody, bottom right corner. Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna have displayed on your monitor what's been marked State's Exhibit number 13. For identification. Let me know when you see that, would you?
I can see that.
Okay, and I'm gonna have my assistant scroll through that slowly. Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The 1102 that myself and Agent Davis collected from Miss Noble.
Okay, and does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
This is a copy, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the personal identifying information appears to be redacted, is that right?
It has been redacted, yes.
Okay. It wasn't redacted when you collected it, right?
No, the original form was not redacted.
So other than the redactions, it appears to be in the same condition as it was when you collected it.
That is correct.
State would move to admit Exhibit 13.
Ms. Nestor?
I know we renew our concern about unconstitutional hearsay being admitted. We also have the same concerns about the fact that Agent Hull amended this himself, and there's no foundation as to when he filled that in, if it was before or after she signed it. And due to all those reasons, we object to its admission and object to its publication as well.
Mr. Sturgill?
Judge, again, it was collected in compliance with Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence, specifically subsection B8. It's in writing, It's on a form that includes both the advisory and the warning. And it was collected by Agent Hull. It's also collected in compliance and being introduced as reliable hearsay, which is lawful to do here in Utah under the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
Do you wish to lay more foundation about when the statement was written, whether it was before it was signed or not?
I can do that, Judge. I appreciate that, yes. Agent Hull, do you recall when you collected this written statement from Ms. Noble?
Yes, it was in April.
In April, do you know what day?
April 6th, I believe.
Okay. And you collected it, did you go to her home? I think, is that what you said?
Yes, myself and Agent Davis went to the residence.
Okay. And did you sit there while she prepared it?
I did, yes.
And did you witness her sign it?
I did, yes.
Okay. At this point, I'd move to admit Exhibit 13.
All right, and to the state representative, could you scroll down? Okay. All right, pursuant to the Utah Rule of Evidence 1102 and Article 1, Section 28, Article 1, Section 12, which allows for reliable hearsay, I'm going to move it into, it's going to be admitted into evidence over the objection of defense. I note in particular that it states that I confirm that the above files were taken from our Nest doorbell videos and are accurate. And right before that statement is the notations that were allegedly made by Agent Hull. And so for those reasons, the court finds proper foundation has been laid and that this exhibit in its entirety is admitted into evidence. As it relates to publication, I will authorize publication in the courtroom and by the media if they so wish to capture it in that form. Again, following the same format,
I do.
have it on that first portion of the screen for about 10 seconds, and then scroll down to the written portion for about 15 seconds, and then scroll to the very bottom to ensure that the full exhibit has been displayed.
Oh, I wanted to see the video.
How does this publishing work? Is it immediately goes on like a court website?
That concludes the
Downloadable?
publication of states.
But it's not immediate.
It depends on the court system also.
Thank you,
How
Judge.
fast.
These are a little delayed.
The video that you took with you that day when you visited with Noble or Miss Noble, had you previously, well, you've stated that the videos that you showed the Nobles were actually more than one video.
Correct.
Okay, and I believe you said they were like 10-second clips.
If I recall correctly.
Short
yes.
clips. Okay. And you showed Miss Noble all of those videos that are identified in that statement.
The one shown on the statement was shown to Miss Noble, yes.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review what's been marked State's Exhibit number 12.2?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you have a chance to review that exhibit?
I believe that was reviewed last week, I believe.
Okay.
With yourself.
Okay. And does that video, is it a single video that you watched?
No, I believe it's 4 separate short videos.
Okay. And as far as, and I understand that, but as far as 12.2 is concerned, what does that exhibit consist of?
It shows the vehicle believed to be driven by Mr. Robinson arriving in front of the residence, an individual exiting the vehicle and moving away from it, followed by an individual returning to the vehicle and unlocking it. And then it shows the vehicle a short time later starting and leaving the area.
And those are the videos that you showed Miss Noble?
Yes.
Okay. What I have displayed on your monitor was been marked plaintiffs or state's exhibit 12.2 for identification. Let me know as soon as you see, should be a still image.
It's there.
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yeah, this is the view looking what would essentially be west across the street from the Noble's residence.
Okay.
Collected in
At
April.
12:38 a.m., I guess, or 0:38?
Yes.
Okay. And what is depicted in this? I think you've already described that. So, Judge, I would move to admit Exhibit 12.2.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we would renew our objection to allowing in the evidence without the sponsoring witness. I do have some concerns because I'm not totally sure if this is a compilation, or if this is just one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 videos they took from the Nobles. So if we could have that clarification, I think that concerns me about authenticity, that I don't understand if this is just a portion or if this is the whole thing, or is this just all of them or none of them. And for those reasons, we object to the admission and to publication.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill.
That's a good point. And I'll ask additional questions before I seek to admit it. Agent Hull, this particular video, you've described taking several videos to Ms. Noble and having her review them.
Yes.
Okay. This particular exhibit, 12.2, have you watched it in its entirety?
Yes.
Does it consist of either some or all of those videos that you showed Ms. Noble?
It does, yes.
Okay. And is it a single video? Is it a compilation, that is to say, or is it 4 different videos?
It would
Or a number of different videos?
be a number of short videos sequenced.
Okay. A number of short videos in sequence?
I believe that's how this one plays, yes.
Okay. Just again, I seek to admit it.
Anything further from the parties? All right. Given my previous rulings on exhibits, I applied the same analysis and find that State's Exhibit 12.2, I believe, is admitted over the objection and may be published in the courtroom and by the media, if so chosen.
Okay, so before we play this video,
Oh, here we go.
again, what is it that leads you to believe that this is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
The shape of the vehicle can be clearly seen as it pulls up, and the distinctive wheels on the vehicle also.
And well, let's go ahead and play it.
Is there any sound associated with this?
There is, Judge, but it's night sounds. It's crickets chirping and.
Okay, I just wanted to see if there was. I just wanted to see if there was sound or not. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you may play the video.
Can't tell what kind of car that is.
But you're looking at a video of a video, Diligent, right?
No.
Yeah, this is a video on a screen, and you're watching a video on that screen. You're not looking at the raw footage.
It's still high def.
Okay.
You can't tell. Why was it edited with him getting in the car? That was weird.
So in the first part of that video, what do you see?
VLC.
The vehicle we believe to be driven by Mr. Robinson pulling up and parking in front of across the street, but in front of the residence.
Okay.
More
And then
Bigfoot
the next
footage.
Video, what do you believe is displayed in that video?
There's an individual who gets out of the vehicle.
Yeah, it was Bigfoot.
You can hear the door close, and then that individual moves away from the front of the vehicle. There's actually 2 reflective panels on a dumpster, and you can see the individual past those reflective panels.
And in the last of those series of videos?
The second to last one, the individual comes back across those reflective panels to the vehicle, unlocks the vehicle, and gets into it. And then in the last video, the vehicle is started and the individual drives away.
Just one moment, Judge. Yes.
I think I'm going to go to my subscriber after space to watch the barren breakdown of this. If anybody wants to join me.
Could we approach?
You may.
Nothing burger. I have not seen one thing that links Tyler Robinson to this crime. Not one. Bigfoot footage, edited videos.
Hearsay.
What's going on? Hearsay. This is not a compelling case. You can look, all of them on their faces, you can see. Even the judge is like, ooh, this ain't good. The FEDsloppers, they got to be just really upset right now.
The FEDslappers? What the hell are FEDslappers?
I think they think the evidence is pretty
FEDsloppers.
compelling.
You're one of those.
FEDslappers. Oh, me. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. What'd you say?
I said, I think they believe the evidence is pretty compelling. What do you think, Mitch?
I don't know what's been submitted. We're just listening to not much actual testimony, but just verification. This is a video. This is not a video. It has circles on it. Doesn't have circles
Mitch,
on it.
have you seen anything convincing today?
I think I do. The first testimony from the police officer about him being on the roof. Yeah, I think that's an important part. Yeah.
He didn't say I ID'd him on the roof.
I did an individual on the roof, and the fact that there was testimony about the autopsy report confirming that he was homicided by a bullet. I think
That has nothing to do with Tyler Robinson.
That's you're fine. I told you what I think is convincing.
Oh.
See? Compelled. They are compelled.
Well, how does it go again? The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ for the.
Are you not compelled, Mitch?
Yikes! I just thought it would be funny because you consider everybody who is on my side possessed. So
It would just be nice if you could be objective and look at that evidence. It always feels like you're trying to push a narrative to one way or another. So if you just came with facts,
I listen. I grew up in
that's
a way.
always feels like it always feels like you're pushing a narrative, and that's
I'll
what the
tell you,
issue is.
I grew up in a way that I before the internet, and anytime I said something in my home at a table, prove it, and I literally had to have a stack of magazines of Time magazine and newspapers and bring it to the table to show my father. So
They
every
did
time
that
you
in
hear a
Canada?
claim, I demand to see evidence to support that claim, and I am not going to be convinced unless I find something convincing.
You do know
I'm a
you're doing
skeptic.
this in reverse, though, right? He's innocent, right? As of right now, Tyler Robinson is innocent. So you're doing this in reverse.
Yes, and what I see so far is convincing to me that there is a reasonable good case that he is the guilty party. I
They've
don't see
only
any
shown
evidence
a case
substantial to the
at
other side.
most. They've shown you a case where you think someone was shot, so you believe that that a crime occurred and that there was a figure on a roof. None of that connects to Tyler Robinson.
No, I believe the other aspects that I do. I'm clear that I do believe the text messaging. I do believe.
No, we're just talking about today, not the evidence that hasn't been presented. We're just talking about the evidence presented today.
Today, there's been nothing testifying too much of anything other than here's submission of a video, here's another submission of a video, and I don't think we have much testimony aside from the police officer, the first police officer testifying to an imprint of a person, what he believes is a person on a roof, video of someone coming off a roof.
So it's all circumstantial evidence that they have. They have nothing tying Tyler Robertson to the case as of today. We're not talking about anything that has not.
Yeah, the testimony today does not create anything beyond a prima facie case. It does not create a beyond a reasonable doubt.
Did they just call it?
It doesn't come close to it. What?
Did they just wrap up the hearing?
I don't know. You're there.
Is it 5 there?
I can't see the video.
It's not. It's 4:18. They were just doing a sidebar.
Diligent, did they say what time they were ending it?
5.
5.
Yeah.
Okay.
They only go to the Utah seal when they can't have the camera out on everywhere else. So they must be up moving around and having a sidebar and looking at pictures and all that.
Well, if I could just say, Mitch, I feel like you are much more tolerable during the day. And I've been meaning to tell you that you sound to me like Piglet. You're the way your mic sounds and everything, you just sound like a little piglet. Like the actual one from Pooh, like Winnie the Pooh. Just needed to say that.
Fine. I think that when you have the JQ people on stage, it brings out the combat in me. Let's put it that way.
10-minute break. Thank you, Chris Pepper over there on YouTube. Thank you.
Does anybody else hear Piglet in his voice? Someone go back and play Piglet. I'm telling you, I'm not making it up.
Yeah, there hasn't been anything. You have to admit, it wasn't exactly a bombshell, right, Mitch?
Yeah, I mean, this is boring, just submission of things, get them in the file. There's no actual reasonable testimony other than the first police officer. Even this guy is just talking about what I reviewed, what I saw, but I mean, he doesn't even put it together. He's just like, yep, this is a video I reviewed, and this is another video I reviewed, and it depicts a car that I believe to be his, and it's not a slam dunk of anything. It's just sort of like someone said, circumstantial. But
so you wouldn't call him expert testimony.
You compare me to Piglet. My wife, when I speak Spanish, her and her friends refer to me as Stitch. So I don't know why, but somehow they gave me that nickname.
That's actually pretty funny.
YouTube agrees that you sound like Piglet.
Yay! It's his mic too. I'm telling you, I don't know what it is. Like an old-fashioned mic that you're using. It sounds like the same kind of recording.
It's the headset he uses.
It's the nasal.
It's the Jew.
Maybe
it's the Jew. It's the Jew voice. What can I do?
Someone look up if Piglet was a Jew or is a Jew.
It's funny. I have no idea even what Stitch is. They just call it Say Stitch. I don't watch this stuff.
Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah,
He's
this
an
is my
alien.
wife's generation. In my right generation, I don't know.
He is an alien. Yep.
It's how I speak Spanish, which is absolutely
That's
atrocious
a weird accent to take on. Interesting.
It
Then I
sounds
think
like this.
today.
It's like
I speak a retarded dyslexic level of Spanish.
Let
it's
Eddie
terrible. It's
chime in.
embarrassing.
Well, and I think today they're kind of laying the foundation. This is going to go on for 3 days, correct?
It's going to go on for 4 days.
4 days. So you'll get in later in testimony. You're going to get into DNA, ballistics,
it's
more
go
evidence.
Until Friday, 5 days.
Right. You're going to get into more evidence that's going to be leading to more what we're wanting to look at. But
they're going to have to connect his cell phone to everything too.
That's right. They're going to start doing that.
The Farnsworth footage from behind, was that shown? Does any of it show the? I forgot the name of the building. Does it anything yet show from a distance someone on top of a building?
No.
What is it called? The Farley or Lee something build?
The Low C building.
The Low C building. Is anything yet shown a figure
Just
on the Low C building?
Just the footage that they showed the public.
No, I mean from like the perspective of the crowd, not where like he's getting off the roof, climbing and
there was an uploaded. There's a walkway to the left of the Losi building where somebody was standing on the walkway, which is lower, looking up because you walk uphill. And
no, forgive me. I meant in the trial. Like, have they shown yet
No.
anything that is UV footage,
No.
like not UV, the university footage or
No.
other submitted into evidence footage? Like, yeah, it's
Nope.
great. I see somebody submit something online. I'm more interested in what is coming in the trial, what's being submitted as evidence.
Diligent, do we have any idea, considering the event and how many cell phones must have been there, do we have any idea of the amount of information from individual cell phones they were able to garner?
No, they just spoke about it in general. It was like 11 terabytes or something crazy.
You know what's very interesting?
Mm.
Given all the footage, there's always the question, where did the direction of the shot come from? There is technology out there, obviously Israeli, where you can take the footage and the audio based upon where each individual is standing and come with just from the sound where everybody's standing and get a lock on where that sound came from, right? They should be able to put together something like that, right? And I'm surprised the prosecution hasn't got it done that.
Well, we haven't got that far into it yet, right? We're on the first day. They're just trying to get video evidence. Trying to get video into evidence today,
Yeah. I'm
trying to
just
go
curious to see
forward.
if they'll eventually do that. I
I'd be
understand where
curious
we're
to see
at.
I'd be curious to see if they have expert witnesses. I mean, there's got to be expert witnesses out there that are going to testify to that scenario. I
Because
guarantee there will.
if let's say the building is in point A and point B is 100 feet away and point C is 20 feet away, the sound will sound different. And if you could substantiate that Bob was standing here with device B and Shirley is standing here with device A, that would be able to, and the various other phones that heard in all the video, you would be able to come to a clear understanding just from an audio perspective of where exactly that shot came from.
Do you think that the witness will be Israeli? Do you think that person will be Israeli that will testify
It'd
to
probably
that?
be my cousin, yeah. Probably.
I've never seen that kind of evidence being admitted in the court of law.
I
It's
know.
like gate evidence. Have they used that type of evidence?
I'm not saying it's
like that?
submittable as evidence. That's a good point. I'm just saying that I believe that such technology exists where you could use just the audio to determine the location of where a sound came from based upon a substantiate. I guess that would be the challenge. You would have to be able to verify the location of each of those devices in a evidentially submittable way.
Diligent, was it you who brought up the idea of where's the microphone package?
Oh, I said
the question?
I said that.
Yeah.
I said if the defense starts asking questions about the battery pack and the microphone package, then we're going to be certain that they're going down the social media rabbit hole defense, in my opinion.
Okay.
Look for Brandon Coleman on the witness list.
Is anyone speaking or am I glitched?
Oh, good. I thought it was just me.
Nope, it's
No, I
quiet.
haven't heard anything
I'm
either.
like, that was a lot of dead air, and I was like, this is not okay.
Yeah.
Thought I was glitched.
Thank God we don't have to pay for it like
It's a world
broadcast
record for a
television.
diligent space of people being silent, really.
You have to pay for dead air when you're running on broadcast.
Is Diligent with us or?
I would note
He's probably
something.
multitasking.
I haven't seen anything yet that substantiates any submission of theory that is an alternate theory to the core theory of Tyler Robinson did the shooting. I haven't seen anything yet other than the defense questioning whether there may have been other guns.
The defense isn't presenting their case. The prosecution is.
But you can sort of maybe they're not presenting their theory of the case, but the questions they ask, you can sort of tease out maybe where they may be going, and one of them
No.
seems to be where they're talking about a holster that was found on site and there's no magnetometers,
and all the security
they were pointing out a discrepancy in the investigation process where they singled out the screwdriver but not the holster.
No,
and
but
then there was a lapse in the chain of custody in the holster.
Well,
That's what
when
they're
you
pointing
take
out.
into account the inconclusiveness of the bullet identification, right? And then them asking about how many guns could have been on site, I do think that they will go down the path of suggesting an alternate shooter. That seems to
But
be.
they don't need to necessarily go as deep as you're saying. Like if there's the possibility of another gun alone, you don't have to have another shooter. If there's a possibility of another presence, then
You
that's
do.
reasonable doubt.
I'll tell you why you do need that.
But it's a reasonable doubt. That's what they're trying to put in. But they're not going to go deep. They're not going to go deep into any theory right now because they're holding on to some of their
Oh, I
cards.
understand that, but you do need to go with another shooter because the medical examiner's report conclusively states that he was homicided by a bullet.
It hasn't. Well, we haven't had a case against it, so we don't know. They may have another medical expert come in and say why they don't think it was
At
that.
the
Right?
moment, the medical
Right,
evidence
but they're not
is,
bringing in those people right now. So you're
no,
really
I understand.
it's
I'm
high
not.
speculation right now.
It feels like you're muddying the waters, Mitch, by going into like future potentials versus talking about today, which is like confusing and muddying the waters.
I am
And
talking
like,
about today. I'm talking about what I'm listening to the defense say. And
I have a question. Are you from the United
Can I
States or are
jump
you in
in as a
Canada?
lawyer? Sorry,
No,
real
just
I'm
real
quick,
from
quick.
neither. I'm from neither.
Mitch,
I'm Israeli
you're
and I'm
not
living in
understanding
Mexico.
how.
We know
Mitch,
that he's not American. We don't need to know where he's at.
You're not understanding how a case in chief works. The case in chief is your case that you put on each side. Right now, it's the prosecution's case in chief. They're the ones who are laying out their evidence. The defense hasn't had that chance yet. That's coming. They haven't had. They can cast reasonable doubt, which really isn't even the standard here. It's probable. I mean, it's more likely than not is the standard of the preliminary hearing. But they don't have the chance yet to call witnesses and question them about their theories. That's coming. That's in the future.
I understand. I'm just listening to the questions asked by the defense and teasing out in my mind what I think is a defense that they will be putting up. That's all. Because
Right,
they
and
ask certain
they can get
questions
to
and that
that, but
indicates to
they're
me a
also
certain direction.
limited. They're also limited to questioning the witnesses on the scope of what it is that they've stated. There's something called beyond the scope. It's an objection you can raise as a plaintiff or as a person who has called the witness on direct, not the person who's crossing them. So when you're questioning the witness as the defendant right now, you're cross-examining them. You cannot go beyond the scope of the questions they've been asked so far. So the substance is limited.
The burden is totally on the prosecution. The defense is just there, have you met your burden? I get that. I understand that there's a certain burden that they've made for a preliminary hearing to put it over to trial based upon the fact that a crime has occurred and the likely chances that this person on trial is the person that did that. That's not a conviction.
And it's the job of the defense.
I think the compilation video was supposed to be like the bum shop, right? That the one that showed like 16 hours or whatever of Tyler Robinson and in and around UVU and at UVU or whatever, that clip, that like compilation, I think that was supposed to be their like crowning moment today, and it got completely shut down. I think that was a massive failure by the prosecution, an avoidable one.
But isn't that just sort of like a small issue in the sense that tomorrow they can come back with the original footage and say, here's the original?
No, they would have had to have disclosed it ahead of time. You don't just get to ambush people at these types of hearings.
No, but if you came in with
new,
something that's edited and the judge said, well, we need the original, then you're being told by the judge, go get me the original.
Then they'd be
but
blowing
according
the
to the best
process of
evidence rule, you have to
discovery.
give the original.
There
ahead of
are
time.
processes of discovery that they have to follow. Okay, so you can't come back and go, oh, now we have the original footage. Discovery is a very, very, and the defense knows this. That's why they're putting
and if
up.
he does breach that, then they can get an appeal.
Oh,
right?
absolutely. They can set up a whole appeal for that. So, yeah, this is the process of discovery that the prosecution has to lay out, and the defense can say, not so fast.
Okay. I just thought it sounded like the judge was asking him to come back with the original footage.
It looked like even the judge was annoyed that they screwed that up.
Yep, he was. That was clear.
Yeah.
Because they should have known better. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
You put
But
circles
why
on this
didn't they
fucking thing?
want?
It makes
Why
the
didn't they
trial look
want
like a
to?
sham.
It's a stupid mistake. Like, it doesn't make any
It's not
sense.
stupid.
Yes, it is. Why are you submitting
No, I
something
mean
that has
it's
like
stupid that he
circles
did
and
that,
zooms on it,
but
and you
it's
openly acknowledge
significant.
that the actual camera doesn't have the ability to zoom? That's just
Why did he
dumb.
not present the original stuff instead of edited stuff? Right? Because the
Totally.
original stuff probably is not. It is not going to point the direction and mislead like they wanted it to.
Exactly.
Maybe, or maybe they just that it was so long they thought it'd be smart to submit
No,
a
these
cut
guys
down
are
version.
lawyers. No.
You
They're
don't
trying
put
to give you a
together a
conviction.
The
compilation. You
career
put together a
prosecutor.
compilation for a
Career.
There
narrative.
is a way. Hold on. There
They
is a way
have a
to introduce.
reason.
There is a
They
way to
have a
introduce
reason.
compilations and cut video, but in order to do so, to comply with the rules of evidence, you actually have to disclose the unedited video ahead of time. That's a
Right.
basic due process norm. You don't get to just ambush people in the courtroom without disclosing things ahead of time. That's why those videos that they cut up and put a compilation together are probably not going to come in this week. They would have
And they
had to have
also
gotten
have to
that to
have a
that
sworn
defense a long time
affidavit
ago.
by the person who edited it saying
Or
exactly
have the
what they
person,
did and
yeah,
how much they did
or
and
have the
all of
person
that.
in the court. That's
You could
correct.
have
Or have the
submitted
person in the
the
court.
edited stuff as long as underlying it, you also submitted with it the raw footage. And why they
Correct.
didn't is just very, very dumb.
And a statement by the person who edited exactly what they did. That way, if it's beyond the bounds, then they can be found in
Also, once you
perjury.
start with something
Yes,
that's
that's
Also,
the
a
edited,
chain,
foundation.
diligent, a chain of custody. There's a lot of questions about the chain of custody from those original SD cards to what ended up in law enforcement.
and you also end
That
up with the
post I
situation.
made about that is
Yep.
going viral.
I'll bet.
And diligent, you're correct. It's called foundation. In order to get that type of evidence into the record, you actually have to lay the foundation, showing who specifically had it at what time, who they passed it to, and that's why so much evidence is barred very frequently in these types of trials.
And once you open it up with like, okay, it's the raw footage, just excluding these circles and zooms, then you open up. Well, how, did you confirm that there are no other edits? Like, it does. It is a stupid move. Are you telling me, whoever is speaking that is the lawyer here? I forgot who you are. I don't see Mike's. The raw footage is totally excluded now. They can't be brought
Not
in later
necessarily. No,
date.
it could come in later on, but they would have had to have provided due process in order to get it in. Due process requires notice and opportunity to be heard. So
Right.
notice basically means that you have to give them enough time ahead of the hearing to examine things and prepare, which
So
is
let's
why
say
at
the
this hearing,
judge.
they're not going to get that raw
Let's say the
footage in.
judge says that there is sufficient to put it over for trial. Subsequently, before trial, it can be brought in and submitted into evidence.
Theoretically, if they disclose it ahead of time, it could be
Yeah.
brought into trial, but
Okay.
I'm surprised they didn't disclose it already.
We all agree it was a dumb move by an amateur move, let's call it, by the prosecution.
It's weird.
I don't have to be a lawyer even to understand that. And clearly the judge expressed, like, what's wrong with you idiots?
Yeah, I mean, the best evidence rule exists for a reason. If you could just cut videos in half and edit them ahead of time, put circles and squares all over the screen, well, then there's no way to lay the foundation to show that this actually is what happened. You have to get the person who did that in the courtroom to testify to what they did. And you also have to disclose the raw footage so you can show what's called impeachment evidence. If they do cut something out that isn't accurate, then you get to show the entire footage and have an accurate record. That's how
Exactly. It has to be the before and after.
Even from, forget the legal terminology referred to as best evidence, even from a layman's common sense perspective, submitting something that is not original
Okay,
is
quiet,
really
quiet.
stupid.
Court is back in session.
Quiet.
We ended with the parties, the attorneys discussing. How would we like to proceed?
Judge, I think I just have a couple of questions for Sergeant Hole. To finish out the day, I think we're in agreement that once we've sorted out these few questions, we're all in agreement that we want to break for the day. Is that right, Ms. Nestor? Well, yeah, sure.
You may proceed with your questions, and we'll take it from there.
All right. Agent Hole, I asked you earlier, after you had testified about all the video that you've watched and video that you believe depicts Mr. Robinson from the UV surveillance. And that combined with the driver's license and the DMV records. Whether or not you believe that that person that you have seen in the video and on the driver's license record is in the courtroom today. And I believe your answer was yes.
Yes, that's correct.
And then I asked you if you wouldn't mind pointing him out and describing something that he's wearing. And I don't believe that I allowed you to do that.
Okay.
Would you do that right now?
Your Honor, just for the record, we would impose an objection based on the 14th Amendment for due process due to an unduly suggestive in-court ID. Also, we believe there's a lack of foundation establishing his ability to interpret the surveillance video. And based on that, we would object.
All right. I note that, well, to the state, do you wish to be heard on what was just stated?
Well, Judge, I think we had this discussion, and I think you ruled on that specific objection. And then after you ruled, I just neglected to come back and follow through with the question and the answer. That's my recollection of the bench meeting.
All right. I believe I stated for the purposes of this hearing that identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson was made. I could be wrong, but...
well, and I just wanted to clarify that, Judge, because there was some question about whether that in fact did happen. And so if that's your recollection of what happened, and if you're willing to put on the record that Agent Holt has identified the defendant, I think we're done.
Does the defense want to be heard?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, if for the benefit of the record, and for thoroughness, if you wish to re-ask that question, you certainly, well, we can see what happens.
If I could, Judge, I'd like to. Would you please point him out and identify something that he is wearing?
Yeah, I believe that Mr. Robinson is between Miss Nestor and other counsel wearing a grey suit, jacket with a dark tie, and a light-colored shirt.
Judge, I would ask that the record reflect that Agent Hull has identified the defendant.
I made my objection already.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
For the purposes of this hearing, I find that Agent Hull has identified Mr. Robinson. Again, this is only for the preliminary hearing. You may proceed.
Judge, I think for today, with Agent Hull, we're done for today. We'd ask that at this point we take a break until tomorrow.
All right, so are you saying that you're going to recall Agent, well, we're going to resume with Mr. Hall tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, and let me explain and I was going to explain this, but let me explain why. Judge, our intent is to prepare an original version of the video that has been in dispute today, without the circles, without the blur, and without the zooming in. And our intent is to introduce that tomorrow as a different exhibit. And we just can't prepare that in the next hour or so. So we're going to need this evening to prepare that exhibit. And we'd like to return with that. Judge, what I would also suggest, well, let me get your take on that, Judge.
All right. Does the defense wish to be heard about ending for the day? We have about 19 minutes until 5 o'clock. What is the defense?
Your Honor, we're happy to accommodate the state on that.
So for today, Agent Hall, you may step down, and we'll resume with your testimony tomorrow morning. Anything further, Mr. Sturgill?
Well, Judge, just one other thing, and it's a suggestion.
Agent Hall, can you wait just 1 second? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sure Ms. Nestor may have a position with regards to this, but Judge, we would invite you to review the exhibit that we've been talking about today. It is 12.1. We suggest that you look at it between today and tomorrow, because our intent is to seek to admit the version where it doesn't have the circle or the blur or the zoom in, and if that is admitted, we do intend to introduce that exhibit 12.1 as well. And I think it would be helpful if you saw that in advance. And you can compare that to the version that doesn't have the circle, the blur, and the zooming in. I would ask that you do that. I don't know if Ms. Nestor has a different opinion about that, but I think it would be helpful in determining whether or not that particular exhibit, 12.1, is admissible.
Ms. Nestor.
I don't have anything to add to that. I defer to what the court prefers to do on that. I do have another matter before Agent Hull is released that I do want to address with the court, but I don't have any concern if the court
The
wants to
link
look
for
at
the
it in advance.
subscriber
It's kind of
space is up
little
in the
bit of a long video.
Jumbotron.
I
Make
think
sure you're
it's just
following
about
my lovely
5 minutes,
co-hosts,
maybe. It's not very long.
Harmony
so if
and
if
AJ.
you want to
Thank
wait
you.
until
Follow them,
tomorrow,
notifications on.
it's not going to
Turn
slow
all
the
notifications on
matter
for
down
me.
very much.
Share
but
my
it's up to the
YouTube. Hit the
court on that.
notifications on
All right, I
YouTube
appreciate the
and
parties.
subscribe. Pink
What I'm
button on
gonna
my
do is
profile.
I'm going
It's
to wait until it's
expensive here.
properly before me and a motion has been made.
Do
for
not
either of
follow
the
Mitch.
videos, and then I'm
Just
happy to
kidding.
entertain the motion to review both of them. Or
I agree.
however the parties
Second that
I'm going to
motion.
be doing a lengthy subscriber space. We're going to watch Baron Coleman's show together and his breakdown of this. I'll do another video space. It'll be cool.
I'm not too concerned about how much time is needed. I also want to be thorough, so I'll wait till it's brought before me and we can address it from there. And turning to Ms. Nestor as it relates to your request.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I recognize that Agent Hull is the case agent and is working with the state in preparing for this. But he is still on the stand, and I would ask that he be instructed that he can't discuss his testimony, even though he's the case agent. I don't think it's proper for him to discuss his testimony while he's excused for the night.
Mr. Sturgill.
It's not a problem, Judge.
All right, so Agent, from this moment on until we come back in court, you're instructed not to discuss your testimony with anyone, as you are still on the stand for all intents and purposes. And we'll, if the state recalls you this tomorrow morning, then we'll proceed. Okay?
Okay, Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused.
For now,
For today. All right, thank you, Agent Hall. Anything further from the parties, or do either party need the benefit of the record before we adjourn?
No, Your Honor.
Not from the state, Judge.
All right, noting neither party wishes the benefit of the record, court is in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All right, we can have a little discussion if you want, and then we'll go to the after space.
Diligent, thank you for doing this.
Yeah, and now that I have my studio set up here, I won't be as rushed. I was driving all day yesterday, and came here and had to set everything up and scope everything out. But now that I am settled in, it'll be cool. I'm gonna get a better game plan about going there in the morning. I'll go a little bit earlier, have a better setup with the space, and try to streamline a little bit. I think what I will do is set the hosting device up here, co-host myself, and then take a phone there. That way it can all be running simultaneously. I don't have to do anything janky like I did this morning. So, and then there's a couple of journalists or podcasters here that have reached out to me. One of them was on stage earlier. Make sure you're following her. She did some good work. I think it's Teresa, right? Is that her name? Let me see. I quote posted her.
Teresa. Teresa did that.
Yeah, Teresa. Yeah, Teresa. She's cool. I quote posted her. She got a good shot of Charlie's parents walking in. On the ground citizen journalism. Let's go. So make sure you follow her and check her out. Anybody that's putting in work, make sure you support them. This is a collective effort. No, there's no big eyes in team, right? Is that corny?
Yeah.
Well,
But
I
true.
think you asked us the question earlier. I don't know if we want to go around the room of what we heard today that is convincing or of either side of his lack of guilt or guilt.
What? I think you're the only one up here that thinks that he's guilty.
Correct. That's obvious.
Wait,
But
Eddie
I'll tell you
might.
what I heard today that I think was convincing for me, at least. I
But
heard number
but
one.
by default of our system, you do realize that that's incorrect, right? We should all be assuming right now that he's innocent.
Okay, but we all can come to conclusions of what we think we heard today and what is convincing.
You
Moving
can,
the
but
needle.
come from a place. If you come from a,
You
but I'm
sound like
saying
you're doing
come
a
from a
sales pitch, dude. This
No,
is
no,
right. Like
ridiculous.
it's like I'm saying.
He's got to read through his page of notes completely without interruption in order for him to collect his paycheck, guys. So just let him go through his little notes.
Listen, there's a needle, innocent and guilty, and it's in the middle somewhere. And I'm just saying, I
It's
think it
called the
moved.
United States. You're innocent until proven guilty in a court of
Right. We're not
law.
at the guilt level, but I'm
Real quick,
saying what I
shout out
think
to
is
Crimes and
convincing.
Lies. She sent me the name of the ME. We got his name, and I got his background. Good job.
Name?
Thank you, Crimes and Lies.
What's the name?
Continue.
So listen, I heard
It's
today.
Dr. Guajardo.
What a name! Wow.
Guajardo.
Guardo. We're gonna have fun with that name. But so, what did I hear today? I heard today a statement from the medical examiner's report that the statement for that report is that he was homicided by a bullet. Where that bullet came from, it still need to be proven. We heard testimony from a police officer of indications of an indent in the gravel that appeared to be a body's elbows, knees, feet lying in a prone position. We have a screwdriver that has been identified. I believe eventually it's going to have either DNA or fingerprint evidence on it, but that's not been testified to. We do have ring video that claims to be his car with distinct wheels. And we have a number of officers or investigators that have stated that they have reviewed footage and they identify Mr. Robinson as being in that footage and on the campus at least 4 times that day. So we at least have him placed there. We have a placement of someone apparently in a prone position shooting. And we
Wait,
do
are
have.
you talking about the Bigfoot footage of the car?
Yeah, listen, you could discount it and you could undermine it in cross-examination. I'm just saying from a prima facie case that deals with a preliminary hearing. I'm not saying I'm giving full.
Anybody with a brain can see that was Bigfoot footage.
Fine, fair enough. You could say it's blurry footage, it's weak evidence.
Was it not?
Honestly, when we were speakers, I can't see the screen while it's playing, only when I was a listener. So I have to go back and look at it afterwards. But to be clear, that's the testimony we heard. And finally, that we have him placed on location. We have a mode of death in the examiner's report, and we have video evidence of him climbing down a roof with something that is either in a towel or
the
a blanket.
examiner's report said mode of death.
A bullet. Yes.
But there was no gun tied to him today.
I understand, but we could at least get rid of exploding microphones and electrocution. We could at least agree upon now, if you're going on the evidence submitted at trial, that it is a bullet. Where that bullet came from.
You know how many assumptions you're making to get to this line of logic right now? This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Man, I don't understand. I'm literally listening to the testimony of what was stated was in the
You're
medical examiner's
assuming
report.
that you're assuming, one, that there isn't a counter evidence to the medical examiner's report. You're assuming, two, that this was in fact Tyler Robinson. No one's tied into it yet.
Actually,
the only evidence that was offered was being excluded.
Man, I literally stated clearly that I think the defense is going down a pathway of a second shooter, someone else took the shot because of the questions that they asked. I'm not discounting that line of defense. I'm just saying what I heard in the submitted evidence that was testified to, what I heard.
You're hearing a bunch of nonsense and assuming that this is guilt of Tyler Robinson. This is crazy.
No, I didn't say that. I just stated what I heard in the testimony, and specifically, one thing that I think was important was hearing what was stated in the medical examiner's report of the mode of death.
You don't even have anything tying him to the scene yet. The footage that was showed of his car is very circumstantial, one, and it's extremely blurry.
There is
two.
no question
and it's in
we
four
have
parts.
circumstantial at this moment. We have imprints of a person who was on the roof. Who that is still needs to be tied up.
It's amazing.
So why
to
do
me,
you think he's guilty?
I didn't
how
say
the way that
anything
you
yet.
refute things that are so simple to easy to understand, but then you will buy into things that make no sense.
Like what? What did I just say that was?
Nothing that is
Yeah,
based in
it is.
fact. You're pulling things out of thin air.
The chain of
I'm
custody
literally
stuff
just
is actually
stating what
very
was
basic.
testified
You
today.
either have the original or you don't. You either
I'm
followed
literally
proper
just
procedure or you.
repeating what was stated today by those
Fair
on the
enough.
stand.
You want me to stay quiet for a bit?
I would like to hear what Ryan has to say.
I'm sorry, guys. My kids just came out. I got to jump off, but maybe
It's all right.
tomorrow I
Will
can
you be
jump
here
back on.
tomorrow?
So I'll try to make some time tomorrow. We'll see.
Yeah,
All
I'll
right.
be here tomorrow.
Very busy, but thanks, y'all. We'll hopefully get back on
Sounds
Thank you.
again.
good.
Appreciate
I'm
you.
here whenever you.
All right, bye.
No
I
problem.
think it's a good time
Glad
to
I could
wrap
help.
up. I just want to thank everybody for coming today. Again, follow my amazing co-hosts, beautiful, smart, intelligent co-hosts. They're amazing people. Turn notifications on. They both host spaces, co-host spaces, and follow everybody up on the panel. Yes, even Mitch, right? And if you want to support
Just
what I'm
avow,
doing,
and I was very
the
clear. Do
best
not
way
follow
is
Mitch.
by
Do not follow Mitch.
subscribing, using the pink button on my profile, turning all notifications on, and sharing my breaking news content whenever you see it. We're gonna
You
head over
pronounce
to
my
the
name
after
like such a
space.
Jew.
I've got to what?
Got it. I'll stay
He
quiet and
pronounces
let
my
you
name
wrap up.
Lanai,
Good job today.
like a little.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Forget it. It's just a bad joke by both of us.
All right, take it easy. I'm here whenever
all
you're
right.
back.
Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna move over to the subscriber space. We're gonna recap this space. I am going to charge my batteries for about 5-10 minutes, and then I'll start it up right after this one, and then I'll keep it going. I really want to watch Baron's take on this together. So if you want to do a watch party of Baron's review, then hit that subscribe button, and we'll go to the subscriber space and we'll watch it together. All right, you guys. I will see you later. Have a good night. Or
Good
see
night,
ya
and
in the next space. The link is in the Jumbotron.